Order. Order, please. We'll begin the daily routine. We will begin with presenting and presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to present a petition which reads as follows. We, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia to join the groundswell of voices across our province and around the world calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Palestine conflict. I have also signed this petition.
The petition is tabled. Presenting and reading petitions, I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituency of small landlords. We are asking the provincial government to provide landlords who pay for their tenants' heat with immediate and ongoing oil subsidies to offset the impact of both increasing home heating costs and rent control policies. Madam Speaker, I have affixed my signature as per the rules of the House. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Thank you. Any further reading of petitions? Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Housing, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to a question yesterday in regard to, from the member from Halifax-Needham in regard to dangerous and unsightly premises, I want to just table the process with HRM to engage that. Thank you.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in response to a question from the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth on Tuesday in regards to judicial training, I'd like to table an answer for her and for the clerk and members of the House. Thank you.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a report, the WCB Nova Scotia Report to the Community 2023 Q2.
The report is tabled. Any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Remembrance Day provides an opportunity for all Nova Scotians and Canadians to reflect upon the sacrifices made by our veterans and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces in defense of our freedoms and values, and whereas Nova Scotia has a proud history of contributing to the defense of Canada with many courageous individuals from our province, having served across the globe in both World Wars, the Korean conflict, peacekeeping operations, the 1991 Gulf War, and most recently, the operations in Afghanistan. and whereas it is essential to remember and express gratitude for the sacrifices made by our veterans and active duty service members, recognizing their unwavering commitment to our nation and its people. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia House of Assembly acknowledges the profound significance of Remembrance Day and extends its deepest gratitude to all veterans and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces for their dedication, bravery, and sacrifices in the name of peace and freedom, and encourages all residents of our province to actively participate in Remembrance Day activities, be it through attending local ceremonies, wearing a red poppy, or observing a moment of silence at 11 a.m. on November 11th, lest we forget. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before my notice of motion.
Please do.
I would like to direct members' attention to the East Gallery. Here today with us we have Sherry Lecker and Riley Boroff from ADSN for Women and Children, and Eric Johnson from The Bridge, and together with Laura McKay from Welcome Housing, these four individuals have done incredible work at The Bridge ensuring that vulnerable Nova Scotians experiencing homelessness receive the supports that they need. So I'd like my member colleagues here to please join me in welcoming them here to the House.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas everyone deserves a warm, safe place to call home, but sometimes people experiencing homelessness need additional supports and may have complex circumstances that can include challenges with their physical and mental health. And whereas our service providers have come together to create The Bridge, a first in Atlantic Canada shelter with integrated health services to help people across access the wraparound services they need. And whereas DCS service providers have taken a leadership role in supporting the health sector to better respond to and meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness in collaboration with VON in Northwood, therefore be it resolved that the members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing Laura McKay from Welcome Housing, Sherry Lecker and Riley Boroff from ADSN for Women and Children, Eric Johnson and their incredible teams for their leadership and commitment to supporting innovative solutions that are improving the outcomes of people experiencing homelessness in HRM at The Bridge. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in my capacity as Minister for the Gaels. Sheach Garabe Nech Wawerst Duasach na Gaelic avan am pure maited nicht gone. Arukak an a Hillsdale Shuramach Inverness is he ava nas ban scholar Hluchiach is he ava ye na kied Kainachin Dorain nan Canon and Celtach is an Litrachasan ag Olhai Harvard. A Cullinug Doctorach a shin an a Nui kied giag 3 ficid sanui. Shech gundochum pure maidet ora a vi na ban har Dorain na Celchis ag Olhai and Nuv Franci Savior. A Chekisk imag Olvanach Muvai, just want to make it good sound right, Madam Speaker. Muvai and Nagalik is a Gosko imag sul is Kria do Hultur Nangail is Galitraches. Shachgundagur pure maired imag rut Kutramach Riolus Litraches Nangail Chron Lewer Iacho Aka. The Immigrant Experience, Songs of Highland Immigrants in North America, and Creech Ri Vi a Torst Teich Ri Gael na Hawabanue is Harish Ora, chun visnach a chuki adal galanich is coloran. Mar sin biag in arun, gun anich a parliament vec, pure meired nich goi son the hulak chur irish a coirsnach gawich an an albanue is gun cur shin quach a Karen. Whereas the late Sister Margaret McDonnell was a native Gaelic speaker from Hillsdale, Inverness County, and a celebrated scholar, being one of the first graduates of the Department of Celtic Languages and Literatures at Harvard University, earning her PhD there in 1969. And whereas Sister Margaret went on to chair the Department of Celtic Studies at St. Francis Xavier University, teaching many students on the beauty of the Gaelic language and opening hearts and minds to Gaelic culture and literature. And whereas Sister Margaret made important contributions to the study of Gaelic literature with her influential book, The Immigrant Experience, Songs of Highland Immigrants in North America, as well as supporting Scottish Gaels in Nova Scotia and beyond through her encouragement of Gaelic learners and scholars. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly recognize and honor Sister Margaret McDonnell for her many contributions to the Gaelic community in Nova Scotia, and that we place a stone on her cairn. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day. I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory message. A resolution. Whereas the founder of Oxford Frozen Foods, John Bragg, was recently honored by a nomination from the Wild Blueberry Association of Nova Scotia and inducted into the Atlantic Agriculture Hall of Fame in recognition of his years and commitment to the agriculture industry in Nova Scotia. And whereas Mr. Bragg has been a major contributor in building a high-tech, innovative wild blueberry industry in rural Atlantic Canada with international exports, and growing his business from a first processing plant in 1968 to now representing 40 to 50% of the wild blueberry industry worldwide. And whereas he holds many well-deserved honors, including being chosen Outstanding Philanthropist of the Year in Atlantic Canada, being promoted to the Companion of the Order of Canada, being awarded multiple honorary degrees, and most recently being inducted into the 2023 class of the Canadian Agricultural Hall of Fame. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House recognize and congratulate Mr. John Bragg of Oxford for his lifelong dedication to our wild blueberry industry, his province, and his community. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the No. 2 Construction Battalion, formed in Pictou, Nova Scotia on July 5th, 1916, was the only battalion in Canadian military history composed entirely of Black service members who were barred from serving during the First World War. And whereas facing racial discrimination and being assigned to non-combatant roles such as timber cutting for military uses, the bravery and contribution of the No. 2 Construction Battalion during their service in World War I went unrecognized for a long time. And whereas the dedication of the No. 2 Construction Battalion was finally acknowledged during African Heritage Month in 2016 and further cemented on an official national apology from the Prime Minister and Defense Minister in July 2022, which addressed the injustice based on systemic racism. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in honoring the No. 2 Construction Battalion, acknowledging their significant contributions to our nation's history. We remember. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate. Hear, hear. Thank you.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas Sunday, November 12th, 2023 marks the day of the celebration of Diwali, which is known as the Festival of Lights. And whereas Diwali is an important festival in Judaism, Jainism, Sikhism, symbolizing the victory of light of darkness, and whereas many Nova Scotians will observe this joyful celebration by lighting lamps, visiting with friends and family, exchanging gifts, enjoying delicious food, and honoring the Hindu goddess Lakshmi, who brings prosperity for the year to come. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature wish all those who celebrate a Diwali filled with hope, prosperity, and promise for brighter days ahead. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There is a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby request that the following motion be adopted without notice pursuant to Rule 32.5 of the House of Assembly Rules and Forms of Procedure. Be it resolved that all the congratulatory motions deposited with the clerk pursuant to Rule 32.3 of the Rules and Forms of Procedures of the House of Assembly from October 12th, 2023 to the rising of the House today that have not been otherwise considered by the House of Assembly be approved.
Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill. On behalf of my colleague from Northside Westmount, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, to increase the volunteer firefighter and volunteer ground search and rescue tax credit.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Clare, on behalf of the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend 217 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Income Tax Act, to increase the volunteer firefighter and volunteer ground search and rescue worker tax credit.
Bill 403, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, to increase the volunteer firefighter and volunteer ground search and rescue worker tax credit.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I should move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the federal government changed employment insurance rules in December 2022 to allow persons who are suffering from illnesses to access employment insurance for up to 26 weeks. And whereas Nova Scotia labor law currently only guarantees employees working in provincially regulated industries a maximum of 3 days unpaid leave due to illness, which is insufficient for people with serious illnesses such as cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and MS. And whereas the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration will discuss the issue of leave for chronic illness during a meeting of her federal and territorial counterparts in the new year. Therefore, be it resolved that the House directs the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration to consult and study this issue and discuss it with her provincial and territorial counterparts with the intention of providing Nova Scotians facing serious illnesses who are working in provincially regulated industries with job-protected unpaid leave and report progress back to the legislature by the spring legislative session 2024. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye?
Aye.
Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia is experiencing a year of devastating extreme weather that is accelerated by climate change, whereas programs aimed at supporting energy-efficient retrofits such as heat pumps remain hard to access, especially for low-income Nova Scotians, and effective climate action must address the very real affordability concerns of regular people. Whereas thousands of Nova Scotians continue to struggle with dramatic increases in the cost of living, and all members of the legislature ought to join the Nova Scotia NDP to call on the federal government to remove all tax on home heating, exempt all home heating from carbon pricing, improve access to home retrofit programs, and increase federal investments in those programs. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly directs the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development at the earliest possible opportunity to summon witnesses and provide an examination of the merits of exempting home heating from taxes and carbon pricing and improving access to home retrofit programs.
There has been a request for Could you? I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
No.
I hear several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
In the West Gallery, we have two Annapolis County councillors, and I'd like to introduce Lynn Longmire from District 5 and Clyde Bartow from District 4. And I invite all members to give them a warm reception.
Welcome to the House. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the Honourable Member for Colchester North.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the East Gallery, longtime good friend of mine, two actually, but first we'll go Mr. Scott Pearce, who is the President of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities and Mayor of Kent-Nagora, one beautiful rural community outside of Montreal. He's here today at the NSFM meeting, and with him is my former colleague in the municipality of Colchester, Deputy Mayor Jeff Stewart, who will be when Scott is done, the incoming chair or president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So welcome, guys, and enjoy your...
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just beg leave to do an introduction, please.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the West Gallery, 9 years ago, a family just came to Canada from Syria, came into my office, and I had the pleasure to meet them and their daughter, Dua Al-Masala. And 9 years later, Dua is now working out of my office as a student, and I want to welcome her, and I hope that everyone can give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
Welcome. Enjoy your visit here. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
If I can draw everyone's attention to the East Gallery, we have some special guests here with us today. I'll ask them to stand as we mention their name. Greg Jones, the President of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. Jim Roper, former fire chief with the Pictou Landing Fire Department and past president of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. Eric Wade Jennings, past chief, DeBert Fire Brigade and vice president of the Fire Service Association of Nova Scotia. I ask all members of the House to give them a warm round of applause.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. It's a pleasure to have you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Addictions and Mental Health.
Greg, Jim, and Eric are among the more than 7,000 volunteers who make our fire service and our ground search and rescue operations in Nova Scotia.
No, I'm sorry. Are you hoping to make a member statement? Or?
Just continue an introduction, if that's okay.
No, so
okay, I'll wait.
We're not on to member statements
Okay.
yet, but certainly when we do, I'll recognize you immediately. Okay, so as we continue on here, I'll recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
I beg leave to make an introduction.
Sure.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we're joined by Letha Haysom and Casey DeLong, who are councillors in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, and I'm sure are here to watch the festivities today, so please give them the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the House. Okay, as there are no further notices of motion. Okay. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lots of positive vibes in here today. That's great. Just back to my comments with Greg, Jim, and Eric. They're among the more than 7,000 volunteers who make our fire service and our ground search and rescue operations in Nova Scotia. Certainly in the last several years, we've called on our volunteers like never before, and they've always been there, Madam Speaker. It's hard to find the right words to say thank you for the many, many hours you put in outside of your day jobs, outside of your families, to support others, neighbors and strangers alike, on what is often our worst days. There's no way to repay our volunteers for the hours they've given in services in our communities across Nova Scotia, but there are ways we can be there for them when they are there for us. Today we announced a new mental health support service for volunteer firefighters and ground search and rescue people across Nova Scotia. It'll launch in December. Will include a range of health and wellness services, including individual and family counseling. To our guests, we are all grateful for your service. I'd ask the House to please stand and welcome the guests and acknowledge their work they do every day. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Leader of the Official Opposition in honour of Remembrance Week. On Remembrance Day, we pay tribute to all of those who served and continue to serve. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we honour their service and sacrifice. It's the courage of our military personnel that has provided us with the rights and freedoms we enjoy today. We pause to remember their brave sacrifices and acknowledge a debt we can never repay. We pay tribute to those who have lost their lives and those who have been physically or mentally scarred by their service, as well as their family members and loved ones. The military has a special place in the identity of our province. We are proud of that identity, and we thank the Nova Scotians who continue to serve. I encourage everyone to take some time to reflect on the sacrifices made for all of us this week, lest we forget. Thank you.
recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is home to many Palestinians and to many Jews. And in vigils, rallies, kitchens, and living rooms across this province, Nova Scotians gather to worry about the fate of their loved ones and to mourn the thousands who have been killed in the Israel-Hamas war. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, here at home and across the country, hate is on the rise. Mosques and synagogues are increasingly targeted. There is little tolerance for opposing views, and instances of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are increasing. We unequivocally condemn these. As leaders in this House, we must do what we can to bring comfort, compassion, and solace to those who need it most. We must offer love and tolerance in the face of extremism and hate when it manifests at home and in our communities. As Nova Scotians gather to express themselves, share their grief, and support each other, we must ensure that everyone feels safe in their expression and seen in this chamber. Once again, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in amplifying calls for the release of hostages, the establishment of humanitarian pathways, a political and diplomatic solution to the crisis, and a ceasefire in the region.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Madam Speaker, before I make my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I would like to direct the attention of the House to your gallery so that I may introduce two of my constituents. Sherry and Craig Vino are pillars of the Lunenburg County Ground Search and Rescue Team, where Sherry has served as search director and Craig as a training officer. This past September, they each received their 35-year service awards. So a combined 70 years of search experience and service between them. Sherry is also president of the Nova Scotia Ground Search and Rescue Association and served as the Nova Scotia representative on the Search and Rescue Volunteer Association of Canada. Thank you for joining us here today, and I would ask you to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House of Assembly.
Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of Lunenburg County Ground Search and Rescue on the occasion of its 45th anniversary. This volunteer organization provides critical assistance to law enforcement when people go missing at home in Lunenburg County and beyond. They also assist in evacuation efforts, such as those related to recent wildfires and flooding in our province, and they teach woods proofing, what to do if you become lost in the woods. In fact, they have one of their Hug a Tree sessions coming up in Riverport on November 18th. Madam Speaker, I am so grateful for the dedication of these individuals and their families who, like our volunteer firefighters, devote many, many hours to training and fundraising, all in addition to their search services, and who remain ever ready when emergencies arise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Leader of the Official Opposition. The situation in Israel and Palestine has escalated rapidly, and thousands of people, Palestinians and Israelis, have died. In the wake of these brutalities, Nova Scotians have mourned with families and prayed for the safety of those impacted by the dangerous situation in the Middle East. Here at home, it may seem as though we are helpless, but Nova Scotians can and should stand against all forms of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate. The Premier has used language that has only caused further division on the issue and failed to recognize our local Palestinian community, which lost family members and homes abroad. We as elected officials need to ensure we are not using language that will inflame the situation, but stand strong for our local communities impacted on both sides. We must work to bring us together for peace. To those impacted, both near and far, we are with you. We stand firmly committed to international law and the ultimate goal of peace, safety, and security in the Middle East. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction, please?
Yes, please do.
I'd like to draw the House's attention to the gallery opposite, where we have two amazing young people from Dartmouth North. My friend, Ronnie Harris. Ronnie is a student at Woodlawn High, born and raised in Dartmouth North, and also, let me tell you, a great door knocker, folks. But I think he's pretty committed to my campaign in the next one, so no one's allowed to take him. And next to him is Kaylee Dixon, who is, since I was elected, I've known Kaylee. She's also from Dartmouth North and has done incredible work with the youth. She is a youth herself, but is a great youth leader for ones coming up behind her. So I'm about to do a member statement about Ronnie's sister, Maya, and so I'd like to ask you all to welcome them warmly.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, 3 years ago on June 10th, 15-year-old Maya Harris died of an accidental drug overdose. She was a daughter, a sister, a Dartmouth High student, and a much-loved member of the North Dartmouth community. After Maya's celebration of life, her friends looked for a way to grieve her loss. Guided by youth worker Kaylee Dixon and supported by inspiring communities, the youth began to do work with an art therapist. They would gather monthly, and the result is a beautiful mural that is now displayed on the outside wall of the Dartmouth North Boys and Girls Club. The mural, conceived by Maya's friends and painted by Trackside Studios, depicts a large book of Maya's life with butterflies all around. The mural honors Maya and celebrates her life, and its creation is a way for those who love her to channel their grief. In front of the mural is a beautiful wooden bench created by Dartmouth North resident and teacher Ian Stewart, so community members can now sit and remember Maya or just take a moment for themselves. I ask all members of the House to join me in remembering Maya Harris and in thanking her friends and family for turning their sadness into a beautiful symbol of love and hope.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction ahead of my statement.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery is someone who needs no introduction to the House, really, but a familiar face to members, staff, our friends in the media. Marla McGuinness, a valuable member of the team of Communications Nova Scotia, and introducing her today because she is a great niece of the gentleman I'm going to honour in my member statement. So welcome, Marla.
Welcome. I hope you enjoy your visit to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honour Roy Burton Simpson of Boylston, who passed away on August 18th at the age of 99. Private Simpson was the last surviving veteran of Royal Canadian Legion Branch 81 Guysborough. Roy always attended the parades of Remembrance Day ceremonies with his fellow veterans, including my grandfather, Bernie Worth. And as the number of local veterans grew smaller, Roy still attended the ceremonies, proudly wearing his medals and saluting the flag. Born in Boylston on April 15th, 1924, Roy moved to Ontario as a teenager to seek employment, and on his 18th birthday enlisted in the Royal Canadian Army. He became a soldier in the Toronto Scottish Highlanders Regiment, and upon completing his training, he immediately volunteered to go overseas. Roy was a frontline soldier from the time he enlisted until the end. He saw action in England, France, Belgium, Germany, and was a proud soldier in the liberation of Holland. Eventually, Roy moved home and met his future wife, Dorothy. They bought a farm and worked hard to make a living while raising two sons, David and Gary, and three foster daughters, Margaret, Florence, and Carla. Through the years, Roy volunteered with the Manchester Boylston Fire Department and was an active member of the Shedabucto Curling Club. During this Remembrance Week, we remember Private Roy Burton Simpson and his service to our country. Madam Speaker, we extend our deepest sympathies to his family on the passing of their hero father and papa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in my place. It seems like we're coming to the end of this session, much to the disappointment of all. I say that jokingly, but I want to be serious for a second. I want to say this: it's been a lot of long hours. And we've been in here a lot. We've been debating a lot of important bills. And while we're doing that, staff have been here day and night. The hours were called late every night, Madam Speaker. We were here late every night debating those bills and making decisions on behalf of Nova Scotians. But staff really stepped up, and they were here every night supporting us in any capacity they could. And it's not easy. Absolutely not easy. So I rise to my place today as one of the House leaders here, someone who engages with staff a lot, to thank them so much, whether you're pages, media, anybody involved with legislative TV, anybody involved, our clerks, everyone, for just doing an outstanding job, not only this session, but every session. So thank you to all of you, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to inform the House of some great news. Horizon Achievement Centre is the proud owner of a 2023 Chrysler Pacifica from Colburn Chrysler van. A special thank you to the Cape Breton Credit Union, who started this fundraiser with their Helping Hands Fund contribution of $16,000. Thanks to everyone who's contributed, including the Kiwanis of Cape Breton, Golden Cay families and friends. Horizon's monthly 50-50 and the ongoing fundraisers will continue to support this initiative. To date, they have raised $54,262. A thank you to Van Gogh Signs and Designs for the van's design. The new passenger van will enhance and increase the community's connection for people with varying abilities, support their social enterprise operations and leisure and recreational programs, and provide opportunities for learning and independent living. Congratulations, Horizon Achievement Centre.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Madam Speaker, as we commemorate Remembrance Week, I'd like to pay tribute to Sergeant Walter Alvin Perrin. His daughter, Alice Pugsley, sent me the citation Walter received when he was awarded the Military Medal in 1949 at age 22. The citation awarded on April 28, 1949, commends his heroism, stating, Sergeant Perrin has commanded his 3-inch M10 self-propelled gun and detachment with exceptional courage and leadership. It goes on to say, when his troop was supporting a unit of 4 British Infantry Division, this non-commissioned officer showed courage and leadership of a high order. The citation ends with, the initiative and the devotion to duty of Sergeant Perrin have been a great source of encouragement and inspiration to his whole troop. Madam Speaker, this is why Remembrance Day is so important to Canadians. It is because of people like Walter Perrin, who stood in the face of danger and were an inspiration to the soldiers under his command. Sergeant Perrin passed away in 2018 and is missed by his family every day. Nearly a year ago, his daughter Alice was in London and stood in the very spot where her father had received his military medal. Standing in front of Buckingham Palace, she held his picture and the announcement in the London Gazette, knowing how important it is that we remember our brave heroes like Walter Alvin Perrin. Madam Speaker, I would like to table a copy of this citation so that it may be kept in the records of all time. Quite honestly, this citation goes into more detail about his bravery. Allowed?
I would like to remind the member we're up to 2 minutes now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will remember.
We will. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a quick introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery today, we are joined by a number of community members from the Hammonds Plains, Lucasville community. I'll ask them to stand when I recognize them. From the Hammonds Plains Volunteer Fire Department, Captain Keith Cuthbertson, Ken Mitchell, Mike Deagle, and Trevor Bracken. I wasn't done yet. Next, last but not least, we have representatives from the St. Margaret's Bay Center General Manager Charlene Cameron and Andrew Grimmett, who are with us today as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to recognize just a few people who were extremely hands-on during the wildfires this summer. Of course, the fire took place on a Sunday, so our volunteer team was the first on scene, and Charlene and Andrew made a point to make a home for these teams of emergency responders and firefighters who, round the clock, came in, got a few hours of sleep, fed, and were back out there to fight fires as quickly and often as they could. I would be remiss if I did not, after the summer that we had, make a point to join my colleagues from all around the House in recognizing some of our local heroes. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to note that soon after this House rises, Trans Day of Remembrance will be marked on November 20th. In the face of rising transphobic hate, it is even more important this year to stand in solidarity for inclusion and safety in Nova Scotia. We will mark the day here at Province House by raising the trans pride flag and gathering with community. I urge all members, wherever they find themselves, on November 20th, to gather with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and demonstrate your commitment, our shared commitment, to standing up to transphobic bullying, discrimination, and violence and building a better Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of all those who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces. During this Remembrance Week, we pay tribute to those who have answered the call of our nation and sacrificed to provide us with the freedoms that we enjoy every day in Canada. We're very fortunate to sit in this House as representatives of democracy and voices for citizens around this province. It is because of the sacrifices of our veterans that we have been provided with this opportunity. We must remember to live up to promises made to them by this nation when they were deployed to foreign battlefields. We must strive to be a nation worthy of their commitment, to uphold the values that make them proud to wear the flag of their uniform. I encourage all Nova Scotians who have the ability to attend a service this Remembrance Day and to thank their local veterans and service members for their sacrifices. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of the legislature join me in paying tribute to our heroes and committing to all veterans and active service members that we will honor you and we will remember, lest we forget. Madam Speaker, I ask that the members of the House pay tribute with a moment of silence.
We will stand for a moment of silence, please. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the West Gallery today, we are joined by Kelly Gomes, my long-suffering CA of 11 years. Kelly is not only my CA, but she's also my co-campaign chair, riding president, former riding president. She's a jack of all trades, so I just ask that everybody give her a warm welcome.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I will say, Madam Chair, before I speak, surprisingly, in 11 years, I think this is the first time Kelly has second time she's graced us with her presence. So, Madam Speaker, today I want to take a moment to thank Kelly Gomes, my CA, my office manager, my partner in all things community. Kelly has been beside me since the beginning, and she has earned every single penny. From the text messages, all hours of the night, to my random ideas that she brings to life. Putting community events together, delivering groceries, she fills out applications, and she is always, always there. Madam Speaker, Kelly has decided to hang it up and will retire next year. I know she will miss my non-stop texts, asking her to create events after event after event, my pestering, and all things I do to drive her nuts. But in all seriousness, Madam Speaker, I could not and would not do this without you. None of this is possible without you, and I want you to always remember that. You are the unsung hero of all of this. Enjoy your retirement. Know I love and appreciate you, and keep those sneakers close, because there's a provincial election coming soon.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like the House to join me toward the West Gallery. We're joined by my sister, Zolly Kennedy Churchill, who's here today, and her friend Josh, I believe. Thank you so much for coming out to watch the proceedings today. And I ask the House to give them a warm welcome.
Welcome. Okay, who's next? I recognize the Honourable Member for I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a team of folks who help us all do our job daily here in the House. From the House of Assembly staff, Scott and Kyle, who keep us on track and make sure all of the daily business runs smoothly, Chuck and the commissioners and the police officers who all keep us safe and secure in this space, to the pages who consistently keep us refreshed and are available to get us items we need and table our information on their feet at all hours, to the library staff and Ledge Council who are helpful with their information and our needs in and outside of this House, to the clerks who do all of the paperwork, advise on all of the ways of parliamentary process, keeping us all in line, to Ledge TV, who makes sure the sound is right and the cameras are on point, and who also make sure our 7 fans are updated, to the Sergeant of Arms, who directs us when and how we do business to keep us focused, and to all our staff and families and anyone else who I may have missed, who have supported us through these long days and fulsome debates. I'd like all members to join me in thanking all of these folks for their hard work and patience during this fall sitting.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to say thank you to all the staff who have worked to keep this sitting of the legislature running smoothly. And we certainly all know that hasn't been easy. The team, including the Sergeant at Arms, the clerks, the pages, the staff at Ledge TV, and House management, have put in a lot of hours and have all done a wonderful job over the past several weeks. I wish you all a wonderful winter season until we meet again in the spring. Madam Speaker, having been in the chair that you presently hold for more than 2 years, I've gotten to know the staff, and I can tell you, they are tremendous. We're fortunate to have them. I also must thank all the people who work behind the scenes to make our lives easier. Our caucus staff, who you rarely see unless they happen to be sitting in the gallery, are always available to help when we need assistance. They listen when we need advice, they chat when we need support, and they bring us snacks when we need a boost of energy. They're invaluable to each of us. Madam Speaker, we all know that the MLAs are only a part of what makes this legislature work. I ask each of you to join me as we thank all the members of this team for their invaluable assistance during this session and beyond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, this Saturday is Remembrance Day. On the 11th hour, on the 11th day, on the 11th month, Nova Scotians will take a moment to reflect on the tremendous sacrifices that so many Canadians in uniform have made on behalf of all of us, including my grandfather, Dr. Jack Kerr. We all owe a debt of gratitude to members of the Canadian Forces, the Merchant Marines, and the RCMP who have selflessly put their life on the line to serve our country. I would also like to acknowledge the extraordinary work completed by the Royal Canadian Legion members across our province to support veterans and to ensure that the sacrifices made by Canadians across the globe are not forgotten. There are 4 exceptional Legion branches in my constituency: Middleton Legion 1, Port Royal Legion Branch 21, Bridgetown Legion number 33, and Lawrencetown Legion number 112. And I look forward to chatting with all members this Saturday, November 11th. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect on a quick introduction.
It's actually a member statement. I know it'll be quick. I just wanted to say a happy birthday to my daughter Freya. She'll be 2 on Sunday, and so I just wanted to be able to say that again this year. Thank you.
We now begin the orders of the day with oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Premier promised Nova Scotians in his election campaign that he would give them a better paycheck. However, Nova Scotia now has the second lowest weekly wages in the whole country, and this is at a time when we've also led the country with inflation. We knew the Premier would not be able to execute on this election promise, but he can put more money in Nova Scotians' pockets by cutting their income tax. Will the Premier commit to doing that today?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for this important question, and certainly we've said that particular platform promise is we're taking a look at what's really possible there. But in the meantime, I do think there are many Nova Scotians that have benefited from government policies and do have a better paycheck. Yeah, I'm thinking about CCAs. I'm thinking about those that are benefiting from the MOST program. I encourage the members opposite to help us promote that wonderful MOST program. It's helping a lot of people. But we know that Nova Scotians are struggling. We also know that the government is under significant pressure to invest in housing, to invest in healthcare, to invest in Nova Scotians. So these things are always a balancing act, but the Minister of Finance will lead a robust budget process, and I'm sure a lot of things will be under consideration in that process.
The honourable leader of the official opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the Premier promised those working in the private sector that they'd have a better paycheck because of his government's investment, and then he gets up and lists those in the public sector that are. There's a clear difference there. And Nova Scotians across the province, whether they're working in the public or private sector, are facing the highest rental increases in the country. Nova Scotia has seen, as I mentioned, the highest inflation rate in the country. We're the only province in the country to fail on food security. And now we actually find out that the Premier has also cut a program that provides more than $70,000 in food coupons to low-income families, Madam Speaker. Can the Premier please tell us why that program was cut, particularly with those who are most financially vulnerable in the province and who sometimes require these coupons to actually put food on the table for their families?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, and I just want to just kind of remind the member that we make government policy for all Nova Scotians, regardless of where they work, and certainly to his point, many of those that are benefiting from the MOST program would in fact be working in the private sector for sure, on job sites around this province. But we focus on all Nova Scotians in terms of government policy. I'm not aware of any cuts to any programs. There are some that have been frozen. I believe the member might be referring to a cut that the federal government made to a certain program, but I'm happy to speak further with the member about his concerns on that program.
I recognize the leader of the official opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Premier and the government keep mentioning this MOST program. Only a fraction of the dollars that have been budgeted toward that program are actually being used. Skilled trade workers aren't taking them up on this program. It's not helping with the skilled labor shortage or helping a lot of Nova Scotians. But the Premier says he governs for all Nova Scotians. But what we've seen is they're not governing for those that are of the lowest income. They have frozen income assistance. And they have frozen income assistance at a time when every cost for people is going up. They have cut $70,000 out of the food coupon program. That is a provincial program that is run by the Minister of Agriculture. Can the Premier please tell us Why, when we're dealing with the highest costs in the country, is he cutting funding to those that are most financially vulnerable?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to discuss with the member the program that he might be referring to. I'm not sure that it's accurate, his statements on that. But listen, Madam Speaker, what I would say is we know Nova Scotians are struggling. We focused on targeted supports. We have a number of targeted supports that are helping many Nova Scotians. And in terms of the MOST program is an innovative program. It's a new program. Sometimes it takes time for new programs to be known widely, to be accepted. When I tell people, sometimes they just don't believe me. Is that true? Is that really happening? The opposition can be part of promoting something that is positive. They don't always have to be negative about programs. This is a wonderful program, and I asked the member to maybe push that out through his social media channels and herald this wonderful program.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier about a number of important issues that Nova Scotians are facing that are united by a common theme. The Premier acknowledging a problem, but then failing to act. Since the start of this session, New Democrats have been fighting for things that matter to everyday Nova Scotians. The Premier knows that the cost of living is the #1 issue facing the people of this province, but when we asked for a seniors' income benefit that would help Nova Scotian seniors live in dignity, he said no. When we pointed out that new families are losing hundreds, if not thousands of dollars through the practice of waitlist fees, the Premier agreed, but then refused to ban it. People are struggling, but the Premier has refused to discuss taking the HST off of groceries, freezing pharmacare fees, or establishing a school lunch program. When will the Premier act to meaningfully help the people of this province who are struggling?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every day, this government is working to support Nova Scotians, to assist Nova Scotians. Every single day, I could list a litany of programs that we're supporting, that we're expanding, that we're creating every single day, Madam Speaker. And just to the member's point, it's actually very rare that I just say no. I often take this information, we go away, we think about it. It's very difficult to make government policy in a question period in 45 seconds, but we listen, we go away, we assess, we see what's possible, and on a number of those things we'll do that. HST is already off most of the things that you would buy at the grocery store, but we're open to looking for ways to help Nova Scotians. We don't just say no.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, and I thank the Premier for that answer. So I want to ask the Premier again about waitlist fees for childcare. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development has finally agreed that the practice of predatory and unfair waitlist fees is wrong, but they are still being charged, and we are no further along in addressing the issue of banning fees. Will the Premier be very clear and commit that unfair waitlist fees will be stopped by this government?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And access to affordable childcare is fundamental. We're making great strides in making sure that there is affordable childcare for Nova Scotians. I'm very proud of the work that's being done on that file. And the Minister has already said that that's a practice that's inconsistent with access to affordable childcare, and the department is looking at what is possible in that respect. And we'll continue to look at that.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on our final supplementary.
Thank you. We look forward to action on that file. This is a government that repeatedly agrees that we have an important issue on our hands, but then doesn't address it. Take seniors' incomes. The government agrees that the state of seniors' poverty is critical, acknowledges that almost every other province has an income benefit for seniors, and then says we would certainly consider doing it. But now, the Minister of Finance says there's nothing to be done. So again, the Premier's acknowledged an issue, but his government has refused to do anything about it. So I will ask again, will the Premier ensure that seniors have an income benefit that equals what seniors get in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland and Labrador, all of which are more than what seniors get here? Thank you.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to that list of provinces, I'm not aware of any of them that have a seniors care grant. Yet we do here in Nova Scotia. So governments, and we understand the need to support Nova Scotians where we can. We'll always want to do more, but we certainly understand it. This year as a province, we absorbed close to $5 million in additional pharmacare costs. We held the line on seniors pharmacare. Well, you know, obviously the costs were rising, but we didn't pass that through, and we added a bunch of new therapies to that program too. So it wouldn't be fair to say this government does nothing. In fact, this government is a government of action that accomplishes a lot. We have lots to do, but we're getting lots done, Madam Speaker. Completely reject the premise that we do nothing. So that's not true.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This past weekend, premiers from across the province came to Halifax, and they all stayed at Scott McRae's Hotel, the Queen's Mark. Again, one of the probably most expensive hotel in the province. This is also an individual who is closely aligned with the Premier, chaired his transition team, has fundraised for the Premier, is a close friend and personal ally. Does the Premier understand that how this could be perceived as a potential conflict of interest or favoritism?
I'm sorry. I'm going to seek some advice on this. I'm going to rule the question out of order on the premises that we have no idea who's, I'm pretty sure the premiers of other provinces are on their own expense accounts that the taxpayers of Nova Scotia aren't paying. So we'll move on to your second question. Go ahead, please.
And certainly they all just decided to stay at that one hotel. I won't ask another question on this. But I bring this up because the government has brought forward a piece of legislation that allows them to overturn decisions made by HRM, that allows them to handpick their preferred developers to move on some of the biggest housing developments in the province. And we on this side of the House are worried that there's going to be favoritism. What mechanisms for accountability and transparency will the Premier bring in to ensure that favoritism does not happen when all the power is concentrated in the office of one of his ministers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I reject the assertions of the opposition entirely, and I can tell the member that we have stated clearly that we see this, and we're discussing Bill 329. I mean, we still see these being used, these powers at the end of the process, not before. We respect the municipal planning strategy, absolutely, and we will, and all of the permitting that's required. We work with anyone who wants to build in Nova Scotia. We want to see them build. We want to see this province built, and we reject this type of negative thinking.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This isn't negative thinking. This is legitimate concern over favoritism, which we've actually seen a pattern of with this government. This is a government that has fired independent boards, put on personal friends of the Premier to run them, and this is a government that now is allowing the minister to, whether it's at the beginning of the process or at the end, make a final decision that can overrule a local municipality. And there is no protections in the law as presented that will stop them from choosing favorites, picking winners and losers. My question to the Premier, will he make amendments to this law to ensure that Nova Scotians are protected from favoritism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister. I will recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Time for me to digest that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I can tell the members is that we lived through 8 years of their government as well and saw many things happen, and they do similar things. So what I will say is that they may remember in terms of who was appointed. What I will say is I'll ask the member to recall who did we put at the head of our executive panel on housing but former Minister McClellan right away. We'll take talent wherever it is. We'll take good advice wherever it comes from.
Just to remind the member to, be considerate of how you phrase. We are not to be asking or questions about bills or amendments, right? So I would recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm concerned that the minister can't answer this question. We've seen examples in the country where Conservative government intervened with municipal decision-making. It led to scandal, an RCMP investigation, favoritism. We've seen other examples, like in BC, where there was an intervention, but it was around rules. Rules were changed. It didn't give the minister the ability to make their own decisions on who got what or pick winners and losers. They actually just changed the rules they didn't like. My question to the Premier, why, if they want to intervene with HRM decision-making and have issues with some of the rules that are in place, why didn't they just change the rules instead of giving the minister unilateral ability to pick winners and losers when it comes to development?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I will first of all remind the member that this party's not under an RCMP investigation right now. So, what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that this is a very different situation in Ontario. I know the member would like to tag that with us, and that is a totally different circumstance where we've said we're absolutely committed to the MPS, the municipal planning strategy. We want to see that built out, and in fact our bill calls for the suburban plan energy strategy to be built out. We respect those strategies, we respect the permitting processes, and this is we're working for the growth of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Power bills have gone up by 7% under this government. They're going to go up again by another 7%. And the minister has said they're doing everything they can because this is fuel costs. I want to ask the minister, there has already been 3 coal plants that were previously scheduled to be decommissioned now. What is the new timeline? There's a new 2030 clean power plan that says that 4 coal plants will continue to be operating in emergency use. So my question is to the Minister of Natural Resources, what are the 4 communities that will have coal plants decommissioned, and what's the new timeline to see that happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member opposite for the question and the interest in our clean power plan for 2030. And not only did we say we were going to do it, we put a plan in place. There's things such as the 80% renewables that we didn't just say we were going to do it, we legislated. It's off coal that we said we were going to do it. We also legislated it. But Madam Speaker, I'd like to just point out there are going to be some changes in that. It's a very new plan. We are still having dialogue back and forth with our federal counterparts, our neighbours to the New Brunswick area, and Nova Scotia Power, but what plants are going to be into what detail. And as soon as that's available, I look forward to sharing that with all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The interesting part about that is Nova Scotia Power is already talking to workers about which plants will close. Plants like the Trenton plant, which was previously going to be transitioned to natural gas, is now planned for full closure. Employees want some certainty on where they're going to be able to get support, and since the minister has said that it is in law, they've made the law, that coal plants will close, I want to ask the minister, how much of the commitment from the federal government, or even from the province, how much funds will go to ensure that all of our employees that are currently working at coal plants have that support when they close?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had the chance to speak about this on the floor, but also as well as my colleague from the Department of Labour that actually takes sort of the lead on this. We do take the responsibility for electricity generation within my department and other things, but the frank matter is we've had these conversations with Nova Scotia Power. We know that they are talking to their employees, but across the different government departments, we're having these conversations because it's not the end of a career, Madam Speaker, for these workers. It's a new career in green energy.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
My question is for the Minister of Finance. Last week, people concerned about seniors' poverty were encouraged when the minister indicated an openness to creating a provincial seniors' income benefit. I would keep an open mind, he told reporters. When it makes sense to do so, we would certainly consider doing it. But people were deflated yesterday when, in answer to a question here, the minister walked back that openness and reverted, as the Premier did earlier, to talking about the Seniors Care Grant, practically the only senior supplement in Canada that requires an application and receipts. Is the minister really going to close the door on a seniors' income benefit in the province with the worst seniors' income in the country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the challenge. I think it's great for opposition to bring ideas forward, but when they're brought forward in question period and in short snippets and before in response to media questions on those matters, it can create a lot of confusion for the public. And what I would say, Madam Speaker, is when government makes a decision on these kinds of things, we don't do it in an answer and question period. We don't do it in a media scrum. As we have said, and as I have said, we are always open to ideas, Madam Speaker, and will continue to be.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Speaking of creating confusion, Madam Speaker, yesterday the minister spoke about issues he saw about seniors' income benefit. He spoke about identifying how many people live in a certain house and finding out whether or not a person is actually in that house and about CRA, all different kinds of issues. But doesn't the minister think that the governments and provinces of BC and Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba and Ontario and Quebec and New Brunswick and Newfoundland and Labrador have figured all of these things out? And isn't it time for us in Nova Scotia to follow their lead and establish a seniors' income benefit for the low-income seniors of our province?
The Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member started out his question last week with a criticism of the Seniors Care Grant and saying that it was not as good as an idea that he had. And that's fine, Madam Speaker, but none of those provinces have the Seniors Care Grant. It was a new initiative started by this government. It helps seniors stay in their home. And we've heard a lot of positive feedback on that program, Madam Speaker. So we intend, let me be clear on that, for that program to continue.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have gone through another House session where we've not seen any increase in income assistance for our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. And during this time, we have the highest inflationary rates in the country. The cost of living has continued to rise. Homelessness has continued to rise. Food insecurity has continued to rise. Yet this government's solution frees income assistance for the last 2 years. It is shameful, Madam Speaker. Something that this government could do is index income assistance rates to inflation. This would directly help the health and safety of hundreds of Nova Scotians who are struggling right now. My question to the Minister of Community Services, what will it take for this government to increase income assistance rates to inflation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And our government is absolutely concerned with the challenges facing Nova Scotians, cost of living challenges, affordability issues, rising interest rates, inflation, Madam Speaker. And our government has provided targeted supports and will continue to look at opportunities to support Nova Scotians. I think of the Nova Scotia Child Benefit increased in the last 2 budgets. I think about targeted supports for those on income assistance over the last number of years. My colleague just talked about the Seniors Care Grant and supporting certainly seniors in poverty. And again, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to do what we can to support Nova Scotians and continue to look at our programs to make sure that we are supporting Nova Scotians who are feeling vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Mr. Speaker, and there's nothing more direct than income assistance to help people in this province. And the targeted supports the ministers continue to talk about are not even close to good enough. They are failing Nova Scotians, and I don't know why this government continues to ignore it. I will repeat for the umpteenth time in this House, we're the only province to get an F on poverty reduction. It is unacceptable that this government is okay with that grade. My question to the minister, does he understand that by indexing income assistance to inflation, he can help improve the lives of our most vulnerable?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we recognize that poverty is a significant and complex issue. We recognize that it's often intergenerational and systemic, and we recognize that Nova Scotians do need supports. And again, I'll highlight targeted supports that we have created as a government, Madam Speaker. I can talk about the funding for heat pumps for low-income seniors, Madam Speaker. We'll talk about the investments that we've made in foster care, changes, Madam Speaker. Some of the most expansive across the province or across the country in that regard, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the supports that we've had for children with disabilities, Madam Speaker. We know that this is a challenge for Nova Scotians, and we'll continue to look at ways that we can support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, while the Minister of Education in this province was busy blaming the federal government for not implementing a universal food lunch program, over in Newfoundland and Labrador, their Premier, Dr. Andrew Furey, got down to work and actually announced an $85 million over 2 years to reduce childhood poverty. This included expanding their lunch program to every single school in the province. Madam Speaker, why won't Nova Scotia follow Newfoundland's lead and introduce a universal lunch program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So let me be very clear. We are not waiting for the federal government to take steps to increase access to food at schools. We know how important it is for our students to have access to food in schools, and that's why we have introduced pilots. That's why we have expanded access to food through programming with our partners at agriculture, through programming with our partners at health. Madam Speaker, let me also be clear. I don't blame the federal government. Madam Speaker, I'm calling upon the federal government to participate and support us in our work, but we are not waiting. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, we're increasing access to food in schools, and we're supporting our students in that regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Now, two of our Atlantic counterparts who are not rolling in big surpluses like this government has had for the last 2 years have announced and are getting to work on implementing a universal lunch program, not pilot projects, to reduce child poverty. This government grandstands, makes excuses, and does pilot projects. It's shameful, Madam Speaker, and kids in Nova Scotia deserve better. Why won't this government commit to reducing poverty by providing free food in schools now, every school?
The Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I want to be clear for any students or families who are concerned about access to food in schools. If a student needs access to food in schools, we have resources available for those students. Every single adult in our school system is aware of the need to ensure that we provide support for our students, and every school has food and funding and support available to do that. Madam Speaker, we know that we can improve universality of access in schools, and that's why we are doing the pilot programs. That's why we are expanding the programs that are available, because we know we need to do this work, and we are doing the work. We're not waiting for our federal partners. But Madam Speaker, I would encourage the Liberals across the way to speak to their federal colleagues, because it's irresponsible for us not to use whatever funds are available, and the federal government has promised this, and we do hope that they're going to follow through.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The median income for a Nova Scotian receiving a rent supplement is $15,816. And yet, on this signature housing program, all that this government has done is make it more difficult for applicants to apply and more difficult for them to qualify by changing the income threshold from 30% of income to 50% of income. The minister talks a lot about how important it is that there's great demand, and that is exactly the argument why the income threshold should be reversed back to 30%. So why will the minister not do that?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I've answered this question before, but happen to do it again. Thank the member for the question. I mean, the reality is this is a federal-provincial cost-shared program which now has $10 million of federal funding, $50 million $40 million of our funding. We're going to increase it this year. We're going to put $21 million more in to continue to meet the tremendous demand. We have the most accessible, most successful rent sup program in the country in terms of money, and I think I've explained that before. Some of my colleagues, when we meet with other provincial ministers, are asking the feds for permission to use that money elsewhere because they haven't spent it. But in reality, we're doing it. We've asked the Federal Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, Honourable Sean Fraser, for help. Let's have a little more help here from him.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I understand that the minister has answered this question in the past. And the reason why I keep asking is because the answer is not sufficient. So, for rent supplement recipients, 17% of them are at risk of homelessness. 15% of them are living with mental health or addictions-related issues. 18% have a disability. And from day to day, this government found $700 million to fund a housing plan overnight, and yet they can't find any more money to actually help people who are struggling, the thousands and thousands and thousands of Nova Scotians who are one missed paycheck, one accident in their car away from eviction. When will the minister change this policy back? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, we've been a government of action. We've invested almost $300 million already. We will continue to invest more in the housing crisis. We will continue to invest more in rent subs. I've said an extra $21 million this year and more projected in further out years. So we continue to invest in these programs. We recognize how important they are for Nova Scotians, and we continue to do what we can. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. In Nova Scotia, nearly 50% of children live in a child care desert, meaning they live in an area where there are 3 children for every 1 child care space. We're increasingly hearing that even wait lists are full. Fee reductions only mean so much when families can't even find a space available. So my question to the Minister is, can the Minister tell me when there will be a daycare space for every child that needs it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So we are on a 5-year journey to transform childcare in Nova Scotia. We have had wait lists in Nova Scotia for daycare for decades. We have had expensive daycare fees in Nova Scotia for years. We have under-supported sector, underpaid ECEs for decades, and we are taking all the steps that we need to do to create a system that supports our ECEs, provides them with wages that are professional and fair, that ensures that we have spaces across the province to meet all Nova Scotian needs, to meet the needs of our rural families, our urban families, people who work shift work, people who have seasonal work. Madam Speaker, this is a transformation that is taking years. It will take years. If I could snap my fingers and do it overnight, I would, but that's impossible with a transformation of this magnitude. We are doing the work and we will get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say 5-year transformation means these kids will be in school. And, you know, we're going to have more children that are going to need to be on wait lists. No date, no timeline. Parents are beyond frustrated by the state of our child care sector.
Order. The member for Halifax Needham has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Parents are beyond frustrated by the state of our child care sector and the widespread impacts of shortages. Last week, the government member for Hants West referred to these types of concerns as hocus pocus, this picture that's being painted. Well, some of the hocus pocus we've heard this week is one parent told a local radio show that some daycares they contacted are reporting wait times of 4 years. Another told how her family were left without child care after 2 separate daycares closed on them this year alone. So my question to the Minister is the Minister going to take these concerns seriously, or does she also think they're just hocus pocus?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So, Madam Speaker, I can assure the member and all Nova Scotians that I absolutely do take these concerns seriously. That's why I'm sitting in this House, Madam Speaker. That's why I'm sitting in this speaker. Madam Speaker, significant change is needed. And Madam Speaker, we are taking the steps that we need to take to create that significant change. But you can't create thousands of spaces overnight. You can't rectify decades of wrongs overnight. Madam Speaker, the work is complex, the work is challenging, but Madam Speaker, we are up to the task. We have already created over 3,300 new spaces, Madam Speaker. We have reduced fees by half, we've increased ECE wages, and we're going to keep doing this work.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, the farmers markets of Nova Scotia offer a Nourishing Communities food coupon program launched in 2019. It distributes coupons to those who have difficulty buying healthy food. The coupons can be redeemed at farmers markets all over the province, and vendors are then reimbursed. However, this morning on CBC Radio, the Executive Director of Farmers Markets Nova Scotia was sounding the alarm on the cuts to the program. Over 70,000 was cut from this program, impacting hundreds of households. The government should be increasing access to local healthy food, not cutting important programs that offer food security. Earlier, the Premier had blamed this cut on the federal government, so I'll ask the Minister of Agriculture, why is he cutting funding to this program?
The honourable member for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy to rise and answer this question and create and correct some misinformation that's been said here during question period. The provincial government has not cut any funding to this program, Madam Speaker. This program started in 2021 with the government investing $350,000 in the Nourishing Communities Food Coupon Program by the then Premier at the time, the member for Timberlea Prospect, and it's a great program. And then what happened in 21-22, late 21-22, the government of the day, this PC government, actually increased the funding to $422,000, Madam Speaker. We've maintained that level of funding through the years, and the provincial funding has not changed.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, we also heard that the Farmers Market Association is becoming increasingly frustrated with the delays in the food and beverage strategy. Farmers need support, and they're being told that any new funds are contingent upon what's in that strategy. The What We Heard report is finished and completed. The consultation is complete. What is the delay?
The honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's no delay. We're developing a comprehensive food and beverage strategy in this province, and it's not simple. It's a cross-government approach to addressing food security. 14 departments are taking part in the development of this strategy, and we're working very hard. We had nearly 2,000 responses from Nova Scotians help us develop it, and we appreciate the response. We want to make sure that we have a plan that works for all Nova Scotians, and we're going to take the time to get it right. We'll have more details soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was welcome news that HRM, as the largest urban and rural municipality in this province, is creating a vulnerable persons registry. However, climate change does not know municipal boundaries, and many vulnerable persons live in municipalities that won't have a vulnerable persons registry and could be disadvantaged during a natural disaster. So my question to the minister responsible for emergency management, does he not see the problem with only some municipalities having a vulnerable persons registry?
I recognize the honourable minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. What we see is, Kings County has had a vulnerable persons registry for some time. We're very pleased to see HRM take this step. When we look across the nation, these vulnerable persons registries are managed at the municipal level for several reasons. One is the EMO response tools are held municipally, the fire department resources, at the municipal level, they know their people best. So we're very pleased to see that. There's also the registry that Nova Scotia Power has for vulnerable people as well. So and that registry is related to vulnerable in terms of electricity use, which they maintain. So we're very pleased to see this step being taken by the municipalities.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, it's imperative that vulnerable people in every corner of this province are able to get the help they need during a natural disaster. I'm thinking of my own mom who lives alone. With the climate crisis, we need to be prepared for more storms and strengthen our response in times of disasters. I had a great opportunity to speak with the municipal leaders at the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, and they all agreed that they would like some assistance with a vulnerable persons registry. So will the province at least help fund and expand capacities in municipalities so all Nova Scotians can benefit from a vulnerable persons registry?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I mean, we're taking an unprecedented step of increasing funding to the municipalities by some $40 to $50 million a year already. In terms of that MOU renegotiation, there's a Part B, a Schedule A, I guess we call it, that is other things. In terms of those negotiations with the municipalities, we're open to whatever conversations the municipalities want to have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the official opposition and myself sent a letter to the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture on October 18, calling on the Minister to meet with his provincial counterpart in New Brunswick, the Honourable Margaret Johnson, Minister of Aquaculture and Fisheries, to address the increasing illegal sales of lobster. We have seen seizures in Moncton of 110 crates and containing 8,000 lobsters caught in District 34 this past summer. We are hearing multiple reports of lobster boats steaming from St. Mary's Bay to Grand Manan to sell their catches. Madam Speaker, will the Minister commit immediately to meeting with his counterpart in New Brunswick and establishing an interprovincial enforcement strategy to address the increased illegal sales of lobster?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this important question. I want it known in this House that I share the concerns brought forward by the member, and I don't want the member or the House to think that we're taking these concerns lightly. But with most things in life, there are things that we can do and things that we cannot do. So I'm going to focus on the things that we can do. And number one, I will say that certainly we've been in touch with our counterparts in New Brunswick, and we'll continue that dialogue. We've also had conversations. My very first meeting as minister was with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and I brought forward the concerns that we were hearing from industry. I'd also like to share that with respect to joining forces, we've put forward a steering committee to focus on finding solutions to this issue. Nova Scotia actually chairs it along with DFO and three other organizations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Frustration is growing as illegal fishing continues in District 34. The industry is calling on the Minister to increase the fine to $1 million for buyers who illegally buy lobster, and more importantly, to immediately provide additional enforcement officers on the ground needed to make this policy effective. Can the Minister provide us with a timeline as to when his department will increase the fine to $1 million as previously committed by his government and the former minister? And will the Minister commit to providing additional enforcement resources that the industry has been calling for? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again, thanks to the member opposite for the important question. The answer is the timeline has to go through legislation. So I am committed to increasing the fines to $1 million for convictions under the Fisheries Act. But again, I've advised the House before that requires legislation, so I look forward to tabling it as soon as it is appropriate. With respect to additional things that we can do to try and curb the illegal activity, I'd like to advise the member and the House that on October 17th we issued a letter to the Minister of Fisheries asking for help with increased conservation and enforcement efforts. We sent a letter on October 17th to the Minister of National Revenue asking to help curb the illegal cash sales side of things. On November 3rd, we sent a letter to the Director of Public Prosecutions asking them to expedite prosecution.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Earlier this week, the Premier apologized to Nova Scotians living with disabilities for, quote, years of historic systemic discrimination, end quote, stating that, quote, it is how we collectively treat our most vulnerable citizens that defines us as a society, end quote. Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. How does it define us when the income assistance rate for a single person with a disability leaves them living in deep, punishing poverty?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And certainly, we recognize, certainly with the apology, that people with disabilities should be living in the community of their choice, and certainly should be empowered to make the decisions that they need to support their needs and personal fulfillment. And certainly, we're embarking on a generational transformation regarding how the province supports people with disabilities. And I certainly want to acknowledge kind of the contributions of persons with disabilities, their families, the communities for their engagement in putting this process. And Madam Speaker, we're continuing to move forward with this and looking forward to working with certainly the disability community on meeting the needs of that remedy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Increasing income assistance rates is one of those ways that it can help. Madam Speaker, the income assistance rate for someone living with a disability is only $950 per month. Even if you add all other provincial and federal benefits on top of this amount is still over $13,000 below the poverty line. In his apology, the Premier said, quote, "Vulnerable people rely on their government to level the playing field, and we have failed Nova Scotians living with disabilities in this regard," end quote. In the spirit of this apology and acknowledging the rights of people with disabilities, will the Premier increase income assistance rates to allow Nova Scotians to live with dignity?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we recognize the challenges that people with disabilities face every day, and certainly, the remedy and our movement forward over the next 5 years will certainly be looking at ways to support certainly our most vulnerable people and certainly people with disabilities. And again, I'm looking forward to working with the Disability Rights Coalition as well as others in the community to certainly make sure that we're supporting people with disabilities to the best of our ability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, oral disease is a major problem for patients with special needs, and they often lack the ability to practice routine oral hygiene and have limited access to a facility that can deliver the care that they require. They frequently need the use of advanced behavioral management techniques such as sedation or general anesthesia, which require specialized ORs. There are few options for these patients that exist, as is clearly demonstrated by the more than 130 adults with special needs who remain on the IWK wait list even though they have aged out. Current wait times sit at currently more than 2 years. During this time, we see the progression of dental disease resulting in pain, infection, and significant impact to overall health. What is the government doing to address this matter for these Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. So recently, in the 23-24 budget, we've increased our investment by $4.7 million to improve children's oral health and for individuals living with special needs. So this includes, to the member's point, looking at compensating dentists in the community in order to do oral sedation, which wasn't covered previously. So we've managed to increase the compensation for that. There's coverage of silver, diamine, fluoride. It's not my strength, dentistry, but we have increased the funding to make sure that we can stop dental caries in community, and we've increased dentist compensation for children and those covered under special needs program. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. And to continue that momentum, I'd like to acknowledge a joint proposal that's been developed by the Nova Scotia Dental Association and Dowell's Faculty of Dentistry that will assist this issue. They've renovated their preclinical and clinical spaces with hospital-grade medical devices. They have operating rooms that are built to CSA group standards. They had a donation from an alumnus, Teresa Chang, and they can perform general anesthesia. These assets, Madam Speaker, together with the necessary sustainable funding, could provide access to the over 1,000 special needs patients in our province. Furthermore, it will allow timelier management for patients at our IWK. Will the government commit to ensuring that DAL is supported with the necessary operational funding to enable this program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly some of the things that I just talked about not only looks at folks who are living centrally, but it also allows dentists in our rural communities across this province to perform early intervention in order to prevent people from needing to have that specialized care. We also have the development of an oral action plan that's underway. As we've done in the formal healthcare system, every asset that we have in this province and our ability to partner is really important in order for us to have access to care. So we'll continue to work with the Dentistry Association in the province and Dalhousie to make sure that we get the patients the care that they require.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I want to thank the Minister for meeting with a constituent of mine recently, a constituent who became ill from eating at a restaurant. When she did her research, she found that the restaurant had 72 infractions, including storing open food in a bathroom. Will the Minister commit to reviewing the regulations to address the most blatant offenders and report it back to the House?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the Division of Inspection, Compliance and Enforcement at my department, we oversee our public health officers. And I want to assure Nova Scotians that they can have complete confidence in the food they buy from restaurants. Along with that, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has one of the strongest food safety systems in the country. We have dedicated staff doing inspections and audits of restaurants, grocery stores, and food service facilities. And Madam Speaker, I encourage the honourable member. I encourage every member here.
Order. Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2, on an introduction.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make an introduction. In the West Gallery, we're joined by a few representatives from the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. Mayor Amanda McDougall is here, and Deputy CAO John McKinnon. So I ask everyone to offer them welcome to the House.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria, the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I already introduced two of them a few days ago, they brought another councillor with them. That's a polite word that I'm using because the Councillor Duffy and I are sharing stories all the time. So I'd like the members to welcome once again the CAO for Victoria County, Leanne McCacken, Warden Bruce Morrison, and Deputy Warden Larry Duffy, and I ask that they stand and receive the warm welcome at the House. I forgot to mention about two of them are big fans too.
I'm okay with that. Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private member public bills for third reading?
Private members' public bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill number 396, Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act?
Bill number 396, Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill 396, the Sickle Cell Awareness Act. For those who don't know or aren't aware what sickle cell disease is, it's an inherited blood disorder which affects mostly people of color. This lifelong condition affects somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 Canadians, most of them people of color. Sickle cell disease is usually diagnosed at infancy and affects the hemoglobin, the molecule in the red blood cells that delivers oxygen to the body. The condition causes bouts of severe anemia, puts patients at risk for life-threatening infections, and often requires regular blood transfusions. It also causes random episodes of severe body pain that occur when misshapen hemoglobin molecules become lodged in the patient's blood vessels. Research has found that, on average, the life expectancy of those with sickle cell is 52.6 years, with male expectancy being 49.3 and female at 55. As those individuals get older, Madam Speaker, increased risk for stroke and lung, kidney, and spleen and liver disease and damage is possible. Leading causes of death with sickle cell are infection, pain, episodes of acute chest syndrome, and stroke. Death can be sudden and unexpected. Madam Speaker, of the 74,817 people hospitalized in North America with sickle cell, 69,899, that's 93.4%, are blacks. 3,603, which is 4.8%, were Hispanic, and 1,025, that's 1.8%, are Caucasian or white. Thousands of Canadians suffer from this disease, and support and treatment options have not improved for decades, Madam Speaker. Research and increasing awareness are critical for this particular disease. Madam Speaker, in 2006, the World Health Organization announced June 19th as Sickle Cell Awareness Day. In 2008, Madam Speaker, the United Nations proclaimed June 19th Sickle Cell Awareness Day. Madam Speaker, in 2017, Canada recognized June 19th as Sickle Cell Awareness Day. In 2018, the Halifax Regional Municipality recognized June 19th as Sickle Cell Awareness Day. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the many supporters of sickle cell disease. The Sickle Cell Disease Association of Canada, the Senate of Canada, the Sickle Cell Association of Nova Scotia and HRM, and I would be very proud to be able to stand here and say that the province of Nova Scotia and the government is also adding to this awareness of this disease. Madam Speaker, I will say, my time in this chamber has seen many of us come together to move, recognize pieces of legislation jointly, all together and unanimously. And I'm very proud of all of us that do that when we do it. I would be over the moon if we, as this legislature, could also recognize June 19th as Sickle Cell Awareness Day. It is important because the disease also carries stigma. Many of those individuals who are dealing with sickle cell often, as they get older, as I've indicated earlier, when they go to hospitals, they are often questioned why they're there, because the disease requires opioids, unfortunately, to help those individuals deal with such pain. There are moments, there are recorded information that shows that many people, strangely enough, before going to the hospital, Madam Speaker, would go home, get dressed up, change their appearance, so that when they're going to that hospital, people may look at them differently as not drug addicts. And then when they get to the hospital, there's such lack of awareness of the disease that many of those same individuals don't get the proper treatment. They will leave and go to another hospital to try to get the treatment. So when that happens, often people are seen as hopping from hospital to hospital looking for opioids or drugs, when in fact they are not getting the proper care that they need for the pain and the suffering that they are dealing with sickle cell. So, Madam Speaker, I am extremely proud of all of us in here, especially on those times when we can all come together unanimously to put forward a piece of legislation that we know raises awareness and can change the outcomes for individuals who are suffering medical issues. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this piece of legislation. And with that, I end my speech. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am glad to rise on Bill number 396, the Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act. And last evening there was a lot of emotions in this space, and I think sometimes it's good for us to be human beings and understand what sensitive issues are, and I was grateful to be able to share that with everyone. I spoke about a friend of mine who had passed away before his high school year ended. Actually, he was about to graduate, and no one knew that he had sickle cell anemia, but the energy and the light that radiates from knowing this person is what continues that awareness and what continues the work that a lot of people do to make sure that folks know what sickle cell awareness is. As the member from Coal Harbour had mentioned, sickle cell disease can lead to severe chronic pain and serious bacterial infections and tissue death, and eventually, at some point, a loss of your life. And a lot of folks suffer in silence, but as well, they suffer without any type of relief other than some other types of other forms, and whatever that looks like health-wise. Lifespans for those people, as the minister mentioned, are like between the ages of 52 and 56, and I was very saddened when my friend, who was not even 19, had passed. But I also want to say that it is common. It's fairly common among people of color and African descent and of the Caribbean, and as well in other areas in those spaces. But it's also a time for us to be more aware so that we can talk about these things that are happening so folks can be tested. And it's important to raise the awareness of sickle cell disease, because we also need to know how we can screen for these things and improve diagnosis and treatment of this disease. So I think this is a wonderful piece that's being brought forward, and it's also great to see that there's a unanimous agreement. I think this is how we'd love to see we would love to continue to see how our work can be done by having conversations across the floor. And so, once again, I support the member from Cole Harbour for this particular piece of legislation, and I'm grateful to see that we all agree. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of the member from Cole Harbour's bill to create Sickle Cell Awareness Day. Sickle cells affect millions of people around the globe, a cause that demands our attention, our empathy, and action. I am here to express unwavering support for the Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act. Sickle cell disease is a silent battle fought by many. The transformation of cells from a smooth circular shape to a crescent shape leads to a cascade of challenges, from blood vessel blockages to chronic pain, severe bacterial infections, and even organ failure. The implications are profound, affecting not only individuals but entire communities. The statistics are alarming, and the impact is felt worldwide. The lifespan of individuals with severe sickle cell disease can be reduced by as much as 30 years. Approximately 5% of the world's population carries the trait gene for sickle cell disease, with the percentage soaring to 25% in certain regions. It is incumbent upon us as representatives of the people to address the global health challenge. The Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act proposes a significant step forward in this regard. By designating June 19th as Sickle Cell Awareness Day, we are not only aligning ourselves with international organizations like the World Health Organization and the United Nations, but also sending a powerful message of solidarity to those affected by this debilitating condition. Raising awareness is the first crucial step towards progress. This act emphasizes the need for uniform screening of newborns, improved diagnosis, and enhanced treatment for sickle cell disease. It is a call to action for better health care. And I can say, as a nurse, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I'm sad to say that there are many healthcare professionals that do not have enough education about this disease. And I hope that this act will help create more education as well. By enacting the Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act, we declare our commitment to a healthier, more informed future. Let us stand together and recognize June 19th as a day to remember, a day to advocate, and a day to unite in the fight against sickle cell disease. In doing so, we not only honor those who suffer, but pave the way for a brighter, healthier tomorrow. I urge each of you to join me in supporting this crucial bill and making a difference in the lives of millions. And I also want to thank and congratulate the member from Cole Harbour on tabling this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the honourable member to close third reading, it will be to close third reading. The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I move to close third reading on Bill 396, the Sickle Cell Awareness Act. Thank you.
The motion, The motion is to close third reading on Bill number 396, Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 396, an act to establish a Sickle Cell Awareness Day.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for third reading?
We will now call private and local bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill number 348, Lunenburg Common Lands Act?
Bill number 348, Lunenburg, sorry, I have the wrong one. Commons Act, to be read a third time. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do move that Bill 348, an act to amend the Lunenburg Common Lands Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Madam Speaker, this is an example of collaborative work that we've done with the municipality. This act will enable MODL to grant conservation easement on common land on the Cape LaHave Islands. This will preserve an incredibly special environment, a diverse ecosystem, and the beautiful flora and fauna that exists there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to close third reading of the Lunenburg Common Lands Act. All right.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill 340, 348. I don't know why I can't find it, sorry. Can't find it. 348, the Lunenburg Commons Act. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded? The motion is carried.
Bill 348, an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 351, Bethel Presbyterian Church, Sydney Act?
Now call Bill number 351, Bethel Presbyterian Church, Sydney Act. For third reading, I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate everyone in the House moving this forward. This is a bit of an administrative amendments. These amendments are needed for the Bethel Presbyterian Church. I know the member from Cape Breton East can appreciate this organization. Some of them actually reside in his area too as well. So they've been trying to make this change for a little while, and we're happy that we can get it done for them. So I close third reading. Madam Speaker.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill number 351, Bethel Presbyterian Church, Sydney Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 351, an act to amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian Church, Sydney Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 369, the Riverport Electric Light Act for polling district number 2 in the County of Lunenburg?
We will now call Bill number 369, the Riverport Electric Act for polling district number 2 in the County of Lunenburg, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill number 369, the Riverport Electric Light Act for polling district 2 in the County of Lunenburg, an act to amend, please be read a third time. As I read that, I am reminded of the hours of eloquence expressed the other evening on the names of bills. But put simply, this is an act that will enable the only independent utility in the province, not owned by a municipality, to engage in immediate need for capital upgrades that will support growth in this particular region of the province.
The motion is to move third reading of Bill number 369, the Riverport Electric Act for polling district number 2 in the County of Lunenburg, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 369, an act to amend Chapter 149 of the Acts of 1920, the Riverport Electric Light Act for polling district number 2 in the County of Lunenburg.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call public bills for third reading?
We'll now call public bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Would you please call Bill number 337, the Electricity Act?
Bill number 337, the Electricity Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Madam Speaker, this is very much a house cleaning item to ensure that what we said we were going to do with this act in the spring actually allows us to do it. And in talking with stakeholders, there need to be a few changes in wording and such to ensure that they could do what they needed to do to help us get on our plan of the 23 Clean Power Plan. And that is a plan, Mr. Speaker, now that will allow us to get off coal by 2030. Mr. Speaker, it will allow us to reach about 88% renewables by 2030, Mr. Speaker. That exceeds our goal. And Mr. Speaker, we won't stop there. And I know I listened to debate on Friday about the title and some things that might be missing in this act. I know my colleagues across the floor were listening in the spring when we did make some changes, and I was very pleased to hear them reference some of those changes that we enabled some things to happen, which certainly shows that we're all focused on the renewable energy aspect to get off coal and have as many renewables on our system as possible. And I look forward to comments across the floor.
Recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rise to speak on third reading in support of Bill 337. I think this bill is important to move forward with the battery storage in our province and will help us build on our leadership position nationally when it comes to renewable energy, specifically on wind power. I did bring up concerns relative to the bill and ensuring that we are including the existing sites that are across the province and their opportunities to grow and expand the existing projects, and they're called hybrid sites or co-locating of the batteries adjacent to the existing wind. And I think this is really important because, as I'm being told, my understanding is we could save, makes intuitive sense to save significant cost to ratepayers in the order of magnitude of 10 to 30%. That makes sense because you don't need to build as much more new infrastructure, so you can use pre-existing interconnection infrastructure and actually utilize the resource of wind energy a lot better, having the batteries on site. And my understanding is they can actually be deployed 1 to 2 years faster than having a new interconnection infrastructure. So that makes sense because it's simpler to study, permit, and construct these sites alongside pre-existing areas where we have wind. The other advantage to that is we already have largely community support where we have wind developments, and some communities are pushing back against wind development, and there is precedent for this type of initiative throughout the United States, where approximately half of existing battery energy storage projects are directly integrated with existing renewable energy generation. And so I think that's a clear example that it can be done. It will help making sure that we have business certainty if that's clarified. Potentially, since we're passing the bill tonight, we can look to regulations so that we have consistent regulatory, permitting, and commercial barriers knocked down, and that we understand that there are ratepayer savings potentially if we have that business certainty. We know that there are proponents that are ready to start making investments in capital for these hybrid expansions, but we need to remove the uncertainty in whether or not they will be included when there is any RFP that goes out. Energy storage is obviously a big part of the solution as we start to wean ourselves off of coal as that base load power. So the question really is, when will the hybrid expansion projects be defined in this legislation? How will a level playing field be established so the province can benefit from competitive investments in the independent purchase agreements? And what is the plan to enable the first wind power and energy storage projects to proceed? These are some of the questions that we have. Also the question of how much federal support is available through existing programs to ensure that we're actually able to reduce the impacts on ratepayers, and when these tenders will actually go out into the future. So there's a couple areas that we just have questions on. It's actually being proposed in other provinces right now, in Ontario, and I believe it's Alberta as well, looking at how the regulatory barriers can be reduced. And I think that Nova Scotia can play a leadership role in our country to ensure that we are getting the lowest cost storage options on the energy grid. The recent tenders in Ontario have demonstrated that batteries can be even a lower cost than natural gas for capacity. So this is a really big opportunity that we need to get right, and that we have a way to monetize these investments for proponents that already have existing sites and potentially can bid with brand new sites that have wind, given that we are about to tender about 1,000 megawatts. So I'd like to see some battery storage at these sites, at least as an option, and ensure that there's competition in the market. So with those few words, I think I'll speak a lot less on this reading, and I appreciate, obviously I support the bill. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak to this bill. We in the NDP see the development of new energy storage projects as an important part of our transition to a more sustainable and reliable grid. As we switch our energy composition from coal-based to renewables like wind and solar and pursue increased electrification, we need battery backup to allow our grid to respond to increases in demand or changes in the weather. The intermittent nature of these energy sources means that investing in battery storage will be crucial to ensuring that Nova Scotians have reliable access to power. It's good to see this government moving forward on this and supporting the development of these projects. We have two reservations about the approval process established in Clause 2 of this bill, which says the Governor and Council may prescribe an energy storage project proposed by a public utility and owned wholly or in majority by the public utility if, in the opinion of the Governor and Council, the project is in the best interests of ratepayers. When prescribing an energy storage project under subsection 2A, the Governor and Council shall prescribe any terms and conditions of the project that the Governor and Council considers necessary, including the project size and location. So there's a lot of interest at play in the decision-making for these large industrial projects, Mr. Speaker. Potential environmental, community, economic impact, our sustainability goals, and of course, affordability for ratepayers. The complexity of this, we believe, requires that these decisions should go through the independent and impartial body, the Utility and Review Board. As we heard at law amendments, an essential component of energy justice is fair and equitable decision-making, of which accountability is a main component. And that's from the EAC, the Ecology Action Center's submission at law amendments, so I can table that. In our governance of energy and specifically electricity, the Utility and Review Board act as an accountability mechanism independent from the governing party. Instead, these decisions will be left wholly to the discretion of the minister, a worrisome pattern that we've noticed from this government, and removing any kind of accountability or transparency from the process. This bill says that projects will be approved if the opinion of the minister is that it's in the best interest of ratepayers. However, there's no information or direction on how this will be determined. Again, too much is left to the minister's discretion. We've seen this over and over in this session of the legislature. And without any accountability mechanism, it'll be hard to determine how or why decisions are made. And unlike in a UARB hearing, there will be no opportunity for community or public input. We understand that currently the UARB is not able to properly weigh all of these interests without a specific mandate to consider sustainability. And without this, the UARB is sometimes restricted from making decisions that would yield long-term sustainable benefits.
This was a point raised at law amendments by the Ecology Action Centre, who were not opposed to the principle of this bill, but argued that it should be the UARB and not the minister empowered to make these kinds of decisions, and called the provisions of this bill a Band-Aid solution. Addressing this gap in the UARB's mandate is a long-term fix to this problem, and it is one that we brought forward a year ago in our Bill 98. This bill would create a sustainability mandate for the board, requiring the board in their decisions to consider and apply the principles, long-term objectives, goals, and plans set out in ECRA. It would also create a sustainability advocate, someone who would intervene in UARB hearings to advance and voice sustainability concerns. This role would ensure that this new mandate is followed by UARB proceedings. We heard in law amendments, assigning a sustainability mandate to the Utility and Review Board removes the need for amendments such as those in Bill 337 by ensuring that sustainable development is a fundamental component of the governance of our utilities, and that the board remains a useful accountability tool for the interest of both ratepayers and Nova Scotians down the line. So we think that advancing this, whether or not in the form of our bill, would remove the need for parts of this bill that we're debating today, and implore that the government consider this as a long-term solution that would ensure continued transparency and accountability in the approval of these and other projects. So to close, Mr. Speaker, we will support this bill because we recognize the need for battery storage projects to meet our climate goals. However, we urge the government to start looking into other ways that they can advance these and other priorities in that don't just give the minister ultimate power in decision making. Thank you.
If I'm to recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, will be to close third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple quick comments in response. Certainly not going to be able to respond to everything right now, but certainly always available for conversation. But these are two very small changes to what we've already done in the spring. One of them is the sleeve power purchasing process, where we have the power producer having an agreement with the customer and utilize Nova Scotia Power to manage that transition of electrons through the system. So that's one of the provisions. And the other one we also wanted to clarify is existing existing projects that were already being discussed. We gave the power to them in the spring to actually carry on those projects with the changes we made. So that carried on. What we're doing now is allowing Nova Scotia Power to also have that ability to do battery projects. They didn't feel that they had the power within what was done in the spring to actually carry on their battery projects. They asked for the update in this. We felt that as the grid system owner, that they should have the ability to do this work as well. So that's the change in the battery storage. This is in no way going to stop any of the private investors that have an interest in moving with battery storage as well. There have already been, I know, from some of the stakeholders, conversations about federal support as well, and finances. So that is taking place. This is not to skip any permitting processes. As projects do come in, it still has to go to government and council. And just in response to about the UARB, this is to get the battery storages going a little bit quicker as soon as we can. But I don't want to presuppose what the Clean Energy Task Force is going to report back in early 2024. They may have recommendations what we do with the UARB. So we're holding tight to hear back from them. But these two changes, minor changes to this, are certainly going to help us with the 2030 power plan and get us kick-started right now so we can move forward. And I certainly appreciate the support. So I move to close debate on Bill 337.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 337, the Electricity Act, an act to amend. But all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call Bill number 340, Municipal Reform Act 2023?
Bill number 340, the Municipal Reform 2023 Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 340, an act respecting municipal contributions and grants, be now read a third time. Mr. Speaker, when I became Minister, the Premier tasked me with renegotiating a 30-year-old memorandum of understanding with the municipalities, a challenging piece of work that no prior government had been able to do since the 1990s. This piece of legislation includes amendments that will support some of the changes negotiated with our municipal partners over the past year, negotiations we undertook in good faith. Speaker, this enabling legislation represents countless hours of discussions and negotiations between the province and the municipalities, and it was a good process. Speaker, I would like to take a moment now to thank the Service Exchange Renegotiating Committee for their hard work and diligence in helping with these discussions and negotiations. Mr. Speaker, in particular, Mayors Murray Scott and Mayor Carolyn Bolivar-Getson for their chairing. Speaker, according to the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, this is a process has worked well, and I will table a letter we received from them supporting the work of this committee shortly. Mr. Speaker, once we had an early agreement, the province hosted an additional 29.5 hours of consultations to ensure each municipality had its say. Mr. Speaker, 2 full meetings were dedicated specifically to CPRM to explain the MOU, listen to their concerns, and answer their questions. Speaker, we have sent letters to CBRM, and I will table these and the other letter mentioned as well, asking for a decision about whether they wish to be part of the service exchange agreement with everyone else or if they wanted a separate agreement. In the absence of a decision, we included CBRM in this agreement. Speaker, this legislation is just a start. It opens a pathway forward to continued discussions on things like roads and policing. It is a good deal for municipalities, Speaker. It will mean more money and more support for communities across the province. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this MOU puts nearly $50 million more into municipalities, and that's a good thing for all municipalities, including the residents of Cape Breton, CBRM. It's real money, Mr. Speaker, money that municipalities may choose to use as they see fit to build housing, improve infrastructure, create new recreation spaces and opportunities for their residents, or reduce taxes. Speaker, we heard from municipality after municipality in law amendments, and they agree this is a good deal and a great path forward for the municipalities. We have received letters of support from 37 municipalities who are looking forward to a new negotiated deal, and I will table that. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of municipalities support this bill, but CBRM has been clear they are not supportive. Is there more to discuss? Absolutely. And those talks will start soon. I think Her Worship Pam Mood, Mayor Yarmouth, hit the nail on the head when she described getting everything you want all at once as a fairy tale. Speaker, this is the real world. Negotiations are just that, discussions aimed at reaching an agreement between parties with differing goals and needs. There's bound to be compromise, and maybe not every detail gets landed just the way you hope. But the talks will continue on the outstanding items, and there's opportunity for review built into this process. So in 5 years, we'll regroup to ensure that the agreement is doing what it's intended, effectively supporting the needs of municipalities and Nova Scotians in our municipalities, towns, and villages. Mr. Speaker, while there's been much distraction in recent days and weeks, our focus has been undeterred. I was given a strong mandate to renegotiate the service exchange agreement with the municipalities, and this is what we have done. With this legislation, we are laying the groundwork for a new agreement and the road ahead. It's been 30 years in the making, Mr. Speaker, and it's historic. We will move forward with this bill, and CBRM will be part of the MOU. But we also commit to working with CBRM in the short term and long term. In the short term, I and my staff will meet with CBRM to discuss immediate pressures and provide suggestions on better management of their finances. Mr. Speaker, with that, I invite comments from my colleagues on Bill 340. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say a few words. You always say, you know, you go through all of this conversation and debate on the bill, and you hope that cooler heads prevail and that you know, people can understand the plight of a community, and then you hear wording like distraction. There's been a distraction for the last number of weeks. Community comes up, pleads its case on the foundation of an MOU that, in the long run, leaves the community with less and doesn't reflect the uniqueness and the size of the municipality. They come to Halifax, not guns blazing. They come with some legitimate amendments. And one of them, which the government voted against last night, that everybody at home is now seeing, the one where I tabled to go sit down and renegotiate with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. I had hope that that would happen until I heard some of the words that I just heard. Distraction. It's almost like the letter that went to all the CAOs except the CAO of the CBRM. I thought after that misstep that people would take a second look. But when I heard the word distraction, I'm sitting there going, really? We're still there. And I would argue, and I've said this to the minister before, I don't think they're his words. I've talked to the minister about the MOU. We've had the opportunity to talk about, when you say distraction, there was legitimate debate that's been happening here for like 2 weeks. We use the hours, Mr. Speaker, that are outlined by law for us to debate a bill for long hours. We were all here very long. We can all, you know, reflect on that sooner than later when we go back to our communities. But these were legitimate conversations that were coming from a community that, you know, even in the end, we're like, okay, so as a community, this bill's going to go through. We're going to be part of this. But here are a number of amendments that we think we can bring forward to strengthen the relationship and the MOU, but also, you know, renegotiate. Let's give some time. Let's come up here in a diplomatic way. Let's come up here as a community, meet with the government, plead our case at law amendments, which was excellent. We had political representatives, we had staff representatives, came forward with a lot of great information. And I had hope that the government would, you know, take a step back and say, okay, there's been a lot of conversation. There's been some relationships have been affected, and we're going to take a step back and we're going to meet with CBRM. And I still hope that happens. The minister has indicated that in this. He's also indicated it last night in the conversations we had during law amendments. But again, here comes more correspondence from the government, like, oh, this big distraction. It's not a distraction. This is what we're elected to do. And we had the second largest municipality come forward who arguably, and they've made the case, that the negotiations started off on the worst footing possible when staff went in and said, well, you can raise your taxes. Raise your taxes up to 16%. And not reflecting any of the conversation around the uniqueness of the CBRM. And now we hear wording from the minister saying, well, we'll go in and help them financially manage the place. And it's like, really? That's where this is going to end. When it could have been, you know what? We see the uniqueness of a community that's in this memorandum that is 10 times the size of every other municipality, which, Mr. Speaker, you're on the bill? I can't, my pen, I know. Actually, staff, Mr. Speaker, said you got to stop clicking your pen when you're having the conversation. It's all they can hear. It's a habit. But I picked it up many years ago. But back to what I was saying, you know, a community that in the MOU is just dealing with so much larger complexities in trying to operate their municipality. And as we've said, and as the CBRM said, is that if the MOU works for other communities, fantastic. Nobody's, you know, and the minister referenced letters from Yarmouth, and we've said that from the beginning, that if this works for municipalities, we know that under the capacity grant, some will be able to access money. I'll get into the capacity grant in a second, but again, it's instead of like saying, oh, you know what, we're going to go down, we're going to talk about service exchange, we're going to talk about the issues you brought up around transit and issues you brought up around, you know, financial capacity and some of the recommendations that Cerngard made that never made it, which is part of one of the key foundational problems with what's happening here. You came in third reading and said, this has all been a distraction. You don't know how to manage your money. So the next meeting we're going to have is we're going to come down and show you how to do your job. Like, why? Like, nobody wants this fight, this back. This is why we've been debating this for as long as we have, because there are legitimate issues within the bill for a community that in the long run is going to be left with less. And as I've said this before, at a time when they're seeing for the first time in decades growth, hope, economic development, why leave them with less right now? Give them what they need so they can eventually not have to worry about a capacity grant. We don't want any community. I hope the day comes where every community is sustainable and whoever's in government never has to have this conversation about it. They have a healthy relationship with the government, service exchange is done, and communities are self-sustaining. But as I've talked about at length in here and others, CBRM is in a situation where finally, after a generation of economic decline and a transition of from industry to now, where we're seeing entrepreneurship, we're seeing strategic government investments over the last number of years that have spurred growth. They're on the cusp, and it's like, you know, and the government and the minister talks about, you know, keeping the grant to where it's at for a number of years. But in the long run, the education costs are going to be such that they're just it's going to be a net loss to the municipality, a municipality that's dealing with full services. One of the largest police forces in Atlantic Canada, a full-blown transit system that's at the brink because they just don't have the capacity to keep up with the growth. I feel like you're going to push your button. Oh, okay. I was waiting to be corrected on something. No, the member, yeah, that's okay. It's all good. So, again, we're into third reading, and I was hoping in third reading, it's going to pass. It's going to be a recorded vote. Government's going to, you know, they're going to cast their ballot. We're going to cast our ballot. But I was hoping that the message, the pure message coming out of this was that, okay, we're going to try to reestablish the relationship with the CBRM. Because aside from the MOU and all the impacts that that's going to have, you have this deteriorated relationship. It is obvious. I can tell you at home, Mr. Speaker, people are really paying attention to this now because they're sitting there going like, what are my taxes going to look like? And what is service going to look like in a few years? And what is, you know, so people are starting to pay attention to this stuff. And I was hopeful that the message from government today was going to be just purely, we support this. The minister outlined it in his comments, why this is good. He talked about the two people who chaired the group, and they talked about, talked about the support of the NSFM. So the NSFM, in my conversations with them, are saying, well, CBRM deserves a separate deal. So if you're supporting the comments of the NSFM, why don't you support that comment and go in and negotiate a new deal? Like, show the, I don't know why in third reading you would come in with language like that. Not only does it not help the relationship with the municipality, but politically, I'm sitting there going like, man, like I've said this multiple times and standing here saying that like all of this conversation can stop. The whole debate could have stopped. This distraction could have stopped long ago If they just would have said, we're going to take a sober second thought here. Okay, CBRM has come up. They're not even asking for, they're not coming confrontationally. They're coming saying, here are some amendments that will help us. Get us to a point where Bill 40 is beneficial, more beneficial to us as a community. And this ends, like it could have ended long ago. But, well, the letter to the CAO really kind of, you know, they did a number, I call that, as intended, they call that unforced errors. That was an unforced error. And here's another one, right? Here's another one. And it's like, why is this, what is this relationship? Why does this government have this relationship with the CBRM? I don't understand. Why are we using language like this? Like they can't do their jobs. Like we need to go in and show them how to financially look after things, right? Like it's and what they're saying, and I know, I was a counselor. I know many of the people in the CBRM, and I was on the government side, and we had our debates, and we did this. They're good people there. You know, the presentations we saw from staff and law amendments were excellent. These are people who are committed to the long-term viability of our community, and they were just told by the minister, you don't know how to do your job. We're going to come in and show you how to do it. That's where we're going to leave this. It's just, it's really unfortunate to me that language was used. That was the last thing I expected, Mr. Speaker, on this bill. That would be the opening remarks for the bill. That we're going to tell CBRM how to do their job. But again, it goes back to the argument in the correspondence, in the letters, and the concerns that Mayor and Council brought forward. And it's all, you know, I'm not going to get into tabling all these documents. We've tabled document after document after document. It goes back to foundationally, for whatever reason, the Premier won't meet with the CBRM. They don't want to communicate with the CBRM. The CBRM is outlining the concerns that they have. The CBRM is in a transition period where it's doing a lot to support the province. And it's like, the Premier does not want to engage. And then the messaging comes in, which I would argue, again, didn't come from municipal affairs, came from someone politically that said, this has all been a distraction, and they don't know how to do their jobs anyway. Just disrespectful, right? Again, another erosion of the relationship from a staff and a negotiation perspective, but also, I would argue, from a representative's perspective. This is like, it's just, I don't get it. Like, why do this? Why end it like this? Why? Why use that language to reflect a community that all they want to do is grow, support their most vulnerable, get away from the capacity grant and the supports eventually, and just prosper after decades and decades and decades of decline? That's ultimately all any community wants. And here we are in third reading, and that's what we get. And as I said, like I could table, that just solidified for me what we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks, is that there is and I don't even think it's coming from the minister. Like I said, I've had conversations with the minister on this. I know what he's trying, like the MOU is important. It's important to communities. I understand. He mentioned it in his comments, how long this has been going on. And you know what? If you got it right for everybody, great. You know what I mean? If communities support it, we're happy with that. But when a community comes forward and portrays what they have, and then the foundation of it in the end is, again, this fight. Here we are. Let's insult the CBRM in third reading. For what? To what end? When you could have came in and said, CBRM is going to be in Bill 40. We've presented our case. But we're going to sit down with the CBRM and talk about some of those unique challenges that they've expressed in law amendments. Some legit, like the amendment that I put forward last night, Mr. Speaker, didn't cost the government 1 cent. It was goodwill. Go down and renegotiate, have a conversation. Government voted it down. And I still had hope, but then I heard distraction. And then I heard, we're going to go in and tell them how to do their job. So that's really why they voted it down, because this is their plan for the CBRM. It's really unfortunate. It doesn't have to be that way. And you have representatives that are watching this now, at home, here, that we're hoping that, they want to reestablish a stronger relationship. They understand that they're going to be lumped in now. Well, they're going to be part of this bill. And they and diplomatically and respectfully come to have those conversations and are told they don't know how to do their jobs. That's awful. But now I'm not as surprised. I thought the CAO letter was an unforced error, but now now I know that was purely intentional, that letter. To come in here with comments to say distraction and we're going to tell you how to do your job, they knew exactly what they were doing when they sent that letter. And it's a disrespect to the CBRM. A complete disrespect to the CBRM. And so now we're in third reading, 340. And the CBRM is going to be part of it. I'm really disappointed because I thought that we would be kind of, coming to conclusion on this fact that, they're going to be part of this. Government's going to go down. Government's going to have a conversation. Minister indicated that a bit last night as well, Mr. Speaker. But now, they don't know how to do their jobs. They're nothing but a distraction. We've been nothing but a distraction. Them coming to Halifax and presenting all these amendments have been nothing but a distraction. Fighting for their community has been a distraction. It's all been a distraction to the government. And it goes back to this relationship that for whatever reason, I don't know why, like I said, I don't even blame the minister half the time for it. I know how we are, you see a person operate for years, a few of us have been here for a while. And it's like, again, I hear wording that I'm like, that does not come from that man. It does not. That's not how he operates. They're not his words. So where are the words coming from? They're coming from the Premier's office, is where they're coming from. That's where they're coming from. And this relationship does not have to be like this at all. At all. But it's been continuous since this government took power, that for whatever reason, these distractions, and we're going to go in and tell them how to do their job, and come up to Halifax and we'll pretend to listen. They just, and again, and here we are on the last day of the legislature, and the government, the same thing, we can get into HRM too, that's coming. HRM bill's coming, and the HRM folks will talk on that. But you're going to end the session with insulting the CBRM. And it's like, well, I just don't understand this strategy of, well, we're just going to tell the government of the second largest municipality of 100,000 people they don't know how to do their job. What does that mean? Does that mean all the police in the CBRM don't know how to do their job? Maybe they should hear those words. Or the firemen and women. Or all the senior managers. Or all the public works employees. They're nothing but a distraction when their jobs are on the line. It's all a distraction to the government. It's noise. They don't know how to do their jobs. What about, I can go down the list. What about all the people, what about our bylaw officers that are going to be picking up the tab on some of the other bills that are here, arguably? What about all those people? They don't know how to do their jobs. They're a distraction. What about the most vulnerable people in all the shelters in our community at CBRM? Are they a distraction? Is the government going to go down and tell them how to do their job? Because it's all interconnected. Everything is interconnected. And instead of coming in here and saying, CBRM, we get it. CBRM, we're going to sit down and have a conversation. You came in and you insulted them. 100,000 people in this province are nothing but a distraction to this government. And all the people who support them every day don't know how to do their jobs. So this government's going to go down and tell them how to do it. You can't defend those words in this debate. You can defend policy, you can defend the school piece if you want, if you're on the government side, you can defend the 4.5, you can debate it all you want. But you cannot debate what was said today. It had nothing to do with policy, it had nothing to do with what was in the bill. Had nothing to do with it at all. Had nothing to do with any of the issues or the challenges that Bill 40 is trying to solve for people. You can't defend it because all government did was take a personal shot at the mayor and council. Distraction. The second largest community is a distraction to this government. And as I said, the senior staff, the police, the fire, the public works, the people that support our seniors, the bylaw officers, every employee that works at the CBRM is a distraction to this government, and this government's going to go down and tell them how to do their job. Wait till that message goes home. Wait until that message makes it home. And it's not just going to be mayor and council who are going to hear it. I'm going to guarantee it. The police are going to hear it. The fire are going to hear it. Public Works is going to hear it. The clerks are going to hear it. Everybody in the CBRM was insulted today by this government because somebody politically cannot get over the fact that the CBRM exists and they do not want to have a relationship with mayor and council. And it is so frustrating because it doesn't need to happen. Negotiate in good faith. That's all everybody's asking. Look at the components. They're in this bill, the CBRM. Work with them. Take a look at some of their amendments and say, what can we do? Some of them are free of charge. Government voted against that one last night. People are starting to find that out. But my God, I don't know if that's unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker. You're getting close. You know, I agree with you. I agree. You know what I mean? Other words have been used, but anyway, I just don't understand. I've been doing this for a while, and I spent most of my time on the government side, and I spent some time in municipal affairs, and I know the staff in municipal affairs. Some of them are there, some of them are not. But they would never write correspondence to say that this was a distraction or that they don't know how to do their job. They're good people in that department. And it's like, it's political. It's a purely political statement to say that. But again, it's this one, government can't defend. Defend your policy, defend your laws, defend what you put on the floor. That's fine. That's what we do. But to say they're a distraction and to say that you're going to go down and show them how to financially look after themselves, wow. I'm shocked by that. Shocked. And I didn't even actually plan to get up this long. I was hoping that I was going to get up, Mr. Speaker, and just say, you know what? Ministers made a commitment. That's great. I'm not supporting this bill, but I had hope that the relationship was going to be mended, that folks were going to sit down and collaborate and have a conversation. Oh boy, I just can't. I'm so surprised by those comments. So I will not be supporting Bill 340 for a various amount of reasons, especially now, because I just, that relationship, man, I don't get that. But I'll go back to the fundamentals very quickly, and I'll take my place. CBRM, 100,000 strong, second largest municipality by far, are now reflected in a bill that is very good for communities. Many have supported it, as the minister has said. Great. Wonderful. But you have a community that is so much larger, so much more complex, providing so many more services, some of the largest services in Atlantic Canada. They don't know how to do their jobs, though, Mr. Speaker. Second largest police force in Atlantic Canada doesn't know how to do the job. But they have all of these complex services that just cost more. They're running full transit, they're running these things, and they're just coming, they want to be diplomatic about it. They're willing to sit down with the CBRM or with the government whenever they want. But as I said, and I'll stop here, what did I learn today? CBRM is nothing but a distraction to this government, and the people who work for CBRM don't know how to do their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was prepared to get up and say about that I was happy to see that this bill brings about benefits of many municipalities and that they support they support the contents of the bill and the municipalities that have been underfunded and undersupported for far too long. But right now I am actually very, very angry, and I am very, very disappointed. I sat here and I saw a minister stand up and call the residents of the CBRM a distraction. The residents of the CBRM are not a distraction. I'm sitting here, Sydney, the member for Sydney, member 2, the member for Glace Bay Dominion, and the member for Cape Breton East. Their residents are not a distraction. And that is what the minister just called all of our residents a distraction. How anyone can sit here and have their residents called a distraction should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. It is disrespectful to stand up in third reading and spend the time insulting the residents of the CBRM, the mayor and council and staff. A distraction is what they were called. The residents of the CBRM are going to remember that. I'm going to spend every day making sure that they remember what this government just called them. A council colleague of mine, 2 actually, the late Ray Perouche and Councillor Dan Brookswager used to say, here, why don't we go up to Halifax and just hand them the keys? Because they don't pay any attention. And now this minister, using PC math, wants to go to CBRM and teach them about finances. When this government can't even tell when they're going to have a surplus or not, because they think they're in deficit all the time, yet they make surpluses. PC math. This government who thinks that using 1995 funds in 2023 is appropriate for municipalities. Yeah. PC math. The distraction is not the CBRM residents. The hocus pocus and distraction is coming from the government side. This conservative government is the distraction and the hocus pocus. Now that I got that out of my system, because that I was prepared to get up here very calmly and talk until colleagues of mine, people that I worked with, my residents, the residents of the CBRM, were insulted by this PC government. Shameful. It is shameful to continue to pick a fight with a municipality. One of the second largest municipality, need I remind you, Mr. Speaker. So it is concerning that after months of work and negotiations, surveys, and eventually the recommendations that came from CIRMGAR, the service exchange, through the service exchange agreements, that, you know, that many of these recommendations that were provided, the proposals that were given, had no follow-through. The minister the minister and the premier chose to ignore all the proposals in the CIRMGAR report. I shouldn't say that. And also, I should say that they looked at the CIRMGAR report and then told everyone that what they were proposing in their bill was what the CIRMGAR report stated, only for us to find out when the CIRMGAR report was released that the CIRMGAR report that the CIRMGAR reports was not reflected in the bill. This amount, the amount of funding. So I want to talk about this. The one noticeable thing about this, about the bill, was that it did not include increasing the municipal capacity grant funding. This amount has been stagnant for years. And this PC government and the CBRM MLAs on the government side campaigned on increasing the municipal capacity grant. They campaigned on a temporary doubling of the grant. It was one of the first things this minister announced in his role, stating, and I'm going to table all documents later, but he stated, the municipal services are incredibly important to everyday lives of everyone in our province, and over time, these services have become more expensive to deliver, end quote. We agree with the minister. It is unfathomable then that not only did the doubling not continue, but no new funds were even added into the fund. Instead, the existing pot of money was reworked, redistributed to let the minister pick the winners and the losers. The losers here would include the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and the residents of the CBRM, who under the new proposed formula will actually receive less than what they have in the past. The province has agreed to top them up, but only to their previous total, and only for a period of 5 years. Right. PC math. CBRM is not alone in this. There are 17 other municipalities, well, 17 actually, including CBRM, are expected to receive less funding under this new formula. In a time when everything is rising, this government decides, no, we're just going to keep the 1995 money and redistribute it. PC math. Not great at calculations. All of this talk about election promises, prompted me to actually look up what this government said in their platform. And it says, quote, "For several years, the PC caucus called on the Liberal government to ask the Auditor General to prepare a report on equalization payments. They did not respond. Our MLAs continued their efforts and wrote directly to the Auditor General and requested that a report be commissioned on the subject of equalization. The answer was no. That the request for the report has to come from the Premier and/or the Minister. The PC party feels that municipal equalization should be reviewed and modernized. What form will it take? We won't know until such a time that it has been properly assessed by the Auditor General." Now, as far as we know, this government did not request any report or input from the Auditor General. Instead, this formula was determined behind closed doors and left to regulations. Broken promises. What this government seems to be great at, fantastic at, is breaking promises. Getting elected and breaking every promise. But don't worry, they just think people being upset about broken promises is a distraction, Mr. Speaker. I think residents being upset about broken promises is fair, and they should be upset when promises are broken. This government voted down amendments that would have increased the municipal capacity grant funding on more than one occasion. Mr. Speaker, I can't figure out for the life of me how this government expects municipalities to double their population without doubling, or at least, at the very least, increasing the funding to municipalities. Another strange thing that's left to the regulations, which, by the way, let's all remember, don't ever come back to this chamber for a vote, is the determination of which municipalities will actually be exempt from mandatory corrections and housing contributions. Because in the bill, if you look at Clause 3, Section 262, Clause 9, Section 11.4, the word may is used, not shall. Now, grammar lesson, may is can, shall, must. Very important legal terms. Very important legal terms, Mr. Speaker. And this raised alarms to us. This benefit could be changed down the road. Municipalities could be excluded from this, and it wouldn't have to come through legislation before this House. Even if these provisions weren't drafted with this ill intent in mind. It's worrisome that this government kept the door opened for it to occur. Overall, I guess I have to say this, we were happy to see this bill recognize the Sturmgar recommendations to end these mandatory contributions. Municipalities have been advocating for this for years, possibly decades. And we're glad that this government actually listened to that. It's unfortunate that the HRM was not given the opportunity to participate in this arrangement, and that there is no guarantee that these exemptions will be included in the eventual HRM MOU, or any assurances that no incremental costs will be shifted onto HRM taxpayers as a result of this bill. The minister's September 2021 email to the CBRM mayor outlining their options also did not guarantee that these contribution exemptions would be provided if a separate negotiation took place, and meant CBRM taxpayers would not have seen any relief in the interim. That's quite the threat. That's quite the threat, and it was. Let's talk about that CAO letter that did not go to CAO Marie Walsh, where that was very much a veiled threat to a lot of municipalities. Get on board. Don't mind the CBRM. Tell them that they're being bad boys and girls and that they should smarten up and act right, or the whole deal's off. It's ridiculous. I mean, they have majority government. The bill's going to pass regardless of what anyone says on this side of the aisle. It was a veiled threat so that the support for this bill would flow in out of the fear of municipalities losing out. Let's talk education contributions. Despite being a provincial responsibility, municipalities have been required to make annual contributions to education that are increased annually with inflation. It was a recommendation of the CERMGAR that these increases be frozen and that this government engage in productive discussions towards phasing out of these contributions entirely. Annual increases to these contributions, as I've stated before, are projected to continue and have serious impacts to the financial health of municipalities. CBRM estimated this cost to increase by over $5 million by 2030, and to play a significant role in ongoing municipal deficits. So I went online and I started doing some tax assessments, and I have them here. So Dominion, the provincial education rate that a taxpayer in Dominion pays is 31 cents on the dollar. Their total assessment on the 100 is 2.0154. Now, I can read everything, but I hope you still take my word for it, that the education rate, besides hydrant, actually no, it's more expensive than hydrant and sewer. More expensive. It's one of the highest things on their property taxes. Glace Bay. Provincial education rate, again, 31.56 cents. Their total assessment rate on the 100 is 2.0418. Again, still, education is still the highest. Education rate for county. It is, again, it's 31.56 cents. Assessment rate, just under $2 at $1.87 on the 100. And still, education is one of the highest. New Waterford. Education, 0.3156. Total assessment rate, $2.28. Education is considerably one of the highest costs that residents of the CBRM pay on their taxes. And yet, this PC government, that minister, that premier, decided that no, the municipalities would still continue to pay on education. And the answer to that is why? Because it's the highest on the bill. But this isn't a CBRM-specific issue. No. The freezing and phasing out these contributions would be a benefit to all municipalities and was raised as an issue in the CERMGAR survey and the recommendations that included the municipalities across the province. The CBRM CFO said at Law Amendments, quote, "We understand that including the entire education transfer in this bill requires much more discussion and planning. But an amendment to the bill that would see the immediate freezing of education at the current amounts it's needed to support the mounting pressure faced by municipalities and their residents by this one remaining transfer, which is a provincial responsibility." The impact of continued municipal deficits will fall onto the residents. The CBRM described at Law Amendments as having no choice but to increase tax rates further. And I said this in a few of my speeches in front of you all on this bill. Education is going to eat any savings any municipality thinks that they're going to get from this bill without an increase in the municipal capacity funding. Education will eat it all up. And yet, the minister ignored the CERMGAR proposal. Let's talk the separate negotiations for the CBRM. The mayor of the CBRM, Mayor Amanda McDougall-Merrill, and the deputy CAO, I'm sorry, lots of acronyms here, CAO, are here today with us. And during Law Amendments, when they were here, they stated, the mayor stated, we asked the CBRM that the CBRM be offered the opportunity as the HRM, negotiate an agreement outside of the general MOU process that reflects these exceptionalities. The unique circumstances of the CBRM include a heavy debt load. When the CBRM had forced amalgamation, the debts of those that amalgamated were not forgiven. Yet other municipal units that have consolidated have had incentives provided to them. Had the CBRM been provided that same opportunity during amalgamation, the financial situation that they are in now could have been avoided. Other unique circumstances was the outward migration and the slow economic growth, the infrastructure deficits and needs. This all impacts the viability of the CBRM. Again, the second largest municipality, the second largest population center, and it's currently receiving approximately a half of the municipal capacity grant funds. Our party has for years advocated for equalization fairness and investments into the viability of CBRM in light of these unique circumstances. I am proud to have been a part of that. I am proud to have my name on a bill that is sitting on the order paper regarding that. But this funding was not what I had in mind. It's a slap in the face. So we're disappointed to see this government fail to recognize the needs of the CBRM in their negotiations and the work on this bill. This is not a fair deal for the entire island of Cape Breton because its largest center is going to see an uncumbersome burden on them. Those residents are going to have a financial burden on their taxes. So we are urging this government to work with the CBRM to ensure the viability and prosperity of this region and amend this legislation to ensure that the separate negotiation takes place and that the CBRM residents are not penalized for this. Our amendments did that, and yet they were voted down by this government, by this PC government. And maybe the minister and the premier could show some humility and kindness and not insult the CBRM and the residents of the CBRM any further when they do go to negotiate. We're unable to support this bill. We do not support this bill in its current form. That despite multiple amendments and testimony at law amendments, this government refuses to ensure that this bill is equitable for Nova Scotians across this province. This government is refusing to hold true to past campaign promises or accept the expert recommendations of the Sermgar Committee. And with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to get a few remarks, I think, on the record. I know this has been a very passionate topic of debate over the last number of days in the legislature. First off, I just want to say that I have a great deal of respect, certainly for anyone that's in elected office in Cape Breton, whether that's the municipal, the provincial, or federal level of government. It certainly can be a very challenging place for politics. We kind of have seen that throughout sessions of the House over the last couple of years. So certainly, as a provincial government, we have made and continue to make, I would say, historic investments across the CBRM, certainly in healthcare and education and in public works, infrastructure, with the medical school, and I could list provincial investments for a long time. So I think we have significant investments in Cape Breton for sure. So I think a lot of the conversation is focused on the desire for Cape Breton, the municipality, to have a conversation with the minister and his senior staff, which the minister has committed to doing. So they are going to have their own conversation. I think at the end of the day, this agreement is better for the residents of CBRM than the previous agreement that they've had for many years. That's just the facts. There's a disagreement of the flow-through piece and these sorts of things, and these are certainly issues that the minister can address with the staff in conversation with the municipality. But overall, this should be a savings for the residents of the CBRM. I know that's how it's intended, certainly. I'm not trying to politicize the issue. I think we've seen that a lot throughout the course of conversations on this issue. I'm just trying to state the facts and my opinion on the record. I certainly have a great deal of respect for the council, for sure. I think as we move forward, There's definitely pressures in Cape Breton in transit and housing that are real issues, and those are issues that we'll certainly try to address as part of these conversations, and plus with other departments within the provincial government as well. So I will be supporting this bill because I think it's a better deal for the CBRM right now. That being said, I know the conversations, there's just some immediate concerns. I've been on the record, and so has the minister, just to say that he will hear those concerns and sit down and have a conversation with the CBRM. And I would like to add too, just that the topic of the charter hasn't been brought up in a while. I know that's been something that I think is a really key piece of this that could really chart a path forward, I think, for the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. So I think this is a situation where the sky is not falling, despite what we're hearing from the politicized issues of this. Cooler heads can prevail. We can all work together, and I certainly see a path forward for CBRM, and the province will certainly be there to support them along the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got some brief comments on this. I will preface them by saying we are going to have a free vote on third reading on this in our caucus, and that's recognizing that there's a number of constituencies that we represent where the municipal leaders certainly are supportive of this. And I do know that the negotiations for the ME have been ongoing and have probably gone through three governments of all three political stripes. This work was going on back when I was in municipal affairs. So I know there's been a lot of years that have led to this moment as well. And I do know that there's broad-based support amongst the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. But I do have to state, I don't support this bill with a completely clear conscience. And that is because of how I believe the CBRM has been treated throughout this. First and foremost, rightfully so, the CBRM expected the Premier to come through on his word, where he promised that he would double equalization payments. He said that in the Cape Breton Post. I've tabled that article here. Council rightfully believes they should be able to hold the Premier to his word, which was also part of the election platform that the PCs ran on. By the way, an election platform right now that's been taken off the internet by the party, probably because this isn't the only commitment made in that platform that the government has not moved forward with. Curious thing to do after you get elected, to take your platform off the internet. I also, I think the CBRM, mayor, council, and staff have been disrespected by the government. First, with the refusal of the Premier or the minister to even meet directly with them, sending a deputy in their stead, not meeting peer-to-peer, elected office to elected office. Thirdly, I also really question the letter that was sent out by the minister's office. A letter that at best was in bad taste and inappropriate. At worst was misleading, threatening, and coercive. You know, this is a letter that was not sent out to elected officials. It was sent out to staff, asking them to lobby their elected officials to isolate CBRM and to turn other municipalities against them, and not only them, but also against the opposition parties who have voiced concerns over this bill. That is extremely problematic. I really do hope that the minister addresses that letter. I do think the House and our municipalities, particularly CBRM, deserve an apology for that. And I hope we get it in the minister's closing comments here. I also want to echo that I believe the minister's comments about CBRM standing up for the residents, standing up and trying to fight for what was promised to them by the Premier and the Progressive Conservatives in their platform. That is not a distraction. There's legitimate concerns in CBRM around the impacts of this bill to their finances and their ability to provide services without increasing taxes to the residents. CBRM is in a unique situation within the Federation of Municipalities. They are the second largest municipality by population, by economy. The next largest, I believe, is Truro, and it's about 10 times smaller than CBRM. So they I think, have very good rationale for having their own charter, their own agreement with the province, as HRM has. I do think there's sound rationale for that because of the uniqueness of their situation, the unique challenges that also come with being the second largest municipality. And we've heard the minister say that there was an effort to try and negotiate a separate deal with CBRM, but I've tabled the letters in this House. They are on the record that I believe provide evidence that that effort to negotiate was not done in good faith. It was done with a financial threat hanging over the council that, okay, if you do want to pursue your own agreement outside of this MOU, you can certainly do that, but that means your money will be held at what it currently is, and you might be brought back to previous funding levels. Also, the minister in writing said that the CBRM did not respond to him when it came to negotiating their own deal. I've also tabled evidence in the House that shows very clearly that's not the case, that there was efforts made to actually accommodate the minister to attend council and begin negotiations. So I do believe that the CBRM particularly has been failed by this process. I do think they have been mistreated by the government. And they're not the only municipality that has. We have seen that with HRM as well. And I do believe that there seems to be a disregard by the current government on the importance between the municipal leadership elected in this province and themselves. And while I know that this bill does have broad support amongst many municipalities, we have heard that there could be up to 16 or 17 that are concerned about it because they'll be losing funding. I do think it is worth recognizing that many municipalities and leaders from municipalities have expressed concern about how this situation with CBRM has been handled by the government. It's not just officials from CBRM that have been upset about the letter or believe it to be inappropriate. I was at the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities today.
I would ask the member that not to be using props. Props aren't permitted. Your pen. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Sure. Yeah. I absolutely will put my pen down, Mr. Speaker, no problem. I was at the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities today, and certainly the letter from the minister was a conversation amongst many municipal leaders and municipal staff. That approach is really not been appreciated. They have not seen the likes of such a partisan letter, again, that provided misinformation on the legislative process, suggesting to municipalities if they did not engage in lobbying the opposition parties and CBRM that they could lose this, even though that's impossible unless the majority government of the PCs who brought this bill forward actually choose to take it off the order paper. They suggested there's a deadline. There's no deadline, and in fact, this piece of legislation isn't even going to come into effect until next fiscal year. So again, that letter is I believe, a black stain on the minister's office and the government, and I do think it needs addressing in a proper apology. So while I will be supporting broadly the principles and outcomes of this piece of legislation, recognizing it's been many years in the making and that it certainly has the support of municipal leaders from my area, and I know other areas. I need to put on the record that I do not have a completely clear conscience in doing that for the reasons that I've stated, and certainly hope that the minister does in closing his closing remarks take some time to address the serious situations that have been brought up in debate tonight. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the new NDP.
Thank you very much, and I will rise and say a few words. Much of what I have to say has already been covered, and so I will stick to just a very few points. And the first thing that I will say is that our caucus will be voting against this bill because while we understand that the bill as written is good for many municipalities, it's a bill that, like this government, picks winners and losers. And we don't believe that the legislation that comes through this House should do that, particularly when we're dealing with the municipal units of this province. And the fact of the matter is that this bill will pass. This is a majority government. And we want to be crystal clear that for all of the reasons that have been outlined by my colleague, by the Leader of the Official Opposition, by others, it shouldn't. It shouldn't, because it picked one municipality and they stand to suffer from the implementation of this bill. And it could have so easily been avoided, Mr. Speaker. It could have easily been avoided. And now we're hearing backtracking and the sky's not falling and we had the conversations and, oh, we tried our best. And I think any reasonable person would agree that nobody tried their best. You know, in our constituency offices, we send letters all the time, right? Like today, someone had trouble in public housing with mold, and so hopefully I can grab the minister about that. But in the meantime, we send a letter and we call the property manager and we try to work with it. But then, like, we can't say that we've had a fulsome engagement with the department because they send a letter back saying, sorry, we're not going to do anything about it. And that's what happened here. There was a meeting, as I understand, in August, an exchange of letters, and then the hammer dropped. And as has been pointed out, you know, the CBRM is the second largest municipal unit in the province. It has unique benefits, it has unique challenges, it has unique opportunities, and none of those are possible if it is lumped in with all of the other municipal units in the way that it is in this bill. And so for that reason, we don't support the bill. I want to say a little bit, again, about this idea that this government did anything close to trying their best. In their negotiations, they asked everyone to sign confidentiality agreements, non-disclosure agreements. That's not doing their best, that's wanting to hide something. In their conversations, they exchanged official letters but didn't sit down and have a conversation. That's not doing your best. That's avoiding the inevitable. And doing their best is a thing we hear from this government a lot. What are you going to do about the people who are sleeping outside? Well, we're going to do our best. Will you actually raise income assistance rates to the point where people can contemplate being able to afford a place to live and something to eat? Well, you know, we're doing our best. Once again, this bill shows that this government is not doing its best. And to the criticism that we are politicizing this bill, I will remind the members that we are politicians. We are in this House to express our political opinions. And our political opinion on this bill is that it picked a loser. It picked one municipality, which happens to be our second biggest municipality, and said, that seems hard. This is a government that wants to deliver good news and doesn't want to do the hard work when the good news is hard to come by. And this was a situation where there wasn't an easy announcement, there wasn't a ribbon cutting, there wasn't a photo op. There was a really difficult conversation that had to be had over a long period of time with people who knew what they were doing and were empowered to make decisions around a table where people's feelings would be hurt and there might be some upset, but that you could get to the other side. And that's something we haven't seen from this government. That's the conversation that didn't happen. So, Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP don't believe that legislation that moves through this House should make choices like that. For those reasons, we will not be supporting this. But before I sit down, I want to conclude by saying there is a very clear path here. The mayor and the councillors and the municipal staff who spoke to law amendments didn't say, give us $100 million more. They didn't say give us a charter. No. They didn't say grant all our wishes right now. They said sit down with us. Give us a separate agreement. We're 10 times bigger than the next largest municipality. We're more like HRM than we are like any of these people. We need our own agreement, and without it, this municipality will struggle, and it will be the fault of this government. So I hope that the government will take that seriously, and after the discussion in this chamber and after we rise, we'll think better of the stance that they have taken, which frankly seems to fall on quite deaf ears, and will decide to give the CBRM its own agreement and let them be the wonderful, viable municipality that we all want them to be. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm sitting here listening, and negotiations did indeed start off wrong, because in our very first and my only meeting with council, I was threatened it's going to be political. And it did become political. And I was hoping today we were going to be able to make amends to that. Last night we left here with an open conversation. I guess we became aware of each other or situations, and a lot of stuff happened. And I'm still feeling the effects of that today. So I'm very disappointed that we're sitting here arguing again after I thought we made amends on a lot. And I look across the floor, I'll look across the floor and I'll say to the members opposite, the reform is not perfect, but not by any means. I said here on my first speech on this that I would love to take my truck up here and take a bag of money home to Cape Breton. It's just not reality. This is negotiations that went wrong. A lot of bad things were said back and forth. I get it. I understand. Words matter. But we are doing no good by dragging Cape Breton through the mud here again, and the government through the mud. Because come the end of this, we still have 2 years to govern, and we still have a relationship that needs to be mended. That's my thoughts on that. As far as distraction, CBRM, I will not sit here and listen to that the CBRM staff are a distraction to anybody on this side. I will not listen to that at all. When I think about...
Order.
Thank you.
Lots of chatter coming from all sides here. So let's tone her down. Let's take it back a step here. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when I think about the construction that's on the go in Cape Breton and an economy that has never been as strong as it is, that it is a beautiful thing. And I give the past government credit for some of that. Absolutely, but it's continuing now. To say that relationships are strained to that point, it has not stopped. Cape Breton has been receiving a lot of work, and I think we're doing great right now. I will remind the members also that this MOU has not been open in 30 years, and we're talking about amalgamation that was forced on us by a Liberal government. Here we are 30 years later, we're opening at least. It's a difficult conversation. Obviously, we've been in this house for a month now debating back and forth on this, and yeah, nobody wants to talk about it. I can see why nobody opened it, but I think this is hard to do, and I think it's the right thing to do, because it is 100,000 people. I think it needed to be done. I don't want it to be said that it's winners and losers. It's hard to say somebody's losing when you're saving $4.5 million in annual debt. And I've said that since day one, that it's a choice. I'm on record as saying that the CBRM, Mayor and Council, who are the right to govern the municipality, have a choice if they're going to allow that $4.5 million to be passed to the citizens, or if they're going to use it for whatever they need to. That's their choice. And that's why I said from the beginning, this debate should not have taken place here in this House, and it should not have taken place in the public. It should have been taking place at home in council chambers when they first had the choice to decide. And the choice is to do a charter, which is what we've been sought after for years and years and years. I still think that's the right choice to go with. I would love to hear the CBRM say they want to do the charter. I think it's the right thing to do, and I'd be happy to help them with it. Even though I wasn't involved in the process, I'd love to help them with that. I offer myself up on that. $50 million to municipalities across this province is not anything to sneeze at, that's for sure. It's not winners and losers, not by any means. And I'm not going to be long, because I just want to say this, that I stood up only to say that communications matter, and I'm very happy to hear the minister talk about continuing communications, and he's going to meet with the CBRN mayor and council. I think that's the right thing to do, and I hope that they can mend this relationship. I truly do. And I don't think we're doing any good by sitting here bickering back and forth. We all know it's going to pass. We all have an opinion on it. If anything was said here in the last month, that we all agree on, is that we all see Cape Breton as having exceptional circumstances. Transportation needs help. It absolutely needs help. We cannot have almost 10,000 people coming into the town, the municipality, every year, and being committed to providing public transit when 70% of those folks are using that. That's the size of some of the towns under this MOU. We absolutely need help. I would like to see more help there. I understand some's coming. I hope it is soon. But to say $4.5 million is a loser, that's just not right. And this thing is muddy enough that we don't need to continue to muddy the waters anymore. I just want to say that Cape Breton faces a lot of circumstances that most of the province do not, because we're under this act and because we're so big. The land mass, the streets that we take care of, the garbage collection on such a geographical size, it's just so much, and we do need help, and we absolutely need help, and there's more to come. The minister has been very clear that there's other articles to do, and this is a start. It's not the end. It's not the golden bullet. It's not everything. So with that, I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say that when this is done and this bill is passed, and recorded vote or not recorded vote, doesn't matter. I know how I'm voting. And when it's over and done, I really hope that the amending of relationships is what matters. I really hope that that begins immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting hearing everyone speak. It is about a memorandum of understanding, and it is entitled the Service Exchange Renegotiation and Municipal Government Act Review. You've heard the acronym here is CERMGAR. And I agree, every municipal unit in Nova Scotia needs help. But you can't fully understand unless you sit around those tables to fully understand their respective budgets. And that's what this is about. And I'm referring to, and I'm going to be reading certain parts of this agreement that's before me. The recommendations made, and I want to acknowledge the good work of the committee. In some regards, I agree that they do see it fully, and they have worked with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, because every municipality needs help, including CBRM. The recommendations made with this understanding by the committee that the robust consultation will take place, which will provide an opportunity for all municipal units in Nova Scotia to provide feedback. Municipalities don't have input on the contribution amount determined, so there's no costing. They refer to a formula in this agreement, but there is no formula. It's just referred to, and we heard that at law amendments. To address the issues, the committee has made several recommendations based on the research for updating the formula. Still no real formula. To ensure an accurate representation of municipalities. The updates aim to make sure that appropriate comparison groups are used, review classifications for municipalities, and modernize standard expenditures. And aligned with the resolutions of the NSFM over the past 5 years, the committee proposes that the province's funding for the finance grants to be increased annually by the CPI. I believe that that was entertained and looked at as an amendment, and I would like for the minister to review that and actually respond whether that will be given some consideration. Because anyone in municipal government knows that when it comes to taxation, that the least you can do is try to do it by CPI. And I think the most confusing part was at the beginning when the minister said that this whole agreement is to sort of alleviate the pressure of housing and corrections from municipal units. But he stood here introducing this bill saying that the money we're giving to municipalities is going to help them provide housing. So are they in housing or are they out of housing? Because I hear the Minister of Community Services many times saying we're working with HRM on matters of housing, but yet, are we in housing? Now it's Schedule A, and I'm going to read it because I think that this, as we talk about continuing to work with municipal units, those are the things that we will be looking for in the legislature as far as an understanding goes. So Schedule A, the committee and the province have agreed to engage in ongoing discussions over the next 5 years, with the aim of addressing key issues and ensuring the continued effectiveness of the agreement. Both parties are committed to conducting an annual review of Schedule A and making necessary amendments to the MOU. In addition, regular progress updates on the agreement and Schedule A will be provided on a biannual basis to ensure transparency and effective implementation. I'm reading from a document that I could not get on any website, so I would hope that the biannual review will be available somewhere online. The review class structure of Class 1, Class 2, specifically in the context of municipal consolidation or amalgamation, this discussion point is the current priority of the CERMGAR committee. It is recommended that both parties continue to work together with the expectation of implementing changes within 1 year. Policing models and associated costs is another bullet item. Fire and emergency services, municipal contribution, education rates and phase out, DNA lab contributions, grants in lieu, increased tax tools, regional enterprise networks, the creation of a program for municipal regionalization, roads, municipal speed limits, transit, public transit, electrification, and community transit boundaries. That'll be all great work. I don't expect it before the next election. But as I started off talking about respective budgets, Mr. Speaker, this is what is the critical piece right now. Because every municipal unit right at this time is starting to plan their budget for their next fiscal year, including CBRM. What amount they get, anything helps. But at the end of the day, we all know it's never going to be enough. Now I'm going to go to HRM as the largest amalgamated municipality, the largest rural municipality. And I'm going to quote and read what was presented to law amendments. It is already part of the public record, so I need not table it. HRM has not asked for any special or separate deal and would have liked the choice of whether we could participate in the arrangement with other municipalities. The province has suggested that HRM must be dealt with separately and that they recognize there is more complexity and different matters that potentially could be discussed with HRM. And like any amalgamated municipality, that is what CBRM has been asking for because of the complexities. So HRM is asking, and I hope that the minister will respond, that we're asking the province to commit to a schedule of meetings to complete the service exchange discussion with HRM, and would like assurance that no incremental costs would shift to HRM taxpayers in the interim as a result of Bill 340, relieving other municipalities from that obligation to pay forward housing and corrections or otherwise. So I hope that the minister will address that in his response as to when exactly HRM can expect a phone call to discuss how their budget might be impacted going forward, especially for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just wanted to rise on my feet and contribute to the discussion here. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues on this side of the House, and I just want to put on the record a few additional thoughts. Some of the thoughts I've expressed through various phases of the bill. First of all, I'll be supporting the bill. I represent 2 municipalities, and Wolfville, of course, is the biggest winner in this agreement, with an increase of nearly 1,400%. So they obviously are extremely happy with this agreement, and have encouraged me to do everything I can to ensure that it gets through the House. Kings County, on the other hand, reaction was more of, and I'll use my 29-year-old son's word, meh. They weren't too excited about it. There wasn't really much there for them. Kings County has been trying to engage with municipal affairs on the issues of roads, on J-class roads, for years, and they feel that this work that's been undertaken has really fallen short of the work that needs to be done. You know, the big issues at the municipal level, and they were just outlined there in Schedule A, but, you know, education funding, policing, roads. This is where the really hard work comes. And unfortunately, the easy work has become very, very hard. And I'll talk a little bit about really the failure of process. Yeah, so these are 2 issues. The hard work has not been done. We're nibbling around the edges. Yes, it's great to get corrections and housing off the municipal tax bills, but as I pointed out in an earlier conversation about this, the impact to municipalities is a total of $19.7 million, according to a document that outlines the benefits, the winners and the losers. And in fact, I wanted to point out to my colleague from Glace Bay, the document actually identifies a column with respect to the losers. And there are 16 of them, and Cape Breton is the biggest one. So the benefits of this agreement are $19 million. And as I pointed out, I did some quick math with respect to the inflation that will be applied to the education bill to municipalities. The education bill will go up $17 million, why 9.7 is coming off. So the benefits to municipal taxpayers will be eroded very, very quickly because the government continues to ask the municipalities to collect education funds on their behalf. The other issue was really the total failure of process here, and my colleagues both leaders of the two opposition parties, I think, articulated this quite well. The process really has been a failure, that there's been a sort of divide and conquer, which is outlined very clearly, or evidenced very clearly in the letter from the minister to the CAOs. Clearly, that was an effort to divide and conquer municipalities, pitting one municipality against their colleagues. Completely inappropriate. To, again, go to my colleagues from Glace Bay about why are we politicizing this. Well, again, it was the minister's letter that identifies the Liberal Party as being the problem. Extremely, extremely disappointing, and I don't think in my 10 years, actually 17 years in municipal and provincial government, I've ever seen a letterhead of a government minister using political parties in the body of the letter. Completely inappropriate, and really calls in to question the ethics here in terms of how government is being conducted. So the biggest loser in this is municipal-provincial relations. We can argue over $1 million here and there, but the chill that has now occurred between the government and our municipal partners is palpable. I felt it there at the Federation meeting this morning when I attended. Our two biggest municipalities, representing probably now near 600,000 Nova Scotians, CBRM and HRM, are extremely disappointed with the processes and how this government is interacting with them. And it's a very, very disappointing and really shocking way to relate with partners when we are serving the same citizens, the same Nova Scotians throughout the province. And I did, just with respect to process, and I did put some of this on the record earlier, but I thought the letter from Mayor Peter Mattard from Kings County, the municipality of Kings County, his letter, I think, shares some of the frustration and concern with respect to this whole process. And if I may, I just want to read a few paragraphs here from a view of a municipality that doesn't see themselves as big winners or big losers in this agreement, but they are outlining how the process has been a failure, I think. Regrettably, the Roads Committee report was overtly withheld from municipalities. We've just now received it as a result of numerous complaints on that front. Also, the CERMGuard Committee was formed to discuss, consult, and report regularly to municipalities. Instead, the members were asked to sign non-disclosure agreements, did not report to municipalities, and appear to have taken on the status of a negotiating committee. To top it off, that committee also had not shared its report with either the NSFM board or membership prior to us all being presented with what had the appearance of a fait accompli. Therefore, it cannot be inferred that any of the recommendations have come from municipalities. I have truly been confused by such cloaked procedures. They have done nothing to inspire confidence in the process. They go on to say further, the mayor goes on to say further in the letter, The municipality would like to provide comments related to the engagement process that was undertaken and the broader objectives associated with municipal reform. In the 1995 service exchange, the province set out a schedule of municipal and provincial responsibilities and undertook an effort to balance the expenses associated with each. The whole concept was preceded with a discussion paper that provided details and strategic focus that enabled knowledgeable discussion on the issues by all parties. Similar thought does not appear to have been applied to the current process, significantly impeding any opportunity for well-informed discussions between the province and municipalities. In the information recently released, there is a significant gap in costing of the program elements for each order of government. From a municipal reform perspective, this current proposal does not advance reform objectives, but rather perpetuates at best and deteriorates at worst the status quo. To quote a well-worn but applicable adage, we are rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It is this municipality's position that any type of service exchange agreement should be undertaken in the context of a broader municipal reform effort, preferably following study and recommendations by an independent third-party subject matter expert. Really, those words, I think, underscore what the concerns have been from municipalities with respect to the process here that has really failed Nova Scotians. It's hurt the relationship between municipalities and the province. It has undermined the trust. And now when we need to get to the real hard work, we are doing that from a position of suspicion, of a lack of trust, and a feeling that their words or they could be used as pawns in a divide and conquer manner. So I just want to put those issues on the table. And I think just one last point to add. It does seem odd that when the province goes to work on eliminating housing and corrections from the tax bills of Nova Scotians, that they failed to do that with HRM. The government should be dealing with all municipalities equally and fairly, and to not involve HRM and give the taxpayers of HRM the benefits of the elimination of housing and corrections from their tax bills, I think, again, creates an environment of distrust, playing municipalities one off against the other, and really hurting Nova Scotians in general across the province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great job, Steve. I just want to take an opportunity to recognize some familiar faces in the West Gallery here. I see we have our councillor, Larry Turner, as well as his lovely wife, Susan, who I went to school with. And so it was just nice to see you here today. I hope you enjoy your visit here at the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, it is to close third reading or debate. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to say a few extra words on Bill 340 before I close debate. And there was many comments. I will try to address a few of them. I apologize if I don't. But I mean, in regard to the member from King South and HRM and I don't remember your constituency, Cole Harbour. Yes, immediately. I mean, we're committed to negotiating with HRM 100%, and we've been, I could say, distracted by floods, fires. Our department's been overwhelmed with work from all of the things that have happened in Nova Scotia this summer, so we will certainly get to that as quickly as we can. And I do want to take a moment to thank our staff in Municipal Affairs and Housing for the hard work that they put into this, and all the members of the CERMGAR committee, which there was a significant number. I'm very pleased, really, to have the official oppositions largely have their support in this, in terms of how they will vote anyway, and if not in terms of their comments. It's been a remarkable debate, in my opinion, one that I haven't seen in 10 years of being here. You know, the question of NDAs, that was requested both by, to be honest, both by NSFM and by our own staff. The reason NSFM wanted it, I think, was, and I would be speculating, but to allow free exchange of ideas. The reason our staff wanted it was that there were parts of the information provided by our staff that our legal people felt that was confidential information, and to provide it to a third party required some level of confidentiality in terms of the information in the data on the municipal financial capacity grant and the calculation. In terms of that calculation, I mean, you know, it belongs to the NSFM. It's their calculation, and it's complicated. So, and I've seen it. So, anyway, that's the reference to that. I just want to say that we have very strong advocates for Cape Breton in the member for Glace Bay and the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you.
Was the charter on the table in the beginning? No, it wasn't, but they advocated very strongly for it, and so we're listening. We continue to listen to them. We appreciate them very much. You know, the member, and I keep Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, we do listen. I do listen to your comments, and I hadn't heard before your call for an audit or the Auditor General's involvement. I actually didn't hear that before. Huh? I heard you say it. Oh, I thought you were calling for it. So, okay, if I misunderstood you, well, my apologies. So,
Order, please. Yes, the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing has the floor.
I would just say, and I would say this to the people of CBRM, we're, you know, look back 8 years of the previous administration. Was there any extra municipal financial grant money given? Look around you at the amount of construction going on. We've got your back. We're supporting CBRM. I want you to know that. I know we're in a squabble with your council, but and I apologize for that in a sense that that doesn't reflect our attitude towards CBRM. I can tell you that the times I've been there, in reality, I can't believe the transformation in CBRM currently. You know, it was only a few years ago with steady decline in population, and you wondered who was going to be the last person to turn the lights out in CBRM. I don't feel that way anymore. Largely driven by CBU, but not entirely. Other things too. Your own energy and enthusiasm, and we're spending money in CBRM at an unprecedented rate as a government. We're working hard for you. I want you to know that. The deal...
Order. Just a reminder, and I noticed this the other day with a number of members speaking as well. You speak through the chair. We're not allowed to be looking at the TV as if we're speaking to someone outside of the chamber. Okay, thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will try to remember to do that. I do want to say to the people of CBRM that we're working for them. CBRM is changing. We recognize that. We've got their back. Their members here have got their back. The reality is this deal stands every one of our 48 municipalities to the better. Kings, the municipality of Kings, to nearly $1 million better. You know, the town of Yarmouth to nearly $500,000 better. Not quite $500,000. There's every single municipality is better off with this. None better off than CBRM, which stands to the better on the two items, the net operating losses and corrections to $4.5 million. How CBRM uses that's up to them, but from what I understand, they will pass that on to their citizens. So it is a $4.5 million tax break to them, which is a good thing. So, and however every municipality chooses to use that is up to them. We respect that totally. So that's real money, and it's a benefit to them. I will again, just for the benefit of third reading, explain a little bit about the pre-1981 schools. The reality is a pre-1981 school probably has asbestos in it, and they're complicated and expensive to remediate or remove. We're willing to take that on. I know for some municipalities the comment is it's 9 years too late, 8 years too late. That's the reality because they've already taken them over. So the question is, why do municipalities take back these pre-1981 schools? And that is, going back in time, education was a municipal responsibility. And when the province took it over, the municipalities agreed to put money in through property taxes, which used to fund 100% of education, now fund a small portion, because we're putting a lot of other money into education, believe me. But the reality is that that's where the history of that. The other reality is that, yes, there's a lot more work to do. Schedule A has many items, as the member for Cole Harbour listed. They're not going to be easy to negotiate. We know that. We'll continue to work on this. And as the member from Kings South mentioned in his letter from the mayor of Kings County, the B part, what we call Schedule B roads, once we got to the public discussion phase, there was resistance on that. So we responded by pulling that out and said we'll look at that a little bit further and further study that issue of J-class roads. So we're listening there too. So those are all things that I just want to point out. There's probably things I've forgotten, but with that, Madam Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 340.
The motion is to close third reading debate of Bill number 340, Municipal Reform 2023 Act. Would all those in favor? There has been a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Thank you. There will be a recorded vote. I will ask the clerk to conduct the vote.
Brad Johns, Tori Rushton, Barbara Adams,
Yes.
Kim Maslin,
Yes.
Tim Houston, Alan McMaster,
Yes.
Twyla Gross,
Yes.
Michelle Thompson,
Yes.
John Lohr,
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau,
Yes.
Tim Hallman,
Yes.
Kent Smith,
Yes.
Dave Ritzie,
Yes.
Brian Wong,
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek,
Yes.
Brian Comer,
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc,
Yes.
Jill Balzer,
Yes.
Pat Dunn,
Yes.
Greg Moreau,
Yes.
Becky Druin,
Yes.
Larry Harrison,
Yes.
John White,
Yes.
John A. McDonald,
Yes.
Keith Bain,
Yes.
Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard, Danielle Barkhouse, Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Nolan Young,
Yes.
Steve Craig,
Yes.
Patricia Arab, Keith Irving,
Yes.
Brendan McGuire,
Yes.
Derek Mombercat,
No.
Zach Churchill,
Aye.
Kelly Regan, Ian Rankin,
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc,
No.
Claudia Chender,
No.
Kendra Coombs,
No.
Susie Hansen,
No.
Gary Burrow,
No.
Lisa Lachance,
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo, Tony Ince, Laura Lee Nickel,
Yes.
Ben Jessup, Braden Clark,
Yes.
Ali Duale,
Yes.
Carmen Kerr,
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Fred Tilley, Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 36, nays 7.
The motion is carried.
Bill 340, an act respecting municipal contributions and grants.
The motion is carried. I get it. Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow. Oh.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pear, on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction?
Yes.
All right. He just left, but I want to say that I want to welcome Councillor Elton McDonald, CBRM Councillor for District 5, to the legislature. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act?
Bill number 329 for third reading, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, an act to amend. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 329, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, and Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act, be now read for a third time. Madam Speaker, the province is in the midst of a housing crisis like we've never seen before. Madam Speaker, over the past 2 years, we've been working on a number of fronts with all levels of government, businesses, and community partners on solutions. But we need to do more, and we need to do better for our residents. The amendments to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in Halifax Regional Municipality Act will remove barriers, increase density, and ensure that housing remains a priority focus in our most urban centre. Speaker, many of the amendments should come as no surprise to anyone who has read the 2022 Deloitte report, as they relate directly to recommendations coming from the HRM Housing Development Barrier Review. Creating a trusted partner program for qualified developers was a key recommendation in the report and will help pave the way for those certified professionals who are known for providing quality development submissions with a more streamlined process. Madam Speaker, the Trusted Partner Program, primarily about engineers and architects, doesn't give a free pass to certain people for all the development opportunities in the city, and it will certainly not mean developers get to skip out on any of the required studies or regulatory requirements associated with projects. Quite the opposite. It recognizes those who truly understand the process and are prepared to work with HRM planning to build more quality housing projects, bring more quality housing projects to light a little faster, and that's important. Madam Speaker, these intended amendments are intended to enhance our work with HRM. We've done a lot of great work together on the housing file, and I'm confident we will continue to do so. Madam Speaker, as I've said many times, it's simply a matter that planning rules have not been able to keep pace with the increasing needs and demands of the modern-day housing landscape. Times have changed and policies have not kept up. And that's resulted in some very viable developments like Beaver Bank Road or others being denied or severely delayed. We've listened to feedback provided in law amendments, and we've made some adjustments to provide more clarity and flexibility to make changes in regulation. We've modified the language related to freezing fees, capital contributions, and bonus zoning to clarify that this is not about taking current fees away. It's about not raising fees or changing formulas to ensure developers have some stability over the next 2 years as they build new housing units, and it can avoid passing those additional costs on to residents. As I've noted before, we've provided an avenue to change the calculation of fees, if necessary, with ministerial approval. We've also broadened the scope of authority provided to the CAO to make planning decisions, putting more authority in the hands of the municipality than ever before. Madam Speaker, these amendments are about removing barriers and helping speed up smart development where it's needed for the benefit of all residents. We've also brought in amendments to enable tax breaks to HRM businesses affected by the devastating fires this summer. Those were requested by the member from Hammonds Plains, Lucansville. Madam Speaker, this is a housing crisis which has been made worse by these fires and floods, and this government is committed to taking actions needed to increase housing supply so that more Nova Scotians can have a safe place to call home. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll invite comments from my colleagues on Bill 329.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's been extensive debate on Bill 329. On third reading, I will re-register some major concerns I have about this bill and the government's failure to bring in even amendments to it that could support transparency, accountability, and even reporting. I will state, first and foremost, that we do have a housing crisis. It is impacting nearly every single community across the province. We do have to build homes more quickly, and we do have to reduce the costs of building. And we've suggested a number of pieces of legislation that can help us achieve that. We do not have any evidence that this bill is going to do these things. The minister has not provided any analysis to suggest that there are going to be any developments that happen more quickly as a result of this, or how many more units are going to be built as a result of this. Because at its heart, what this bill does is it gives the minister unilateral authority to step in, overturn, or supersede a decision that's made by HRM. I think that is a problem. That creates a scenario, I believe, that can lead to corrupt behavior, incentives from partisan ministers of any political stripe who hold that seat to engage in favoritism for friends and allies and donors. I'm particularly worried about this because we have seen a penchant in this government to reward friendly individuals with access, with decisions. We've seen this premier cut independent boards, replace them with individuals that he referred to as his personal friends. I mentioned earlier today in the House, the premiers from across the province came and stayed in Halifax. They were hosted by the premier. They just so happened to stay at the hotel that's owned by one of the premier's biggest fundraisers, biggest supporters, who plays an unknown role in the administration of this government, who has allegedly directed some housing policy, and who is the chair of the transition team for the premier. And you know, I'm sorry, but I don't believe the argument that it was just coincidence that all the premiers from across the province chose to stay at that one place. So I do believe we've got a real problem with this bill that can lead to bad behavior and might not necessarily lead to the outcomes that we're expecting or that we hope for. And I'm of course hearing this we've heard from the mayor and municipal councillors on this, who have already signed off on, I think, 12,000 or more new units that are being delayed not because of process, according to the mayor and council, but because of interest rates, availability of labor in particular, and high costs of building. I've spoken to developers that have echoed that. Many developers are not building right now for a number of reasons. They don't know if they can get the return on their investment, even with market building of market-priced units, which, by the way, are the highest rents in the country right now. I have heard from developers that are confused about this bill. Some who are favorable and think this is going to help them get their projects off the ground more quickly, and time will tell if that happens or not. But the fact is that the viewpoint of developers is different. And that's what makes me worried about there being winners and losers that are chosen here, depending on whether they're aligned or friendly with the government or not. And again, the fact that the government and the minister did not support simple amendments to this bill that would have just ensured the government reported on their interventions to the public, I think is of great concern. I mean, the only reason you don't want to report on things of this nature is because you don't want people to know what decisions you're influencing. There's no reason to want to hide any of this information from the public if the government has confidence that no untoward decisions are going to be made or that no favoritism is going to be had on this. And we've seen this happen with the PC government in Ontario. Again, no, not the same exact legislation, not the same situation, but there are similarities there. The legislation that was moved in Ontario allowed the minister, as I've talked about previously, to engage in favoritism, overrule local decision-making and local planning, and pick winners. And they just so happened to be developers that had ties to the party and donated to the party, and that the minister's chief of staff had met with. Right? We don't know who's pushed for this. We don't know if the chair of the government's transition team, who is a developer and who seems to be getting some perks because of his relationship with the premier, was the one pushing for this. We don't know this because the government has refused to answer these questions. And in Ontario, the intervention that they had has led to scandal, has led to an RCMP investigation, has led to an Auditor General investigation, has led to an apology from the Premier, and has led to cabinet resignations. And I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen here. I certainly hope it doesn't. But I believe this piece of legislation is creating the conditions that can lead to that. And I do think that is worth noting. And I'm not the only person that thinks this. This has been reported on in the media. It's been commented on by Mayor and Council and by other people outside of this chamber who've looked at this legislation who are fearful of it. It is a concern for municipalities across the province. I've spoken just this week to a number of municipal leaders from small communities and large towns relative to the Nova Scotia landscape. They are worried about this intrusion into their autonomy, their authority, their ability to make decisions for their constituents and plan the growth and housing needs of their community. And again, this government has also made decisions on housing and building that municipalities can't even move on because they did not take the time to consult. Right? An example of this is in Bridgewater, where unbeknownst to the Mayor and Council, the government announced that I believe some of their public housing new builds are going to be in Bridgewater. The Mayor and Council don't know if they can even accommodate that because their sewage and wastewater pipes are at a maximum. So again, this can also lead to bad decisions from an outcome perspective, where approvals are given, where perhaps we don't even have the infrastructure capacity to move on them. And I think this is a problem. I want to compare, and again, I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be work done with municipalities to change the regulatory framework, to reduce costs and unnecessary burdens in the process to build more quickly. I think there's some legitimacy to that. And I think we do need to modernize our rules and regulations right now, our bylaws, to ensure that we are building as quickly as we can and that there aren't unnecessary regulatory barriers in the way, right? Some regulatory barriers are important around environment, around safety, and some of them probably aren't, that are more about, individuals not wanting to have apartment buildings in a single family neighborhood. But I want to compare how this government and the Ford's government engaged in making these changes compared to the BC government. Because this was an issue in British Columbia. How British Columbia handled this issue was they didn't give one individual in a partisan government unilateral ability to overturn municipal decisions or to play favorites when it comes to building and housing with big, large-scale, multi-million-dollar projects. What BC did was they changed the rules. They changed the bylaws. They didn't give an individual or their minister superseding authority. They changed the rules they didn't like, and those rules will then apply to everybody. And that is a very distinct difference between how this government is handling the situation and how a government like BC tackled this. And I think it's worth referencing how BC handled this, because it makes a lot more sense for lawmakers, which we are, and which the minister is, and the premier is in this chamber, lawmakers, it makes a lot more sense for lawmakers to change laws and rules. That's our job. That makes a lot more sense than giving one individual unilateral authority to either overturn or make decisions that impact development, and that we don't know whether it's going to be fair or that there's going to be due process with that. So in BC, to deal with housing, the Housing Minister, Ravi Kalan, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, introduced legislation aimed at increasing small-scale multi-unit housing in the province by forcing municipalities to change zoning rules to make it easier to build townhomes, multiplexes, and laneway houses. Generally, the requirements will allow a minimum of 1 secondary suite or 1 laneway home in all single-family or duplex residential zones. Within municipalities of more than 5,000 people, zoning will allow for 3 to 4 units in select areas on single-family or duplex lots, depending on lot size. A minimum of 6 units will be allowed in select areas zoned for larger single-family or duplex residential located close to transit stops with frequent service. The minister's words, municipalities covered by the legislation may permit additional density if desired, but cannot have bylaws that allow for fewer permitted units than the provincial legislation. So a very clear difference here with the approach of British Columbia to addressing rules or processes that they believe are a hindrance to development. They changed the rules. They changed the bylaws. And they could actually say how many units they believed that these changes would allow to be built. They believe it's in the magnitude of 60,000 new units that could be built in 10 municipalities over the next 5 years. So not only did, I think, BC approach this very same issue in a much more responsible way, one that is based around the rule of law, around fair and consistent process, around regulatory certainty. They also did the analysis so they could tell the public how many new units would be built as a result of this. We have not had that analysis provided by this government. And again, bringing in a piece of legislation that is very heavy-handed, that gives the minister and therefore the premier a really consequential level of control and power over who builds in Halifax and where they build. And they couldn't even tell us, Madam Speaker, what the impact of this was going to be. So I do think this legislation is wrong in a number of ways. And even from a development perspective, what do business people want from government, Madam Speaker? What do they need? They need regulatory certainty. They need to understand what the process is and what they have to do to go through it. And I've heard this directly from developers. There's a lot of confusion out there. I believe in committee of the whole, I listed a number of questions that developers have about this. They don't know what to do. And now, also because this piece of legislation might also have broken the law of the province in the HRM Charter, which states explicitly and very clearly that changes to the Charter require consultation with the municipality. Madam Speaker, it states that in the law. And I believe this government is breaking that law in this legislation. So now what's happening, HRM certainly agrees with that, is I believe there's going to be a court challenge to this. So now we have two levels of government. Our biggest municipality that is dealing with the largest pressures of growth, with the largest increases in our population, now potentially being at legal loggerheads with the province. How is that going to help housing get built faster? It's creating uncertainty in the market. It's creating uncertainty for business people who are the ones putting their capital on the line to build projects. There is a real risk that this might actually slow development and housing down. When instead what we need is cooperation with our largest municipality and our province. There needs to be a warlike effort on housing, and that means all hands on deck. That means everybody working together, because we know, based on what the experts are telling us, we need 70,000 new units in the next 5 years to keep up with current demand. $70,000 new units at a time when housing starts have gone down 50% year over year, and at a time when the Premier and the provincial government are saying we're going to double the population, when we don't have enough houses for people to live in right now. And this is a literal crisis in housing. It's not hyperbole to say that. It is not an exaggeration. This is an actual crisis that is getting worse year over year. We're seeing it show up in a number of ways. There's a number of symptoms of this crisis. Again, the most acute, the worst of all, is the homelessness, the doubling of the homeless population here in Halifax and increasing in other parts of the province. We are seeing it with our fixed income seniors, whom, like in Cape Breton, are living in large single-family homes that they're having a harder time affording to maintain. They can't get out of because there's no affordable rents or units even available, because the vacancy rate in this province is close to 0%. There's all these single-family homes that could potentially be on the market for the young people coming up, young families who need family homes, who need affordable places to live, who are now telling us through polling and anecdotally in our offices that they don't know if they'll even be able to afford a home in Nova Scotia or find a place to live. So this is a crisis, and it is not going to be fixed, I don't believe, by a provincial government that's unwilling to work with our municipal partners or the federal government, or stand in the way of federal to municipal deals that are also leading to hopefully accelerated development in housing. This bill is about control. It's about who gets to decide, I believe, and I believe it's about if one of the friends of the government are not getting where they want to get, they know that they can call on the minister, but most likely the Premier, to intervene. And now the minister has the authority to do that. Furthermore, this is not going to do anything to build more affordable housing. Not only could this bill potentially negatively impact market housing because of the confusion it's creating, because of the legal challenges that are going to be fought out in court, it's not going to do anything to build more affordable units or emergency housing or transitionary housing. In fact, this bill may be stripping organizations that are in the not-for-profit sector that do a lot of this work from necessary funding, and the province has not indicated that they're going to replace that money. So for those that are that market housing, whether it's rent or a single-family home or duplex or townhouse, is not attainable financially, who need affordable units, or those who are, even escaping a dangerous and abusive situation with a spouse or family situation, or those that are found homeless. This bill will also do nothing to help any of those people, and that has to be a key part of addressing housing. So this is the signature bill of this session. This is the government's big claim legislatively that they're dealing with housing, they're going to build more faster. The government has not produced any evidence that is going to do that. Again, I think there's great risks of this bill when it comes to favoritism and transparency and accountability that's going to be tied to that. I think it's creating confusion in the market, which can impact development in a negative way and slow it down. And I believe that if the government was committed to doing an intervention, that actually looking at the rules, the laws, and the processes and changing those would be a much more reasonable, responsible way to handle this. And the fact that they didn't handle it that way, I do think is concerning. And the last point I'll make, Madam Chair, which I also think is important, is this piece of legislation may actually be breaking the laws of the province, which the legislators on the government side's first duty is to uphold. And for those reasons, myself and our party will not be supporting this bill.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to rise and say just a few words about this bill. I share many of the concerns that have been raised, but I think at the heart of the challenge of this bill is, again, a pattern where since this government has come into office, it has essentially eliminated arm's-length decision-making. We don't have independent Crown corporations. We don't have a board of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. We don't have places where the expertise of the public service can be put to the work that it is intended. We have ministers with an increasing amount of power. We saw a template for this bill in the Patient Access to Care Act, which I know has expedited a lot for regulated health professionals, but also gave the Minister of Health exclusive power to determine whether a health professional is able to practice in Nova Scotia, which is astonishing. Every single health regulator spoke out against that bill, and we are replicating that here in the arena of planning. Now, we have a Minister of Health who happens to be a nurse and have a lot of experience in healthcare, but she's not a regulator. We have a Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs who I'm sure has immersed himself in the work of the department, but he's certainly not a planner. And so we are, as I think has been said, laying the ground for corruption. When we see a situation where the public service can be overridden, where other orders of government and their input can be dismissed, where decisions can be made behind closed doors, alarm bells should go up. That is not a democratic way of doing things. And I will say for the, 10th time in this chamber that this is a government that campaigned on transparency, that campaigned on good government and doing things right and showing those Liberals how they were really going to do it right. And I mean, we've seen literally the exact opposite. At every turn, we have seen a move towards consolidation of power, a move towards decisions being made in the dark, bills also being voted on in the dark. I think it should really give people pause. Again, as has been said, this bill is supposed to be a bill that creates housing, and yet we have no guarantee that this bill will create a single unit of housing. It might, but what it will do is create the possibility for a lot of corruption. I mean, I'm just going to call it like it is. We have no evidence that that's happening. I am not saying it is, but this is why we have good governance. This is why we have a public service. This is why we have planners. This is why we have arm's-length decision-making, so that we don't create the possibility of this kind of possibility. And that's what we're seeing, and I think, we've seen this in Ontario. We've seen in Ontario where governments suddenly have a thirst for building in the wilderness. Sandy Lake. We've seen where governments want to consolidate power over planning, which at the provincial level, in which they have very little expertise. And then we've seen deeply unfortunate consequences, both for those governments and for the people they serve. And so I think we should all be concerned about that. I think we should all be concerned about that as we look at this legislation. This bill isn't really about building housing. This bill is about a government being able to do whatever it wanted. If this government wanted to build housing, they could just build housing. The Premier's words, the solution to the housing crisis is to build housing, but we're not building housing. No. We're consolidating power. That's not the same thing, not by a long shot. So Dartmouth Cove, we talked about this week in the legislature. In my constituency, we have a piece of former industrial land. Does it need cleanup? Yes. Does it need as much investment as many other sites that the government has put projects on? No. Is the private sector building all around it? Yes. Does the King's Wharf development stand just adjacent to the site? Yes. It could support 1,000 units, Dartmouth Cove. But not only is the province not building housing there, not only did they not accept it as a special planning area, but now they just don't think they're going to. I thought this government was about building housing. They're not building housing, Madam Speaker. They're consolidating power. And that's what we're seeing here. And just to bring us around to the pattern, there are two main bills coming out of the Department of Housing and Municipal Affairs this session. The bill we just debated and this bill. These are two bills that, if you had to boil it down, one gives CBRM a crappy deal and one gives HRM a crappy deal. Two bills, two biggest municipalities in the province, bad deal. So I understand that this government doesn't want to do this government wants to choose where the announcements are. They want to choose where the investment is, ideally where they can cut a ribbon with a minister. But at some point, people will notice. If we want to grow this province to 2 million people, guess what? Most of them are going to live in the big cities. And yes, we need to grow our municipalities all across this province. Yes, we will continue to grow them. We now have over 500,000 people in HRM. And yet, do we know where the 4 schools announced are going to be? No. The government won't tell us. Do we know how this bill that usurps all of the authority from HRM is going to help build housing in the HRM? No. Because even the special planning areas and the joint task force that we talked about in the last session has yet to open a single door and offer a single bed to a person who needs housing. Meanwhile, the Rapid Housing Initiative that has been undertaken with the 2 other orders of government who seem to actually be able to talk to each other has built and delivered housing, hundreds of units of housing. Hundreds of units of truly affordable housing. Shocking. And it's not nearly enough. It's not nearly enough, Madam Speaker. We need so much more. And
Order.
Yes?
I thought this would be the best time. So crappy deal is unparliamentary. It's in my list here. So I just would ask that you retract that.
Yep. I will retract crappy deal, and I will replace it with bad deal. I will stay away from the colloquialisms. But you know, I do want to reiterate, when the Council of Premiers met last weekend, I had the chance to sit down with the Premier of British Columbia and previously meet with his housing minister. And I think that British Columbia is instructive. They are upzoning. They are changing zoning. They're doing it in collaboration with their municipalities. They're not usurping power. They're changing rules in a way that benefit communities. Not every community is happy about it, but they're engaging with their municipalities. Mayor Mike Savage called this bill an autocratic intrusion. The mayor of HRM is the only directly elected municipal official, not the only one, I suppose other mayors are, but you know, he has a constituency of 500,000 people, half the population of our province. And he said that this bill is an autocratic intrusion And this government dismisses that criticism. That is a massive, massive accusation, and it's true. And so then the question is why? And I want to get back to the special planning areas, the Joint Task Force. So the special planning areas, you know, we had this exact same conversation in the last session, more or less, when the task force was established, because that was the first intrusion into the planning of HRM, where they said, well, you could go through all of the normal municipal channels, or you could come and knock on our door, and maybe we'll just give you, maybe we'll expedite. And we had lots of criticism about that. But HRM was at the table, and there was planning expertise at the table. And now we've just cut out the smart. We've cut out the expertise. We have only, to the members who criticize the political nature of this conversation, oh please, first of all, and second of all, that's exactly what this is. It is only political decision making, by definition. If the minister can, by himself, decide what planning happens right across our biggest municipality, that means it's a political decision. He's not relying on his staff. He's not relying on planning. He might be, but he doesn't have to. That is troubling. That should be troubling to all of us. And, you know, I could go on, but I will just come back to say there are so many things this government could do to build housing. Number one, build housing. But number two, you know, there are programs. We've talked about this. We know there are programs. But those are really a drop in the bucket. There's been an announcement of public housing, 222 units someday. Some of them might get built. Apparently, a bunch of them can't because the lots where they've been announced aren't actually serviced. We don't even know where some of the areas are. That is a literal drop in the bucket. At least 70,000 units by 2030, many of them here in the HRM. 33,000 at least of those need to be deeply affordable. This government has, like, not even a drop in the bucket of the announcements has been deeply affordable housing. And that is what the 1,000+ people living outside, many of whom still have no idea how they will make it through the winter, need. We didn't hear anything about that in this chamber. We didn't hear about the regulatory and legal changes that are being made to ensure that people stay alive through the winter. We didn't hear about the regulatory and legal changes being made so that we could build complete communities for the 2 million people that the Premier says is going to come. We get some weird argument about, like, oh, well, we need them to come so they can build the housing we need. But what are they going to do in the meantime? Live in a tent? We see that. If you go to the Shuby Canal in Dartmouth, you see the little, like, huts that the Irish workers lived in while they built the canal. We're sort of past that now. Wow, they were Irish. Yeah, Irish Town Road. It's right in the middle of my district. I mean, that's an interesting story in itself, but we don't have to talk about that right now. But we're beyond that. Like we don't, that's not how we do things now. We are a wealthy province. We are a wealthy province. The world is on fire right now. There are so many people struggling, and we are so lucky, and we can't find a way to make sure that everyone has a roof over their head, and we can't find a way to pass a bill that actually provides housing for people in this province. I mean, shame, honestly, because this is a bill that paves the path for corruption, that continues to consolidate power, that at least has deeply upset the biggest municipality and economic engine of this province, and, you know, might even have created some kind of communication breakdown, which will not bode well for any of us or our constituents. This bill does a lot of things, none of them good, and none of the bills that have come forward meet the challenges that we actually have in housing.
Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm not sure what more can be said here in the House. We've all heard it tonight again, to emphasize just how damaging and how dangerous this bill truly is. It does nothing to expedite the construction of the 11,000 units already approved for construction in HRM. It does nothing to help the homeless. It does nothing to address the immediate need for student housing. It does nothing to address the cost of money and the shortage of skilled labor, which are the true causes of construction delays. We even heard the Minister of Public Works this week acknowledge those were the reasons for the delays in construction in Dartmouth Cove, which was referenced already. So why is it different for HRM? If labor shortages and interest rates are causing delays for the province to actually provide housing on land that they own. It actually eliminates also one of the most powerful tools used to promote the development of affordable housing, bonus zoning. But it's interesting, as I stand here, I'm starting to see a pattern, not necessarily the pattern identified by the NDP, but a pattern by this government. Bill 225 came rushing in here. We had to do something right away about the noise bylaw in HRM. Oh, but then it was all resolved by council at HRM, so it's not a big deal. Everyone's happy, that's good. But there was a need to hurry up in here and bring this bill. And now, the minister just mentioned it in his opening comments. Beaverbank was denied by council. Rush another bill into the House because, boy, oh boy, somebody's not happy. The minister is actually on social media, on NSFM's account, saying people are resistant to change. It's human nature. It's time to set aside not in my backyard sentiments. Well, it looks like Beaverbank's concerns were the fact that for a small community, there were already 250 homes being built and 5 multi-unit buildings. So guess what their concerns were? Infrastructure. No one seems to be thinking of that. No, it's not even schools. Schools are pretty. You can do ribbon cuttings at those things. What's not pretty is what runs underground. And it's unparliamentary to say the word. But it's got to go somewhere. Right now, there's a dozen special planning areas in HRM. Where is that going to go? The wastewater plants are at capacity in many of the neighborhoods. Who is going to address that? The earlier bill, I spoke about budgeting. You don't want unforeseen uncertainties when you do budgeting. I've been there. And I understand how difficult it is. But going back to the whole kind of not in my backyard, I can speak from experience that it takes leadership to weigh all perspectives and listen to local knowledge and make a decision on what's best for the people. That gentleman right there. It's all for the public good. My pen? You have to weigh everything. You have to listen to all sides. But I have strong concerns about what this means for the future of HRM. Growth is great, but growth has to pay for growth, back to the budgeting thing. Now, the minister referenced the Turner-Drake document, which was to address housing. Is there anywhere in the Turner-Drake document that addresses how to provide infrastructure for this housing? I think not. The first thing, as someone who built her first house at a very young age, the first thing I needed was land. No land, no house. And I'm mentioning that because it seems that this government is upset with the municipality for having gone into an agreement to provide housing through the federal government. Well, it so happens the federal government owns land in HRM. So why wouldn't they work with HRM to provide housing? I'm referring to Shannon Park in particular. The HRM Center Plan, which I'm sure everyone has read, I spent 10 years on HRM's regional plan. I know it very well. I moved into an area that was developed in the 70s, and the Provincial Housing Commission created the Forest Hills Affordable Housing Plan. The commission's gone. But guess what delayed it? As water and sewer was being extended, they realized they didn't have water. So a deal was struck with the Prestons to allow Lake Major water to be provided for that growth. So I understand when my colleague spoke of engaging the African Nova Scotian community, but will they not want it in their backyard? Is that the sentiments? Is that going to be regarded as noise? Now, going back to the bonus zoning, I know full well that some developers don't really agree with providing $1 million or a couple of $1 million to the municipality so that the municipality can provide grants for affordable housing. So, again, listening to one side of the situation to provide housing. The bill and the center plan and the regional plan, but the center plan itself, what it did was bring certainty. The one thing you don't want to do ever is to change the rules midstream in any situation. The growth you're seeing today is because the center plan gave that certainty to the development world in HRM. Now they're all going to wonder again, do I go through the development application process with HRM, deal with those planners who are problematic? Do I go to the task force and work with them with regards to whoever owns land? Or do I go right to the minister? Now, the minister would want us to believe that he's only going to be engaged when the Utility and Review Board is going to make a decision. Going back to the Beaverbank application and project, it went to the UARB. The UARB said, you have the right to develop, go ahead. Again, didn't need to involve the minister. This bill is a dangerous overreach, and it appears to be an ill-conceived, knee-jerk reaction designed to check a red tape reduction checkbox on a so-called housing strategy. In fact, it does nothing, as I've said earlier, to address the housing needs, and it is clearly just a performative smokescreen to give the appearance of action on this very urgent issue of housing. It's bad policy, and I'm sure the government knows it. Amendments were put forward to make it a bit more accountable, and it made it a little bit better. I'm acknowledging the amendments put forward by the government. No other amendments were entertained. It's most disappointing that this government's inability to admit that it may not have thought things out fully, and its complete lack of any desire to listen to legitimate concerns in your backyard or elsewhere, and adopt any proposed amendments to improve this imperfect bill undermines this entire legislative process. I put forward a bill, not much fanfare. It was asking this government to consider and look at legislative amendments that sit somewhere, maybe on the minister's desk, where the HRM Charter would like to have authority. There are 5 of them pertaining to housing, but there's one in particular that I'm going to point out. There was a request that the province amend the Public Utilities Act to allow the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board to give Halifax Water the ability to waive their fees for non-profit affordable housing. There's a priority. Why isn't that before us? If it's about providing housing, being critical, in particular, we know the increase in housing stock is not for affordable housing. So I would really want to leave this with the minister and have him look at that bill to come up with a process that actually looks at things that would enable HRM and themselves within their charter to actually be able to allow and create more housing in a well-planned method going forward. We are kind of tired of the blame game. Everyone is. But to have the Premier say, right now we have a federal government and they believe in a divide and conquer approach to things, as we see that around some of the funding announcements going on. If you as a government feel that the federal government is applying divide and conquer, imagine what this bill does and makes HRM feel like. The same way, divide and conquer. I could go on, but like I said, a lot has already been said. But there is a pattern. This government is listening to only one side of the equation, the development world, the developers themselves. I don't know which ones, that's irrelevant. But a public process in planning is very much needed. A private one, not so much. Because it's the funniest thing. When you listen to other perspectives, your idea just gets better if you address the negative aspect of it. Making proper leadership decisions is by listening to the people and trying to address their concerns. And I'll leave it in the words of Mick Jagger, you don't always get what you want.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we got another terrible bad bill before us in this legislature. So let's go back, shall we? Law amendments. At the Law Amendments Committee, many of us were alarmed, but not surprised to hear from councillors and municipal representatives and the urban planners of their shared concerns about this bill and the potential financial safety and community risks it poses. One councillor warned that this bill would create a new, bigger problems than what is intended to address. The HRM residents could be facing higher taxes, less complete and livable communities, less amenities, potentially unsafe or environmentally hazardous developments, and not least of all, a complete lack of input into the development of their communities. Nova Scotians need meaningful involvement in these important decisions. For one person, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to make these decisions without any oversight or transparency is worrisome and has dangerous possibilities. Mayor Savage, during law amendments, stated that the bill is an autocratic intrusion. And we most definitely agree with that assessment from the mayor. We also agree with the mayor's comparison of this bill to the Ontario PC government's ongoing Greenbelt scandal, which serves as a very real example of unchecked and opaque decision-making in development. This is not something we need to we should be taking lightly. It is something we need to take in all its seriousness. The Greenbelt scandal is a serious issue in Ontario with legal consequences, and the potential of this happening here in Nova Scotia due to this type of bill, when we could get rid of this bill and vote down this bill to ensure something like this does not happen. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, we understand the depth and the current housing shortage. We understand the needs of people who are right now living in homes they cannot afford, struggling to get by, and those who are living on the streets, living rough, and do not know where they're going to lay their heads at night. We understand that. We have very real knowledge of it. And we also understand that the number of additional units needed is no small undertaking and will require commitments and collaboration across every level of government. Decisive action and bold moves are necessary. But this bill is not the solution. Mayor Savage made it clear that current developments aren't being held up at the approval stage. Instead, it's a labor shortage and construction and financing costs that are seeing projects stall. It is not the fault of the HRM. Where is this PC government's action on this? Rather than this undemocratic power grab, the province could be taking action by expanding NSCC's trade program capacity, waiving tuition, and encouraging direct entry to the trades. They could address the financing challenges that affordable housing initiatives face and make fast and accessible upfront funding available. Most presenters at law amendments came with the request that this bill's progress be paused. Unfortunately, the government members of the committee did not take any of this valuable insight to heart and instead pushed this bill forward as presented. This is, of course, not the government's first intrusion into the Halifax development process. The minister was already granted sweeping powers to approve developments and override bylaws in Bill 63, which established the executive planning on housing, executive panel on housing, I should say. And while this panel granted the minister the ultimate decision maker, it did have the panel and experts providing thoughtful recommendations to the minister. It did have HRM partners at the table and did provide some small amount of transparency in decision making. We expressed, as we are now, concerns when Bill 63 was introduced that planning was now going to happen behind closed doors. Little did we know, Madam Speaker, the extreme approach this government would be taking in just 2 short years. While the minister will be claiming full control of planning and development in the HRM, and as my colleague, the leader of the NSNDP, stated, this bill is taking the smart out. We are arguing that this bill is bringing about a system with no planning. It is the HRM, Madam Speaker, who has a robust planning and development department, who has the experts and planners on staff. The provincial department simply does not have this capacity. What this bill is proposing will completely shut any expertise out of decision-making in favor of the whims of the minister and developer friends. We also have significant concerns about what sped up and uninformed development decisions could have on our environment. At Law Amendments, the Ecology Action Centre expressed concerns that HRM priority plans like the Green Network Plan and the Integrated Mobility Plan, among others, will no longer be considered in the negotiation of the development agreements and won't be allowed, or won't be followed, I'm sorry. When this government brushes off as shiny documents contain actually objectives like preparation for climate-related emergencies, like flooding or wildfires, or issues such as we had with Fiona, GHG reduction, land protection, and conservation. We're concerned that without planning, without these priorities, we'll see developments pushed forward inappropriately and dangerously without proper egress routes in flood-prone areas, in areas of high ecological value or biodiversity. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, our caucus will not be supporting this bill. It is an egregious overreach that will not result in improvements to the housing crisis and certainly will not create more rent-geared to income units, which is what is desperately needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy here to speak at third reading on Bill 329, which I think is a really important and deeply flawed piece of legislation. So I want to start by recognizing that I certainly 100% absolutely believe that we need to be building more housing, a lot more housing in Nova Scotia. And I say that as a general statement, of course, but also from a generational perspective as well. I'm one of the younger members here in the chamber. There are some millennials here in the chamber, a handful of us maybe. Don't know if we have any Gen Z members yet, but those two generations have been absolutely slammed and hammered and crushed by an avalanche of pain when it comes to housing over the last 4 or 5 years. We're talking about home price increases in Nova Scotia of easily 60 to 80%, and in some cases double. Interest rates that have gone from 1.25% to 5% in a few years. Rents that are up hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And so I think people my age and younger are full of anger and frustration and fear around what's going to happen on housing. And so I 100% support all efforts to get more housing of all types built in this province as quickly as we possibly can. And so if I thought this bill would do that, I would be happy to support it. But I don't think it will do that. I don't think it will do that in any way, shape, or form. Only time will tell, but I think there's a very good argument to be made that it won't. And I'll start by talking about the confusion that I have around what the government and what the minister intends to do with the powers that are contained in this piece of legislation. If you read the bill, you understand one thing, and then if you listen to what the minister has to say, you understand something entirely different. The minister has said, I heard him say something to this effect this morning at the NSFM conference, that this legislation grants him powers that he will only use in very specific and defined circumstances after all other avenues have been exhausted, perhaps after council has rejected a development that everyone else agrees is a good idea and that the UARB says is a good idea. I would accept that argument from the minister if that's what the legislation said, but it doesn't. And it's not that long of a bill. It's not that complicated to read. That is not what the legislation says at all. The legislation says, and I'm paraphrasing here because certainly we know bills aren't written this way, the legislation says the minister can do whatever he wants on planning and development in the entirety of HRM. That is what the bill says. It does not say the minister will use his discretion in cases where a project has received X, Y, and Z approvals and the UARB has said HRM Council is wrong. That's not what it says at all. So I would hope that when the minister talks about what the bill will do, what he says matches up with what the bill says, and it doesn't. And so that raises some major red flags for me, and I don't think should give any comfort to anyone who has questions about how this bill will actually be used. And to echo some of the comments that were made earlier by the leader of the official opposition, I think what BC is in the midst of doing on housing policy is really interesting and really instructive. Over the past few weeks over there in BC, the government's introduced 5 pieces of legislation that do a whole host of things on housing, everything from short-term rentals to major zoning changes, to expansion of density around transit, to a new affordable housing funds, to municipal housing targets for municipalities, all good things that change rules. They change existing rules. What this piece of legislation does is it eliminates rules entirely. So to me, if you want to work with municipalities, which have an essential role to play in housing because they control land use planning, deciding where things can get built and what can get built there, it makes much more sense to change the rules to allow more housing to be built in a fair, transparent way than to eliminate the rules. And that is what this bill does. This bill completely and totally eliminates the rules. It says the minister can designate HRM, a municipality the size of Prince Edward Island roughly, as a special planning area. Every rock, stick, and tree, if that's what the minister decides to do. Whereas what we see other provinces doing is a much smarter and more constructive approach. So British Columbia has said, these are the floors municipalities must meet for zoning across the province. You have to do this at a minimum. If you do more, that's great, but you don't have to, but you have to meet this minimum. But they're not saying, do it now, and if you don't, we're going to take all power. They've said, we're giving you until June of 2024. So you've got nearly a year to work through these processes with us. We're going to put forward $10 million into a digital application fund so that developers who are applying for applications and developments in municipalities can get it done quickly and easily. And the province is helping municipalities doing that. And they're saying, we're giving you 9 months to make these changes, rather than eliminating all rules yesterday and saying, come talk to the minister if you want things to get done. They're doing really smart things like saying, if a development site is within 800 meters of a major transit station, it is automatically approved for X amount of density, X amount of stories. Because when you have a transit station, there's a major bus terminal that just opened in the last year or two right next to CPA High School in my riding. And across the street, there's 2 12-story buildings. And on Innovation Drive, which is where that bus station is located, there's probably 10 buildings between 6 and 12 stories. And so those people live close to transit. If they want to walk to the bus station, it's 5 minutes down the road, or it's literally across the street. So that is smart, sensible planning. It's not getting rid of all rules and saying, go talk to the minister and we'll figure it out, which it's hard to believe when I say it that way, but that's what this is. That is what this does. Other jurisdictions have taken very proactive, constructive, healthy steps on housing and are seeing the results too. Not just BC, New Zealand, on a countrywide basis, has done some really interesting things on zoning and planning. The state of Oregon, the city of Milwaukee, just a few days ago, the city of Houston has done an amazing job on zoning. And these are places, some are in very blue states, some are in very red states, some are on the other side of the world. But the commonality there, Madam Speaker, is that they recognize it is a matter of teamwork and a matter of cooperation. And so I think we have, I've talked about on other bills, process versus outcome. The process of this bill is off the rails, and I think that's obvious. The outcome remains to be seen. I have my doubts. We've heard from other members how deep the hole is on housing, and to have a governing piece of legislation for planning and development in our largest municipality that is vehemently opposed by the municipality in question does not give me much confidence that we're going to see outcomes that we want, i.e. more housing built, especially affordable housing, which has no mention whatsoever in this piece of legislation. And it's obviously a critical piece of the puzzle when home prices are doubling in 5 years, when rents are up hundreds of dollars every year, when vacancy is close to 0%. Affordability is the guiding light of housing policy, and I don't think the phrase affordable housing appears in this legislation. And if it does, it's only in passing. So the process of this bill is very, very bad. It will be very bad going forward. Other members have talked about it at length, but there is no reason why we should have confidence that this process will lead to transparency, will lead to good outcomes. It could lead to abuse of power. That is not fear-mongering. That is not speculation. That is informed presumptions based on how this bill is written and what we've seen in other jurisdictions. And I agree, as the leader of the official opposition has said, as the minister has said, there are areas where the municipality and the province can work together to reduce red tape, to reduce timelines, to make sure that planning processes are clear and transparent, and we don't have endless hearings and overlapping hearings, and we're relitigating the same thing 3 different times at 3 different meetings. All of that is fine. I have no issue with that. I feel very strongly that we should be moving towards a more streamlined and efficient model of planning for housing, but we can't do it at the expense of any kind of accountability or transparency, because the fact of the matter is, we all know this, we're all part of the democratic system. It's messy, it's inconvenient, it's frustrating at times, but that's the point. There are a diversity of opinions on all things, and particularly on things like what kind of neighborhood I'm going to live in. Do I think that any one person should have veto power or any one group should have veto power? No. I live in a community, and I represent a riding that has been built up very, very quickly over the last 10 to 15 years. It's very mixed. Half the streets, you'll see single-family homes. On the other side of the street, you'll see townhomes and row houses. And at the end of the street, you'll see a 6-story building or a 12-story building. And it's wonderful. And everybody's happy. And there's transit. And at the bottom floors of the buildings, there's coffee shops and convenience stores and restaurants. And it's a great place where you don't have to leave if you don't want to. It's walkable. There's green space. It works. So it's not reinventing the wheel here. And I just think this legislation, I thought the special planning area piece was bad enough. This is a whole nother can of worms, and I really have concerns about how it's going to play out. As I've said before, I have 3 special planning areas in my riding alone. I do want to see development happen, but it has to be done in the light of day. And under this legislation, it is not at all clear that that is going to happen, and it is not at all clear that it's going to lead to more housing faster, which apparently is the intention of the government, even though the outcomes thus far have not shown that whatsoever. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to summarize. Cooperation should be the name of the game on housing from all 3 orders of government: the federal government, the provincial government, and the municipal governments. That, I think, should be uncontroversial, but it's not, apparently. Cooperation should be the name of the game. This bill is defined by coercion. We need to be moving toward a cooperative model. This legislation is coercion. And so, Madam Speaker, if this bill, which appears to me to be the flagship piece of legislation on housing for this government, at least during this session, if not during the entire term of this government, if this piece of legislation is going to be this government's flagship legislation on housing, then I think we should all be extremely concerned that the housing crisis, as bad as it is now, is only bound to get worse under this government and this very flawed piece of legislation. And for those reasons, I oppose it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. In our West Gallery, we have the Executive Director of ANSD PAD, Ms. Bernadette Hamilton-Reed, and we would like you to stand up and accept the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm actually really glad to stand on my feet to talk about Bill 329. Any opportunity I get to stand up for HRM, I will absolutely do so. I think as an HRM MLA, it is fitting for us to be able to stand here and speak the words of those that typically don't actually get heard in this House. So we've heard it many times this evening that, you know, this bill is such a bad bill, and it's been repeated many times. I think, you know, maybe if we say it about 20 more times, they might possibly hear us, but I'm just saying on record that this bill is not a good bill. And no matter whatever way we paint this bill with housing, or paint it in whatever way we want to look at it, it's not going to do what its intended purpose is by this government, because there's nothing in it that says it's going to do just that. So we heard from community councillors and constituents of HRM, all of which feel like this is such an overreach. The minister already has ministerial power to fast-track housing. By the previous bill in 225, I thought that was the intention when that bill came forward. Clearly, he needs to power up, which makes me wonder, why would this minister need all power to possibly have HRM marked as a special planning area? And I just want to say that because it was mentioned earlier today. I mean, I know we go through the bill line by line, but that was something that stood out really, it's really scary when you think about the minister will have all the power to be able to make all the decisions without consulting anyone, could consult their own people, but not consulting anyone that has any say in the municipality, and as well, assign all of HRM as a special planning area, which is very scary. I've said this before in our previous conversation, but I'll carry on with my notes. So, you know, there was no answer from the minister when questioned about these intentions, which also is very troublesome. You know, typically when when something's presented to us, we have to question it because that's our role here. I mean, it should be everybody's role to question why things are happening and maybe get some clarity. Well, we still have no clarity on what it is the intention of this minister, is to put forward a bill of this magnitude. So the data in the minister's own needs assessment report and the glossy Our Homes Action for Housing, the 5-year housing plan, tells us how horrible this housing crisis is, as if we didn't have an idea of what was actually going on the ground, especially in our constituency offices. But it was telling. It's telling by the community input why we need a strategy for housing, and we got a lot of information, but typically in a report like that, you get recommendations. There were none. Absolutely no recommendations to state exactly what we need to be doing in order for us to move forward to build and to have affordable and housing in particular in this province. So the timeline was vague. 5 years, no start, additional info. So excuse me if my colleagues and I don't support this bill as we talk about the magnitude of this crisis on we can't just talk about this crisis as if it's on a wing and a prayer. Like we can just hope that this will happen. Just believe in us, trust us. Well, you tell us to trust us, but you don't speak to the people that are doing the work, that are on the ground, and you don't even give them a heads up of a changing of legislation that can impact the work that they do. So I just want to say that we can't go on that. And there's no details, no plans, and with no open conversation with the stakeholders, timelines, there's none, work for, not just us, but for everyone. It's really interesting that, we've already established that there is no plan. And amongst the booklet that we received, amongst the information we received, there was no plan to build housing. One that we can see at least, and the minister hasn't explained it clear enough to quite grasp why there is a need for absolute power, as it will not build more housing, let alone affordable housing for folks. Which takes me to my next point, transparency and listening. Words that this government uses so interchangeably. On one note, they're the most transparent and open government, yet they don't disclose information that truly would make them open and transparent, and no plans, no collaboration, no communication, all of which are key to being leaders and ministers of this province. I'm very concerned that with no consultation with the municipality, not even a call, not even a text, or even a coffee to prepare folks for this major change to the HRM charter, that this is an autocratic and undemocratic way to put forward a piece of legislation without speaking to those that it will affect the most. A year ago, we were reminded in law amendments about a similar overreach without consultation, and once again, not even a courtesy call. It was Bill 225, and we were wondering, why is this government repeating the acrimonious debacle of 225, which was another example of poorly written legislation. Giving the minister unusual power, again in the name of aiming to speed up housing builds in Halifax. So I don't know about anyone else in here, but we hear this many times when we talk about housing, and then on one note, we hear, well, we can't build it as fast because we don't have supply, we don't have the labor, and we don't have, and interest rates are high. But yet, for some strange reason, this government that's sitting seems to believe that they're able to build housing with all of those factors still in play and build it faster, which I don't understand how that works. And clarity would be really welcome. So to which this day we have no numbers, of any new builds, no new housing, just announcements, words, and glossy documents. So I'm going to take you back to 225 when the mayor was here in law amendments, and this is probably the exact same words that were said in law amendments this time around. Bill 225, well, the bill is a direct intrusion into municipal affairs, and it happened without any consultation to us. I think those of us who were sitting in law amendments are probably like, wow, was that from this law amendment? Indeed, this bill was introduced without notice in direct contravention of the provisions in the charter that requires notice. To call it concerning would be an understatement. This was a year ago. Developers and builders are struggling to find trades and unskilled labor. They are faced with increased interest rates and have encountered costly supply chain disruptions. In short, the fundamentals have changed. This was a year ago. And yet, we've heard this in this sitting, that these are the same exact things that are causing a slow build for our housing right now. There are we heard from the municipalities that said that they have a ton of plans already in place. They have a number of things that have been passed. They have a number of bills waiting to go, but they all face that same problem. So I'm just going to go into another piece of law amendments. And this says, from a municipal councilor, Pam Lovelace. She said, I would have preferred if HRM Council had the opportunity to work constructively with the provincial government in writing amendments to the Halifax Charter, rather than this voluntold approach, which is feeling old and tired. It wasn't that long ago I was sitting here in this chair explaining to you all why Bill 225 was inappropriate and out of line. Once again, it also says, as you know, HRM is over 11,000 units currently under construction and another 200,000 units ready on developable land, excuse me. So, you know, they're all being under the guidance of the regional plan, the center plan, the municipal planning strategy, the integrated mobile plan. I think you get the gist of it, right? There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, a lot of people doing work to make sure that things are done right. I said this the last time. If you have someone doing your homework, you shouldn't fire the people that are doing your homework. You shouldn't make them mad. The homework might not be what you want when you want it later. So I just want to say that when we think about people that are doing this work, we can't disregard the fact that they're doing this work, and we can't not include them, especially when it's in the charter that says so. So I'm also going to read a message from a constituent that said, I'm deeply concerned by HRM's reactions to the proposed housing bill tabled by your government, which I've been reading about in the news. Fellow citizens like myself put time and effort into considering and giving feedback to the center plan, and I'm upset about the concerns that mayor and council are raising about their ability to approve developments based on the democratic processes approved in the center plan and in other planning processes. This bill may affect the municipality's ability to leverage funds for affordable housing. Please respect the hard work done by HRM, its planning staff, its elected officials, and its citizens in envisioning how we want Halifax to grow now and into the future. And this is from a constituent who has put their time and effort in all of these plans that have been put forward. And here we go. We're going to give the minister carte blanche to do whatever it is that might be. I'm just going to go into another major point that has been bothering me. And I know that we've talked about this in this House. And I actually asked the question to the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs, which ensured me that there was going to be an equity framework put forward this week. So my concern right now is that when we were putting forward this bill, there was none, no amendments other than our amendment and the Liberal amendment that spoke to the African Nova Scotian communities and consulting with African Nova Scotian communities. And so I'm concerned that here we have the bill as is, untouched. Excuse me, sorry, there was an amendment. The minister did mention that earlier. That was accepted. But literally, no talk, no discussion, no implementation of a few words to specify that African Nova Scotian communities would be consulted in any of the decision-making, any of the planning, any of the lands situations that may be going on that this minister might be able to do, and they would have a say over. So I'm very, just concerned about that, because that is a really big issue when it comes down to making sure that our legislation is equitable and fair for all Nova Scotians. So, like I said, it brings me to my next point. Not only will this bill cut out expertise in HRM from the development process, it also removes any possibility for the community involvement in this process. 2 years ago, in consideration of the executive plan on the housing bill, one presenter warned wisely that people should have the right to shape the future of their community. The field of planning has an ugly history, and I talked about that before, about how systemic racism can rear its ugly head. It has an ugly history of wielding its power to disenfranchise traditionally marginalized groups, actions that this city is still healing from today. So given the city's history, we have heard specific concerns from the African Nova Scotian community about the complete lack of community consultation that this bill 329, is proposing. Last week, we raised this issue to government, urging them to slow down and consider these kinds of impacts this bill could have. I urge this government to slow down on law amendments. I actually said take it back to the department, talk about it. Motion, denied. We brought up some wonderful amendments here in this House, similarly on both sides. And guess what? Denied, denied. Yeah. So if we're talking about how we include everyone, and how every community is going to be consulted and talked about, but yet we're not going to let people know and be transparent about it, how do we know for a fact it's going to be done? Guess what? Legislate it. So last week, like I said, I raised this issue and urging this government to slow down, because these impacts could have some detrimental ramifications to these communities. We introduced an amendment that would have required the minister to consult with marginalized communities, African Nova Scotian communities, and Mi'kmaq communities before exercising powers under this new bill. It was discouraging, though perhaps, and it was not surprising, because as we know, you are the majority government, and typically you don't vote with your minds. Though perhaps not surprising, that is not a single government, not a single government member voted in support of this. In the creation of this bill, this government hasn't even consulted with its own Department of African Nova Scotian Affairs. One of the key responsibilities of this department is to make sure government is aware of issues needed to support the lived experiences of African Nova Scotian communities. However, when asked about concerns with how this bill could impact the African Nova Scotian community, the minister of that department said it was the first that she had heard of this issue and that she wasn't sure it's that big of an issue. So I'm putting it out there. I'm letting it be known on the third time I've spoke about this, that it's a huge issue. Yeah. It's an issue that has been approached by all of our constituencies, and I'm pretty sure your own as well, that communities are worried that this nullifies and this will override the consultation that is supposed to be done by this government to African Nova Scotian communities and Mi'kmaq communities. And to say it's troublesome is a small word. I just can't say those large words in here. But I want to say that I'm very scared, because I can't hold this government to account if we don't have the legislation to show that it's in law. So the minister could be doing it, and they could be building in, and I don't want to say the area, but they could be building in the African Nova Scotian area, overriding all those processes that need to happen, overriding the consultation, because it says in the legislation that the minister doesn't need to consult with anyone or even talk to anyone. They can make their own decision if whatever they decide to do. And they start building those communities, and guess what happens? Once that land is taken over by a developer, it's out of the community's hands. And that is very scary. And I know each and every one of us, and if not all of us, have an African Nova Scotian community near and dear to their riding. And if you haven't heard, their communities are getting smaller. They're getting smaller because land is being expropriated. They're getting smaller because there's gentrification. They're getting smaller because they're being pushed out of the community because they can't afford to live there because there's no affordable housing. So when I say we need to be concerned, we need to be concerned, and we need to listen to the experts that are saying, hold up, let's take a minute, let's talk about this. Because I could talk about how, at the end of the day, this was a complete override. You didn't even talk to the municipality about this. Like, really, you should have at least consulted them. But the fact that you wouldn't consult the municipality, what makes me think that you're going to consult an African Nova Scotian community? It's really slim. So when the government says, trust us, and we're going to talk, and we're going to communicate later, and we'll have all these conversations later, this is the time to have the conversations. These are the times to make the changes. These are the times to put it in law so that we are all assured, all of us are assured that you're going to do the right thing. Because we can't just assume that you're going to do the right thing when you don't show us that you're going to do that. So I'm just speaking from my own experience, but as well from what I've heard from a number of communities. And I think we need to stop with this shoving stuff down people's throats and making people swallow this information in 1 day or 2 days or 3 days or maybe a week without any input, without any consideration of the impacts that this might have on municipalities, on communities, on people in Nova Scotia. So I just wanted to put that out there because I'm really like, we know this bill is going to pass. We know that this government is going to say yes to their wonderful piecemeal bill. But we all know, I mean, it'd be different if you only had one person opposed. And you're like, oh, you know what, maybe they don't really like that. But you have so many people that are saying, you know what, this is not a good idea. This isn't great. We should be putting forward bills that are substantial, that are going to be doing the right things for all Nova Scotians. Not, oh, well, we'll do some for over here, and then we'll communicate it later possibly, and then we'll get over here. That's not how things work. If it's not for all Nova Scotians and it doesn't fit that, then it can't happen. We have to start thinking about what these bills are doing to affect these communities. So I spoke about the letter that DPED wrote last year, but I also want to put forward another thing because it's not my words, and I said this, but they said without safeguards within the bill in place to protect the historic African Nova Scotian communities in HRM, this could be disastrous. If this bill passes as currently proposed, it will allow the further gentrification and possible erasure of our historic African Nova Scotian Black communities within HRM. So they proposed safeguards, mandatory consultation within the African Nova Scotian communities, an advisory board of African Nova Scotian members, application for deeds for development proposed all historical African Nova Scotian communities. Guess what? None of these were in the bill. None of these. Not even one. And you had this for a whole year. And again this year. Not one piece, which for me, I mean, you know, I've been here for a minute and I'm not really quite surprised, but I'm actually disappointed because I'm like, here we are as a government that speaks about equity and equality and diversity and inclusion. And yet we hear once again, if I have to stand up, there's a reason why I'm standing up, right? So once again, we hear none of the above. And then when we hear a vote, crickets. So I'm actually really concerned that we wouldn't even consider an amendment. Consider. Even just say, you know what, I'm going to take it back and take a look at it. Yeah. Maybe we can kind of insert it here, maybe change the wording a bit. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Communication. Talk about it. Guess what? Nothing. Nothing. So I'm not going to go into my big thing about how, you know, racism and all that stuff because I told you enough. And if you don't know it, go back to Hansard, re-listen, listen to it over and over again because I'm telling you, we have to break this cycle. This cycle in here is so stiff. Like, I don't understand why people in these seats don't realize that how important it is to recognize all cultures, to be embracing and accepting and inclusive. We can't say words and not act on that word. We can't say this is what we're doing and we appreciate you and we're all about that. And on another vein, you say, we're going to override everything that you say because we're going to give you all powers so that you can be, you know, anyways, all powers. So I have to say, in closing, the PC government's heavy-handed legislation provides omnipotent powers to the minister while leaving targeted communities with little discretion to act. This circumstance is all the more deleterious in communities that have been victims of historic discrimination. I could I could have thought that every Nova Scotian would have learned a valuable lesson from the disgraceful disenfranchisement of Africville. But I want to say, and I know that my caucus stands with me, that we stand with HRM's council's unequivocal denunciation of this hideous legislation.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank our colleague from Halifax Needham. I think that's an important voice we are hearing from here in this chamber, and I would encourage the government to listen better. I'd like to begin by saying I think this piece of legislation will be a case study in academia on exactly what not to do. I think we have heard from my colleagues on this side of the House, we've heard from HRM, that this has to be one of the worst pieces of legislation that has passed through the House, through this legislature in its 204 years. And I think, I want to talk, as I spoke last time, about process and accountability and the intent and the legal issues that I think are important to consider. But what I haven't spoken on, and sometimes we get, I think, a bit lost in a large piece of legislation, don't actually look at the elements of this. And as you look through the summaries of the clauses, it becomes extremely clear that this bill did not originate because of a housing crisis. It didn't originate from a housing strategy. I don't believe it even originated from a vision of a housing minister or any of his staff. When you look at the clauses in this bill, it is clear that it comes from the perspective of a handful of developers. And I think it becomes even clearer when you try to match the bill to the words of the minister, and my colleague from Bedford South pointed this out. He stole my show, but there is a complete disconnect between the words of the minister and what this bill actually says. The minister has justified this bill that we have a housing crisis, and I will only rarely use the tools in this bill. And after it's gone through municipal planning, we're not trying to upend the land use bylaw. It will be rarely used. That's not what the bill says. Clause 15 allows the minister to amend or repeal land use bylaws, subdivision bylaws, and municipal planning strategies in special planning areas without the recommendation of the Executive Panel on Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality. Clause 14 allows the minister to make an order designating any or all of the municipality as a special planning area. Doing that would contradict the municipal planning strategy and the land use bylaw. The minister may exercise the minister's power without any consultation or recommendation or request. That is what the law says. That is not what the minister is saying. And when we're writing laws, we're not writing laws for one minister. A cabinet shuffle could remove a minister tomorrow. any verbal assurances by the minister is inconsequential. It's what is in the law. So there's a couple other clauses in here that are troubling and point to clearly the perspective of what developers would like to see and how they would like to get around the laws on the land. Clause 11 requires the Utility and Review Board to award costs against the municipality when a decision of a development officer to refuse a variance in respect of a setback or street wall is overturned by appeal. Is that what we need to create more housing? Awarding costs to a developer? Clause 7 removes the ability of council to require a larger notification distance for the site plan approvals. And similar to that, Clause 9, which I spoke out during Committee of the Whole, allows a decision to reject a variance to be appealed by the Utility Review Board. Clause 9 removes the ability to designate distances of greater than 30 meters where a notice of variance is requested. These two clauses have nothing to do with housing, have nothing to do with LUBs. What these clauses are doing are removing the right for a council to say, geez, we've got a building, it's 12 stories high, maybe we should let more than the neighboring two properties on either side that are within 100 feet. Maybe we should let the whole neighborhood know that this is happening, that this building may cast shade on your solar panels. This bill is taking away councillors' ability to do their job as democratically elected officials. Why is that clause in there? It's got nothing to do with housing. I'll leave it at that, but there's another kernel in here that we've missed through this whole debate. And we've not heard the minister talk about this and why it is necessary, and it leads one to wonder what is going on. Clause 3 allows the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to exclude healthcare facilities from the parts of the Act relating to planning and development and subdivision from the municipal planning strategies, land use bylaws, development agreements, policies, and subdivision bylaws. Very specific clause to do with healthcare facilities, and if you add clause 22, again, just an odd thing that no one has talked about. The minister has not shared any of this through the debate. Clause 22 provides the amendments respecting healthcare facilities have retroactive effect to January 1st, 2023. What is that about? What healthcare facility? Again, it's easy to speculate. We've had a
Order. I just remind the member that you're speaking through the chair. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're a good-looking gentleman. So what's going on with healthcare facilities? What we do know is for 2.5 years, nothing has happened. The minister will not reveal any kind of timeline, and yet we've got this curiously in the legislation. Have they run out of room for the building that they've suddenly decided to redesign and now want to unilaterally take over adjoining properties, perhaps public land, perhaps parkland? I hope not, but that's where my mind goes when I read two very obscure and odd clauses in a bill about housing. We're talking about hospitals now. So something's up. I hope the minister can share it with us. It's bills like this that are so open-ended, and I spoke about this at an earlier reading of the bill. People are concerned in the heritage community about this omnipotent power, I guess is the word, of the minister to tear down heritage properties. They're no longer protected. The minister can destroy a character of a neighborhood, and as my colleague said, can impact negatively African Nova Scotian communities. So the fingerprints are on a few developers creating this, and something going on in healthcare, which we're only left to speculate. And it's amazing that we are here in third reading and haven't heard a word about this. So I want to just review, and I'll try to be more concise than last time. Clearly, this process is an utter failure. And we heard it from our elected officials in HRM. And there is absolutely no excuse that the minister did not talk with the mayor of HRM. No excuse. This is a housing crisis. So does that mean we can't talk to anybody, to our colleagues at the municipal level? There is absolutely no excuse. It's a dereliction of duty. And as I suggested, and I will come to later, I believe it is not legal with respect to the HRM charter. It has been spoken about. Other municipalities are concerned. Are they next? Is the MGA the next one in which the minister can then ignore agricultural land preservation in the minister's own riding, where Kings County has worked since the 70s to protect agricultural land? So there's been a complete undermining of trust. What happens to the citizens, to our communities, to our neighborhoods that have spent hours of passionate discussion about what they want their community to be? The minister can snuff that out, one stroke of the pen. Accountability and corruption. My colleague, the leader of the official opposition, I think has outlined that argument very clearly. We are creating an uneven playing field, which I am sure every developer who was not involved in the creation of this legislation is concerned about. Developers want certainty. And as I said before, they don't want backdoors for a few. Putting the minister in a position where there can be suspicions of corruption is not fair to the minister. As he expressed publicly, he's only met with a few developers. It's no longer an even playing field out there. It's only those developers that got their foot in the door with the minister. So if the minister wants to be fair with this legislation, with these powers, he has to now meet with every developer. And I don't think that's going to happen. Again, and it's been stated in this House, that there's nothing in this bill, there's nothing in the words of the minister that point to how this is going to address the issues. Nothing. Zilch. How many housing units are created by this bill? No evidence, no numbers. It's not part of a plan. We're going to create this over here, units there. We're going to get this barrier out of the way so we can create these many units here. There's no plan. There's a crude piece of legislation that gives the minister omnipotent power over 500,000 people, over every square inch of HRM. The barriers are financing. Why didn't this government come out with a financing plan? They did come out. I'll give them credit. They came out and followed the federal government. We'll talk about the FMA shortly, to remove the HST. That is something that can make it financing easier for developers. That's how we are going to address the housing issues. So I'm just going to finish up with legal, and when you read Clause 21, which says, Clause 21 excludes this act from the requirement to consult with the municipality before making amendments to the Halifax Charter. And as I stated before, this one troubled me. I've been operating in the municipal and provincial level with respect to the MGA and the Halifax Charter, and government was always respectful of that clause, and in fact took the other clause that requires a year's notice in changing anything that impacts finances of a municipality. In the HRM Charter, Clause 382 requires the government to consult with HRM before making any changes. It has been respected for years. And I believe, my suspicions are, that is not legal. And as I shared with the House during one of the readings, because I didn't have a lawyer at the time, I consulted ChatGPT and asked them this question. If an act of a provincial legislator creating a municipality has a clause that any changes by the province to the act must first have consultation with the municipality, can changes happen without consultation? Because that is in fact what Clause 21 is doing. So I shared with the House. However, in many legal systems, there are constitutional and legal principles that protect the rights and interests of municipalities. These may include provisions that require consultation or consent from the affected municipality before making significant changes to the municipality's governing act. The intentions behind such clauses is to ensure that municipalities have a say in their decisions that directly affect them. If the act of a provincial legislature contains a clause stating that any changes to the act must first involve consultation with the municipality, that's our 382, then there is typically a legal obligation to adhere to that consultation requirement. Failure to consult with the municipality as specified in the act could lead to legal challenges or other consequences. And I did end up getting in touch with a lawyer friend of mine and bounce off the thinking And he agreed, you know, in the context of you know, not having all the information or you know, all the arguments. We obviously weren't pleading a case in the courts yet. But he agreed with the basic premise. You've written into an act that you can't change it without consulting, and then you go and do it. It would be another thing if you went back, consulted, and said, we're going to remove this clause, and then we're going to do whatever we want. But the minister failed to do that. My legal friend, you know, talked about this concept of retroactivity, and suggested I read up and look up on that. Can you retroactively remove obligations of a bill? And ChatGPT helped me out again. In Canada, the concept of retroactive legislation is generally disfavored, as it goes against fundamental principles of fairness and the rule of law. Retroactive legislation has the potential to undermine individuals' rights, municipalities' rights, and expectations by imposing new obligations or removing existing ones with retrospective effect. The principle against retroactivity is rooted in the idea that the individuals, and I'm going to say municipalities, should be able to rely on the law as it exists at the time they engage in activities or transactions. Changing the law after the fact can create uncertainty and unfairness. Courts in Canada will generally strive to interpret legislation in a manner consistent with the rule of law, which includes avoiding retroactive application unless the legislation clearly and unequivocally states otherwise. Again, not a legal opinion, but I think a very logical opinion based on the laws, the constitutional rights, fundamental principles of fairness. And this bill fails that test. So I'll conclude with that. One of the worst pieces of legislation, I would contend, to ever be presented in the 204 years of this legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to stand up and speak, but since I'm here on my wife's birthday, I figured channel some of that anger and let's have some conversation. So I will say this, that I'm not going to speak long, but I will say that I've been a little frustrated with some of the stuff and a little frustrated about the debate and the conversation around this bill and around what's happening, what's not going to happen. You know, some of the things that I've heard on this has been things like we need to consult and we need to listen and we need to pause and we need to stop and all these different things. And I would argue that the people that are saying that have never been homeless. The people that are saying that have never been without a house. The people that say these things have a roof over their head. And every morning I come in, and every morning I drive to work. I go up Quinpool Road, I go through the Rotary. I see 3, 4 tents, encampments. Every day we're inundated with people who are looking for housing. And it's been going on for quite some time, and to stop and say, you know, we have to pause and we have to think about things and we have to go through it, well, that's complete BS. Because People are tired of having people say, we need to pause, we need to have another by design, we need to have these other things.
Order. I'd ask the member to retract the term BS. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Sorry, I retract that BS, big sandwich. I just know that we've got to figure this out, and we've got to stop pointing fingers, and yes, we have to work together. But I just use my own community as examples where I'm sorry, but the layout of some of the housing in the area is a complete and utter disaster. There's no affordable housing being built. Thousands of homes are being built in my community at $750,000 a pop. Who can afford that? And it's just frustrating to hear people who claim to be experts because a couple thousand people voted for them to say that we have to stop, we have to listen, we have to do these things. But the truth is we got to build. And if HRM and the province and the feds can't get in a room to build and can't get this stuff together and do it right, then somebody's got to step up and do it. Because I will say it again and again and again, and I don't care who is listening or not listening, who likes to hear it or not. The people that are homeless, the people that are without, don't care about your political stripe. And how many people in this chamber have actually gone out to the Sackville ball field? 1, 2? And talk to those people. How many people have gone to the tent encampment off of Quinpool Road? How many people have gone through some of the precarious housing that people are living in? Very few people in this chamber have. And they can say they have and say they haven't, but the truth is, when you go and talk to those people, when you go and ask those people what they need, they say housing. They don't say liberal housing. They don't say conservative housing. They don't say NDP housing. They don't say HRM housing. They don't say federal housing. They say housing. That's what they say. And we're in here at 7:30 at night debating this when it's going to be below zero tonight. And if you've ever lived without, it doesn't go away. You know, I stood in this chamber the other day and thanked my wife for everything she does and says for me, but one of the things she always tries to do for me is center me. And I have this because sometimes, as you know, Madam, or Mr. Speaker, the way you grow up and the things that you've gone through in your life impact you. And I think if some people, if things didn't come easy for some people, or people had to fight to find a safe place, if people had to sleep in an apartment lobby once in a while, or a garbage can, a large industrial garbage can, people had to experience those things, then maybe they'd be a little more apt to say, let's get this stuff done. And so taxing empty lots is some of the suggestions we've heard here. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because when you talk to developers, what do they say? Tax away. Who's going to pay for the tax? Who's going to pay the extra money? It's going to be transferred down to the people that are purchasing and renting. That's what's going to happen. And yes, we have to work with our nonprofits. And yes, we have to work with the different levels of government on this stuff. Everybody has a buy-in on this, and everybody should have a buy-in on this. But here we are again. saying, you know, I wonder sometimes, I mean, Mr. Speaker, you have a great advantage over everybody in this chamber because you get to sit there and listen to the debate, right? And you're paying attention. You have to pay attention, unfortunately, sometimes. And I've had that position, and I've had to listen to it. And sometimes it just feels like Groundhog Day, right? I mean, it seems like when you have people say, we need to slow down, but we need to build. We need to consult, but we don't need to consult. We need to do this, but we don't need to do that. And I was just informed by another member that BC just passed a whole bunch of legislation that essentially got rid of public consultation on housing. I think that's I don't know if that's a progressive conservative government. I don't know if that's a liberal government. I don't know if it's an NDP government. But it's interesting to me that we're in here debating things like, I've been an MLA for 10 years. I've had the privilege to hold this position for 10 years. And I've been to multiple consultations. I've been to multiple planning. I've been to multiple everything under the sun on housing. And I would like to see the percentage of those plans and that consultation that was actually implemented. Because it sounds good when you're in the meeting, but the same thing always comes up. Not in my backyard. Not in my backyard. You're not building above 4 floors in my backyard. You're not building tiny homes in my backyard. You're not, you know, I know the question's been thrown at the minister, I don't know if it was the Minister of Community Services or the Minister of Housing time and time again about the pallet homes. Where are they going to be built? But the one thing that no one's talking about is I guarantee you there's going to be pushback, no matter where you build them. And a lot of the same people that push back will be the same people that will run online and say, we need to do something about housing. We need to do it now. Don't build a pallet house in mine. Listen, I don't have a big backyard, but if you want to slap 2 or 3 of them in my backyard, go ahead. Because I would rather see people housed than not housed. And so here we are debating something that should be a basic human right. We're debating on who's responsible. We're debating on how to get it done. Listen, there's an easy way to get this stuff done, and it's to build. I've talked to many people who, over the years, depending on what level of government they're dealing with, have had developments stopped or frozen for years at a time. And we like to throw the word crisis around a lot. We're in an education crisis. We're in a healthcare crisis. We're in an environmental crisis. We're in a road building crisis. We're in all these different crises, right? Some of it's real, some of it's not, right? We throw that word around a lot. But we are in a housing crisis. And I would argue with you, Mr. Speaker, that it doesn't matter whose fault it is anymore. We're in it, we need to fix it, and we need to get done now. And I think the adults have to get into a room and figure this out. Homelessness has exploded. Affordability, people want to move to Nova Scotia now. The cost of housing is exploding. You know, I live in a beautiful community with access, literally walking access to an elementary school and a walking access to a junior high school. I have an ocean within walking distance, a lake within walking distance. I'm very privileged to live where I live. I am. When we first started looking at homes in that community of Herring Cove, it was $150,000, $160,000, $170,000 for a family home. We're not talking about a small home. We're talking about family homes. I don't even know if you could build, I don't think you could even buy a small mobile trailer at this point for that much money. So I will wrap up by saying part of the solution to this is tiny homes. Part of the solution to this is pallet homes. Part of the solution to this is public housing. Part of the solution to this is allowing developers to develop. It's this thing where we talk about how development is a bad word. I don't know any developers, okay? I might know one in passing or whatever. But I always use the example of government versus non-government building. And this is the example I use. And I use it tonight with another MLA. I talked about a left-turning lane. A left-turning lane that was going into a park that needed to be built to give access to this park. And the individual that was building, he'd gotten permits to build this park for the community. Wonderful thing he did for the community. But they needed on that highway a left-turning lane. So he came to me and he said, hey, I'll build it so that people can have safe access to this park. I said, yeah, fine, let's see what we can do. He went to the private sector. He owned his own business, and he went out to his contractors, and he was quoted something like $70,000 a time. So that shows you how long ago it was. It was like $70,000. And then he went to the department, the government department, and said, okay, I'm going to do this. And they said, yeah, sure, we'll send you a bill when we build it. And he said, well, how much is the bill? They said, $300,000. And he said, holy smokes. How is it $230,000 more expensive? And they said, well, you're probably not using the same people we are, and we have to use it. We have to be up to code. We have to do this. So he brought his proposal in, exact same companies, exact same proposal, exact same everything. So that's why part of the reasons we need to have developers, obviously, in part of this. Because they know how to spend, and they know where to spend. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, people, we have to stop acting like this isn't about people. People are cold right now. People are hungry right now. People are unsafe right now. People are living in tents right now. And if we continue to sit here and debate about, let's look at another plan, let's look at this, let's slow it down, some of those people are going to die. Some of those people are going to be assaulted. Some of those people are going to end up in our correctional facilities and in our hospitals. So enough of the debate about let's make sure that it's done like this and done like this. We've been doing it that way forever. And look where we're at. So what I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, is now's the time. I hope that we can get back to the table as we're continuing down this road. Because I do think that our municipal partners are extremely important. I do think our federal partners are extremely important. We're going to need their resources. We're going to need access to all kinds of different things that they provide. But at this point, I challenge each and every one of you, when you leave this chamber tonight, follow me to the tents off of Quinpool Road by the Rotary and ask each and every one of them if they care what level of government you are or what political stripe you are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everyone has spoken so well on this bill, so strongly, and the last member from Halifax Atlantic, the MLA is right. This is about people, Mr. Speaker. This is about people's lives, and there is an urgency to develop more housing and to get housing built. And I have heard the minister responsible for this bill to say that, and I do agree with the government's desire to build more housing faster. However, I do share some of the concerns with this bill that other people have shared. And like the member from Halifax Atlantic has said, this is about people. And I think it's being felt all over the province. Certainly in Cumberland North, we have a great blessing of incredibly caring, community-minded people that came together last year and made sure there was a shelter available for people that were homeless. and that is continuing on this year. But not everyone is comfortable going to a shelter. And just last weekend, I had it was probably the highlight for the last few months, Mr. Speaker. I met with a couple of people who were able to convince someone who's been homeless, very visibly in our community, unwilling to go to the shelter because of trust, and they were able to convince him to go to their home. They're taking care of him. And it just inspired me. It's so encouraging to know there's still people that care so deeply. And ultimately, this person needs a home. And they met with me Saturday night at Tim Hortons to say, what now, what next? What steps me next? And unfortunately, in the town of Amherst, we don't have a lot of housing available. So I just wanted to bring that up. And also, you know, in CBRM, recently I attended my daughter's graduation and spoke to a nurse there, and new nurse, and said, tell me what it's like for you. And she said, well, most of my patients on the med-surg ward are homeless, and they need housing, Mr. Speaker. And one of the reason they're coming into the hospital is because of infections, and they're sick because they're out in the cold. And I will speak to the bill. But I just wanted to share a couple of stories, real stories, about real people that do need to get in housing. So I do support the government's desire to build more housing faster. However, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that it can be done better and in collaboration with our municipal leaders. And when I spoke to this bill in Committee of the Whole, you know, I did share some of the concerns that were shared by Mayor Savage. He is a man that I respect, and I believe many people do. He's led this city well, and to see him feel so disrespected was disheartening. And you know, I guess I have a unique position here in this House as an independent, but I really get to see how people treat individuals when they don't really have to be treated well. And I think that's how I see the HRM municipal government feeling right now, is that, yes, this government has a majority. They have the ability to do exactly what they're doing, but should they? But they're doing it because they can. It's not necessarily the right thing. And hearing my colleague from Halifax Needham speak about the concerns of the communities, the African communities specifically, very real concerns. These are people that have been promised to be consulted and to be listened to. And we've made that effort here in this House over the last few years, even more so. But we don't see that being respected in this bill. And I'm so proud of my colleague for making sure that their voices are heard in this House. So I support the idea of building more housing faster. However, I don't support the bill and the content of the bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is the content of the bill is being very disrespectful. It's not working collaboratively with municipal colleagues, with municipal partners. And ultimately, when people are treated poorly and disrespectfully, it really, it takes a long time, Mr. Speaker, to build relationships back once they've been damaged. And a better approach is to listen, learn from each other, talk, and even if you disagree, have those conversations and try to work together and build relationships. And I appreciate what the member from Halifax Atlantic said, but I believe we can have both, Mr. Speaker. I believe we can make sure that the people, especially the people that are living unsheltered in HRM, in CBRM, in the town of Amherst, all the people that are living unsheltered, they can be put first. It's kind of like as a nurse, you always make sure your patient and the family are at the center of all your decisions, or at least they should be. That is what we can be thinking about here is Is this putting the people first, especially those who are most vulnerable, those who are in need? And if the answer is yes, then what is the best methodology? What is the best way to accomplish what we're trying to achieve? And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, the best way is to do through consultation, to listen to the partners, and to work in collaboration with our municipal leaders. And I know that that's may sound idealistic, and certainly it's probably easier to just railroad things through, and I don't know if I can use the word bully or intimidate or lead from a place of fear, like if you don't listen and do what we want.
Order. I'd ask the member to retract the word bully, please. It's unparliamentary. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I will retract the word bully. Maybe I can replace that with tactics that maybe are unbecoming, tactics that are not helpful in building strong, healthy relationships, and that often lead people to do what you want them to out of fear versus because you have a trusting relationship with that person. So I do believe that we can build more housing faster, and I believe it can be done in collaboration with willing municipal partners. And my last couple of comments I will say, Mr. Speaker, is I would love to see more from the minister for housing specific to our youth. We have so many young people that both here in HRM, but also throughout all of Nova Scotia, that are living with their parents and grandparents because they simply cannot afford to buy their own home, and encourage the minister to look at innovative ways to maybe offer low-interest down payment loans that would really help people to be able to buy a home. And also looking at other measures, things like helping people afford to be able to winterize cottages so that they may be available. Certainly in my area of the province, we have thousands of cottages along the Northumberland shore, but most are not winterized and therefore cannot be used to house people 12 months of the year. But if there were some incentives to help people, I know there was the Granny Suite, there was some funding there, but we have huge opportunity, Mr. Speaker, with the opportunity of cottages that could be winterized. Anyway, I have a lot of constituents in my advisory team. Housing comes up a lot, and they share a lot of ideas with me of, has the government thought of these different ideas? And certainly I will be sharing some of those more in writing with the minister. But at those few comments, I will take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sackville, Cobequid, sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the members for all their thoughtful comments during this debate, whether it be law amendments, whether it be committee of the whole, and now in third reading. I want to thank the people, too, who are looking at this, and the member from Halifax Atlantic touched on, and I agree with, those who are challenged in finding housing, those who find themselves homeless, those in our economic situations or domestic situations who are having difficulty. Also to the low vacancy rates that we are experiencing and the high cost of affordable housing. It was mentioned about the Cobequid ball field. It's heartening to see the way the community has come to support that group. There's a Facebook group called the Gated Community Cobequid Ball Field. Close to 5,000 people. This group of citizens is doing a lot of work to support those who are there to try to get them into housing. I just wanted to mention that before I get into my remarks, because we are all concerned about housing. We are all concerned about homelessness. and my involvement has been for well over a decade in this particular area. Just want to mention a few things in the less than 4 hours I have to speak on the topic. So it is no secret that rapidly increasing the supply of housing available to Nova Scotians is a priority of this government. These changes in this bill, Bill 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter amended, and Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act amended. These changes will increase density, speed up development approval processes, and ensure that housing remains a priority for HRM, which it always has been. For as long as I've been around, housing has been one of the key tenets of HRM, its council, and its bureaucracy. We have an unprecedented housing problem, and some of the provisions in these acts are indeed outdated. It is incumbent on all to do whatever we can to address the housing crisis and make it easier to build homes faster, to provide homes and housing for people faster. There's also an urgent need for long-term care beds. Land use bylaws set out what can be built on a particular parcel of land. Amending the way that land can be used requires decisions of council and zoning changes, which can increase the amount of time, and I'll speak to that later, that it will take to get these facilities built. Providing thoughtful, reasoned exemptions for these facilities will get shovels in the ground faster. Providing stability, Mr. Speaker, and fees associated with development will allow developers to plan more effectively while still requiring them to make necessary contributions to critical infrastructure. There is no removal of fees in this legislation. We have an unprecedented housing problem in Nova Scotia, and we need to take bold actions to address it. The changes will give HRM Council the ability to approve a development agreement in principle, meaning that they can agree with the overarching principles of a proposed development, but allow the technical aspects of that to be carried out by the CAO and the CAO's staff. These changes are intended to help expedite the development process and provide additional stability. Communities will continue to have an opportunity to provide input in development plans and the municipal planning process. Right now, there's a regional plan renewal going on, looking for an update to feed into that plan. The Trusted Partner Program for qualified developers. But what are the qualifications? Who decides if a developer is qualified? Those decisions will be determined through bylaws by HRM. They're working on this now. Work will continue in regulations and consultations with partners at all levels of government. So, there are many different frames of reference. Many things have been discussed. So depending on your frame of reference, the bill is either unnecessary, overreaching, Mr. Speaker, or needed. Well, from my frame of reference, and I've heard many, many members in this chamber talk about their frames of reference over the last number of weeks, well, let me tell you mine as a resident of Lower Sackville. Lower Sackville was the fastest growing community in all of Canada in the late 60s and early 70s. It was through the Sackville Land Assembly Act by the province for affordable housing, similar to what the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, had mentioned in Cole Harbour. And this was all before the creation of Halifax Regional Municipality in 1996. I am a former Halifax Regional Municipality Councillor and Deputy Mayor. I was chair of the Northwest Community Council, member of the Audit and Financing Standing Committee, and member of the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee. I chaired the Police Commission. And since 2019, I've been a member of this legislature. And in 21, was a member and am a member of this government, this progressive conservative government, and have served as a minister and understand the responsibilities that come with being a minister and being a member of the Executive Council of Nova Scotia, the Cabinet. So when I was the Housing and Community Services critic, while a member of the PC official opposition, my portfolio allowed me to explore more of my interest that had developed before being on regional council and since. What I can tell you is this, in my opinion, all elected officials are concerned about housing, all housing, the complete spectrum from those who are not housed, the homeless, to those in shelters, Mr. Speaker, to those who are in cooperatives, to those who are in public housing, home ownership, condo ownership, rentals, through all of it. If we were to do a vote in a recorded vote in this chamber, I can guarantee you every person would say yes to that statement. I believe that this legislation is necessary to provide role clarity and responsibility and authorities to address the serious issue of housing. In 2019, as housing critic and community service, I met with the former leader of the official opposition, now Premier, and we talked about housing. And in the end, the direction was clear. Nova Scotia needs more housing, more affordable housing. And that is what is happening across the whole spectrum, across all of Nova Scotia. And this government is taking action to work with all orders of government. Mayor Savage, who I've known for a long time, served with him in a long time. For as long as I've known him, he said this, and he continues to say this to this day. I'll paraphrase. The feds have the money, the province has the jurisdiction, and the cities have the problem. That's as true as when he first said it and I first heard it as it is today. And when it comes to housing and homelessness, this is very evident. And we all need to be at the table very often at the same time. We need to understand each other's roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities, and how from time to time that needs to evolve and change to meet current circumstances, the current environment. HRM is a child of the province. When HRM came into being on April 1st, 1996, there were 24 councillors. And in 2012, the number was reduced to 16. I was one of those 16s, along with the member of Sackville-Uniacke and the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. I don't know if you know this or not, but council has only 2 employees. It has a CAO and the Auditor General. There is no minister of a department. There is no secretary of a department. They have more of a governance role. In fact, the mayor only has 1 vote, and the same as the other council members. No special authority. Yes, elected at large, writ large, by all of the municipality, but really has 1 vote. The same vote right, and privileges as the other 16 members of council. Imagine governing and getting things done in that environment. Provincially, we do have an executive council with ministers over various departments. We have, at this order of government, direct control, arguably, over the departments and the bureaucracy. Council does not have that. There is a minister responsible for housing, and in this government's mandate, also has the responsibility for municipalities. Under the Premier, this minister has the mandate to work with the Housing Commission, well, you now know it as the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency, to implement recommendations of the 2021 Affordable Housing Report, to develop full inventory of lands owned and identify areas that could be used for housing, immediately determine best uses of those lands, and consider where land is available and where there is need for housing stock, both affordable and for general residential purchases. In 2 years as critic, housing, in my opinion, was not a provincial priority. In the short 2 years, under a Liberal government, housing was moved to a couple of departments, and there were 3 different ministers. Under this administration, housing and homelessness certainly is a priority and has a home in a stable organization under this minister. There is now delegation, but not abdication. We are taking responsibility and working with many complexities, including intergovernmental collaboration, cooperation, yes, communication concerning housing. Some people embrace change and others find it tough when they know they are doing the best they can and may feel that they are not being understood or supported. I understand and accept that. As a councillor, I certainly felt that the government, the provincial government, wasn't supportive, they weren't reactive, they were slow, they were lethargic, and just simply didn't pay attention. I got to tell you, this government is paying attention. This bill is just one of many actions necessary to address housing and homelessness in HRM through clear roles and responsibilities across many situations that may occur. The decision-making process and decision makers are being known and are not shirking their responsibility to the people of Nova Scotia. So yes, the province has the jurisdiction. It has the authority which is delegated in certain areas to HRM through, you may not know this, Mr. Speaker, provincial statements of interest. Now, statements of provincial interest are adopted by the province to identify the government's interest in the use and development of land. So they cover areas such as drinking water, flood risk areas, agricultural land, infrastructure. Infrastructure was talked about. Infrastructure does not get provided in isolation of housing. So a plan has to support efficient use of municipal infrastructure by enabling the densification of areas where municipal water, sewer, and transit services exist. That's for the urban area. And accommodate up to 90% of regional growth. Urban and suburban areas is what the regional plan for HRM says. And then there are 2 more. One is housing, and the other is what we now know as the Nova Centre. So under housing, the goal is to provide housing opportunities to meet the needs of all Nova Scotians. Provide adequate shelter. It's a fundamental requirement for all Nova Scotians, and we need to do that. So the direction to all municipalities, in this particular case, the charter, planning documents must include housing policies addressing affordable housing, special needs housing, and rental accommodation, and this includes assessing the need of supply for these housing types and developing solutions appropriate to planning areas. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, welcome back. I don't know if I should have said that. The definition of the terms affordable housing, special needs housing, rental housing is to be left to the individual municipality to define in the context of individual situations. And there are more. Planning documents. There's nothing at all in this legislation. In fact, you got to take the bill in the context of the full charter. So there's nothing that says get rid of planning. There's nothing that says you don't have a planning strategy. There's nothing that says land use bylaws are not requirement. There's nothing that says development agreements and subdivision bylaws are not necessary. In fact, more has to be done. HRM is 37 years old, and I can tell you, as I'm sure the member from Sackville-Uniacke would say, 37 years, we've talked about pulling together the land use bylaws, updating them. As far as I know, that's still happening. 37 years. So you have all kinds of bylaws out there that do not permit development of housing in a way suitable for today's needs. Also, the decision-making process for non-as-of-right process was too long, and often the secondary planning strategies were out of date. Land use bylaws are too many and out of date, and the focus was on the urban core. It was on the center plan, which has been talked about. But what about Bedford? What about Sackville? What about Musquodoboit Harbour? What about these other areas when you don't have the people to do the work, and yet you have a council who can't direct the work to be done? If you can speed up some of those things, that is a good thing that will ultimately result in good decisions. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go to midnight. I know you won't allow me. I have all kinds of things I could say. I talk with anybody, anytime about this. It's a passion of mine. We need to do it. But I can tell you the fact of the matter is this government is taking action to get more homes built faster. We're cutting red tape and speeding up permits. We're building new public housing for the first time in 30 years. We're accelerating the growth in skilled trades. We're cutting the GST on new rental builds, and we're doing much, much more. So I would just like to conclude by saying I do support this plan. I think it's the right thing to do. It is not a silver bullet, and you cannot have one silver bullet in the complexity of providing housing in not only HRM, nor the province, nor the region of Atlantic Canada, nor in Canada. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So first of all, I would like to thank my colleague from Sackville-Cobequid who brings to this debate vast experience and institutional memory of many things with regard to HRM, and I truly do appreciate his comments. And we are driven by an extraordinary time in Nova Scotia, a time of growth, unparalleled growth, which we haven't seen since probably in any of our lifetimes, really. We saw last year for the first time in 102 years our median age actually dropped, which is incredibly important. We know that having more young people in the province means that we need more housing. When when we look at the housing needs assessment that we had done for us, one of the things that housing needs assessment told us was that if you divide the province up into different categories like HRM, Western Zone, Northern, Eastern, and Central Zone, the reality is each year we need 6,000 plus new homes in HRM and approximately 600 new homes in each of those 4 regions I just mentioned. So the need is 10 times greater in HRM. This is one of the things that drives us. As a person who lives in the Western Zone, and I realize that many of my neighbors, and including myself, we drive into Halifax to work every day. And you know, the Annapolis Valley has its own economy, that's for sure, but there's a lot of people who drive in, and we know that's true coming out of Truro area. We know that's true coming out of the South Shore and the Eastern Shore. So we know, in my opinion, and then if we can solve the housing crisis in Halifax, we made a difference in Eastern Kings County. We made a difference in Truro area. We made a difference in the South Shore and the Eastern Shore. So this drives us to action, this knowledge that we're living in, and I believe we're all extraordinarily privileged to be living in a time of true growth in our province and to be actually in government in a time of true growth in our province. But growth is hard. It means that everything has to happen at the same time. We need more roads, we need more sewer, we need more water, we need more health care, we need more homes, all at the same time. And this is an immense challenge for us in government, but it's so much better to have that challenge than to have the challenge of decline, which we saw government after government deal with. So we have a moment in time of true growth. This spurs us on to take these many actions in HRM. In reality, we're aware that this true growth does not last forever. We're aware, very conscious of the fact that there's a crisis of affordability for our young people. And as the member for Halifax Needham so eloquently said, it also is about her communities too, where young people can't even afford to buy homes in their own communities. And we see that not only in our African Nova Scotian communities, but right across HRM, and that concerns us. That's a huge concern. And I heard her comments, and I just want to make a couple points. We have been a government of action on that front. And in case you missed it, just 2-3 days ago, we announced $2 million for a community housing growth fund to support Black-led community housing initiatives, which I hope will address some of these issues which the member has raised. Last year, we invested $3.5 million in the Preston area, in a Preston Area Association housing association for Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, North Preston, East Preston. That was last year. In the last year also, I think is really a historic move for that community, which was one of the few communities without a long-term care facility. One of the few communities, really, and with Akuma, through Akuma, we're investing in a long-term care facility in that area, which will be culturally responsive to the African Nova Scotian community. So, and furthermore, we're also funding an Akuma study on African Nova Scotia housing needs. So we're responding. In terms of this bill, we've said we'd put that into the regulations, and then, as the member knows, last year we did make a special amendment in the bill to recognize these communities. So we want to be responsive. I believe actions speak louder than words. We're taking action as a community, and really a credit to our member from North Preston, the MLA, who has a big influence on us. We really appreciate having her. Chair, I know people's names, but not their communities. Chair, okay, my apologies. So, okay, so let me just speak about healthcare facilities for a minute. And really, this is focused on long-term care facilities. We have been a government absolutely committed to solving the healthcare crisis. I don't know if we have, but judging by the number of questions the health minister got this session, I think we got a long way. But we're working hard on it. And one of the things we know about our healthcare crisis is that there's people in our hospitals who are waiting the transition to a seniors and long-term care bed. And our Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, I think will get national recognition for her BUILD program someday. It's absolutely astonishing how many new places we're building, and we need them. We need them. And there was a dearth of, prior to, and I will say the previous Liberal government did announce, I believe, a couple at the end of their mandate, but prior to that, it was, I will give you credit for that, we're building them. But prior to that, the last new facilities announced were done by the Rodney MacDonald government, which the NDP government opened. And there was none at the same time we were aging as a population. At the same time. So we see that historic build starting to address some of this crisis. Yet, even with everything we're building, we realize it can't be held up. We have to get those facilities built because you never know when you're that person waiting in the ER for a bed in the hospital. You never know. Any one of us can be in that in a moment's notice. That's the reality, and we need those spaces. This is an urgent need. That's the reason for that. I know the member was asking questions about that. So there's a lot more I could say about the bill, and I really appreciate the member from Sackville-Cobequid unpacking a bit of it for us too. I mean, this is the reality. We'll be judged by history. I was asked on the Todd Battis show about our conflict with HRM, and here's the reality. And here's what I'll say to the mayor and the council. We may disagree about tactics, but we all have the same goal. Our party and HRM, we want to see this city grow. We want to see this province grow. We want to see every opportunity to grow achieved. We want affordability, true affordability for not only the African Nova Scotia community, but for our own communities, for our own children, for the young people who will come here from the Ukraine or the Middle East or the Philippines. And we see all of these communities coming now and even, we just want to enable that. We see Nova Scotia changing for the better in so many ways. And if we can capture that growth, if we can achieve the growth that's possible, we will have done so much good for the province of Nova Scotia. That's really what lies at the heart of this, and that's why I believe in this legislation. I believe that it's the right direction to go. We're going forward as a government, and I know it's not comfortable. Change is not comfortable. We see that need for change, and we're going forward. So with that, I move to close Bill 329.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. Would those in favor of the motion? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Thank you. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin,
Yes.
Tim Houston,
Yes.
Alan McMaster,
Yes.
Twyla Gross,
Yes.
Michelle Thompson,
Yes.
John Lohr,
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau,
Yes.
Tim Hallman,
Yes.
Kent Smith,
Yes.
Dave Ritzie, Brian Wong,
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek,
Yes.
Brian Comer, Colton LeBlanc,
We.
Jill Balzer,
Yes.
Pat Dunn,
Yes.
Greg Moreau,
Yes.
Becky Druin,
Yes.
Larry Harrison,
Yes.
John White,
Yes.
John A. McDonald,
Yes.
Keith Bain,
Yes.
Chris Palmer,
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard, Danielle Barkhouse, Tom Taggart, Nolan Young,
Yes.
Steve Craig,
Yes.
Patricia Arrow, Keith Irving,
No.
Brendan McGuire, Derek Mombercat,
No.
Zach Churchill,
No.
Kelly Regan,
No.
Ian Rankin, Susan LeBlanc,
No.
Claudia Chender,
No.
Kendra Coombs,
No.
Susie Hansen,
No.
Gary Burrell,
No.
Lisa Lachance,
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo, Tony Ince, Laura Lee Nickel, Ben Jessup, Braden Clark,
No.
Ali Duale,
No.
Carmen Kerr, Ronnie LeBlanc, Fred Tilley, Elizabeth Smith McCroskell. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 26, nays 12.
The motion is carried.
Bill 329, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, and Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, respecting housing.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 320, Tourist Accommodations Registration Act?
For third reading, Bill number 320, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act. I do recognize the Honorable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 320 now be read for a third time, and I may have a few comments after I hear my colleagues speak. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I spoke extensively on this bill in second reading and in committee of the House. I do just want to put myself on the record in third reading. I think this bill is ill-conceived. I do not think it's going to have an impact on the long-term rental market, and it could have an unintended consequence for the those doing short-term rentals, individuals who have invested in that are purpose-built, that we also need for our tourism accommodations. I will table for the House an email I received from short-term rental owners who invested their life savings in their purpose-built facilities. These units will not go back onto the market. They have registered concerns about the government's approach to this, and share my concern that this won't have an impact on the long-term rental market and could negatively impact the short-term rental market, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, where our short-term rentals are actually needed. So I'll table this email, which I read from extensively during Committee of the Whole. Again, I think this bill is, as many that the government put forward, is more about optics than outcomes. And I think time shall prove that theory to be correct. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to rise to speak to Bill 320. This bill will require host and platform operators to pay an annual registration tax depending on the class of the host to be defined in regulations. Regulations will define annual fees for platforms and hosts, definitions of short-term rentals, fines, penalties for breaking registration rules. The bill removes the previous ceiling of $1,000 fines, which is what we feel is a good thing. The government has said that fees for units that are not located in someone's home will range from $240 in the most rural communities to $3,600 in the center of Halifax Regional Municipality. The bill will also allow the minister to appoint inspectors to enforce the act, and we really do appreciate the need to have an inspector and enforcing those types of things, because we also want to, check our boxes off, cross our T's and dot our I's. We agree with this point. This is a good thing, but we hope that the power is used effectively. We have seen the tragic consequences of this in other jurisdictions where there are restrictions on short-term rentals, but without effective enforcement, hosts continue to break the rules. So I will welcome the minister to provide all those details on when inspection capacity will be stood up and what those details will be. This government as well has been silent on what the fees or fines will be required of big operators like Airbnb or VRBO. These corporations are benefiting handsomely by operating to date without penalties in our province and should be expected to contribute to our province. We are not sure what fines large platforms will have to pay if they continue to allow unregistered or improperly registered properties to be listed on their sites. We just don't know. We also don't know what fines will be charged to operators who refuse to follow the rules. These will be written into regulation, so let's be clear. Short-term rentals outside of someone's primary residence are commercial ventures, and they should be taxed and regulated as such. This would mean that we need a regime of fees and fines that promote compliance and help us reach our goals for housing and community planning. It's not clear that the government is creating a framework that will do these things because we've been given so few details about how this will work, and I'm open to hearing from the minister about what that will look like. And the existing registration system has flaws. For example, a member of the public isn't able to check against the registry to see if a property is listed or not. Many other jurisdictions have developed approaches to regulating short-term rentals. BC is one such jurisdiction who has implemented strict rules. They have increased the fines for hosts breaking municipal bylaws to $3,000 per day. Platforms will also be required to share data with municipalities to improve local enforcement. BC will require online short-term rental platforms to share their data with the province so the province can provide that information to local governments for enforcement and support of provincial and federal tax auditing. BC will give regional districts the ability to use business licenses so they can move effectively, regulate short-term rentals in rural areas. All listings will have to include business licenses and registration numbers, and a number of other restrictions designed to return more units to the long-term market. Requiring short-term rentals in BC to be offered only in the principal residence of a host of municipalities with a population of 10,000 people or more. Principal residence meaning plus one secondary suite or laneway home garden suite on the property is allowed. Forthcoming regulations will specify areas exempt from the principal residence requirement including 14 resort regions, mountain resort areas, municipalities under 10,000 population, except those within 15 kilometers to larger municipalities, and regional district electoral areas, and removing legal non-conforming use protections for short-term rentals being taken advantage of by investors to support local governments' efforts to set rules about where these units can operate in communities. Together, these create a minimum regulatory standard for housing available for rent for fewer than 90 days. This is a holistic approach that will work to rein in short-term rentals and their impact on the housing market. This is something that we need to examine and adopt in ways that work for Nova Scotians. So as we all know, there is a housing crisis. Every bill we've talked about specifically talks to that. And we have a housing crisis in this province. Vacancy rates are historically low. And since this government was elected only 2 years ago, the number of chronically homeless people in Halifax has more than doubled. Now, there are over 1,000 people actively homeless in Halifax. This is a direct result of the government's housing policies, rent eviction, fixed-term leaseholds, underinvestment in affordable housing, and rent geared to income units, allowing short-term rentals to proliferate under both Liberal and Conservative governments has had a negative impact on the availability of housing stock, especially in Halifax and in my riding of Halifax-Needham. Some estimates pegged as much as 2% of units on the Halifax Peninsula being taken off the long-term market by short-term rentals. Action from governments on this issue has been too slow. Short-term rental operators are already expected to register with and pay a fee with the province. But since those rules came into effect 3 years ago, no one has been penalized for breaking the rules, making registration essentially voluntary, according to this minister. Finally, municipalities have been able to act as of recently, and HRM has moved to limit short-term rentals in residential areas. This will have a big impact on returning units to the long-term rental market. It's not clear that the charges that government says is coming in regulations from this bill will have much of an additional impact. In fact, the minister was not able to say how much or how many units these new actions will return to the market. And I don't want to, minimize this because I think it is a good step. The government claims that this move is intended to improve the shortage of housing availability, but they just don't know how exactly. I want to say that I don't want us to mistake this bill for a housing solution. This bill was a long time coming. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the municipal pressure, because we have now seen some movement. And our caucus moved to amend the bill to require that revenue from fees and fines be spent on truly affordable rent geared to income housing. This would have been a way to ensure the legislation has an impact on the housing crisis. And as the minister has said, every unit counts. We believe that every dollar counts. So the government's recently released housing plan is a lot of smoke and mirrors with very little investment in permanently affordable housing. 1/3 of the funding is earmarked for a tax cut for developers. Another third is for long-term care beds. Very important. Not diminishing it, but not what most Nova Scotians think of as action on the housing crisis. And there is no investment in new public housing beyond the 222 units announced recently, despite the nearly 6,000 people on the wait list for public housing. So there are right now 3 units available on Happy Pad, if anybody wants to know, in HRM that are below $1,000 a month. That's not a lot. The majority of new units in the plan depend on special planning areas, which so far include 0 permanent rent geared to income units. And the lack of affordable and available housing is something being felt by Nova Scotians across this province, and is certainly playing no small part in this homelessness crisis. Recent housing needs assessment report released report that 9% of post-secondary students reported being unhoused, and despite this, there's no sign of the long-promised student housing strategy and little mention of student needs in the recent housing plan. There's a lot of work to do on the housing file, and our amendment would have made this a more logical step. So in closing, I'm glad that the government is introducing stiffer fines and fees for short-term rentals, but it feels a little bit too late, too little too late, and clearly not going to have much impact at all. Imagine if the government planned to aggressively build the non-market housing sector up and reinvest in publicly owned cooperative and nonprofit housing, retaining public land, retrofitting non-market housing, and building new public housing. Imagine if this was a part of a plan to build and preserve the levels of truly affordable housing that we need. Imagine if this were part of a plan that protected tenants from rent hikes and unfair evictions. Imagine if the 2+ years of this government that they were in this house actually built houses for folks to live in today. Imagine, instead of the smoke and mirrors plan that provides almost nothing new and true affordable housing, imagine if these announcements and money spent made by this government over the past 2.5 years were actually builds that folks could move in yesterday. Imagine that. We will keep fighting for that future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand tonight to take my role I don't speak very often the length of 1 hour, but I speak last time, rightly so. First of all, I don't support this bill, bill number 320, for simple 3 reasons. Number 1, I don't support the idea of more taxation for Nova Scotians. I see this tax grab that have no purpose, that have no vision. Because of that reason, I don't support this bill. Secondly, as a member of the opposition party and have the role of the critic of community culture, heritage, and tourists, this bill will have a harm for our tourist industry. And we live a beautiful province that are welcoming, that people enjoy to come here. We have great people here, great hospitality, and this will harm for the industry because we will not have enough space to accommodate those who love and to come Nova Scotia. And this is my second reason that I do believe this bill will have a harm for our tourist industry. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, I don't support this bill because it has no vision. And you can tell it was last minute rush. In my previous time that I speak this bill, I ask the minister many unanswered questions. And it's worthwhile. We're here tonight for the third reading of this bill. I would like to hear the minister to have some clarifications and some questions being answered for Nova Scotians, why this bill is important. And it's my belief was rushed, this bill, and I really believe within this discussion for this House, member of the opposition party have put forward a solution that I believe that may actually create more long-term housing. I know for the fact we're in the housing crisis, and I really believe when we are this kind of conditions, the best way that we can have a solution is to have a unified elected officials, because these issues will affect all of us, no matter what constituency or what part of Nova Scotia you live. And I really believe if the government is serious and to have a solution for Nova Scotians, we need to have all parties, committees who look at these issues with no partisan purpose, but what is the best interest of Nova Scotians. And I really believe we are in the housing crisis, and I'd like to see in the future, when we have issues that will affect all of us, to have a unified perspective. And I take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing, it will be to close debate on third reading of Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make a couple brief comments. This will put real teeth in the requirement to be registered, this bill, from two perspectives, both from the perspective that the individual operator who doesn't register a facility could face fines, but also from the perspective of the platform operator, of which there's 4 or 5 in the province right now, will face a significant fine if they advertise a short-term rental that isn't registered. And they will be facing a very, very large fine if that's the case in this. What I can say about this is that having a true grasp of the number of Airbnbs in the province with what was essentially a voluntary registry to one that is really mandatory and has teeth in it will tell us some of the information that the opposition have said we don't know. We don't know how many there are because the registration has been essentially voluntary. In regard to the reality is, if we look across the Western world, Airbnbs are regulated by municipalities, essentially, because municipalities know their own circumstances the best. I'll give you an example. I have a niece in Holland who lives in the most desirable city in Holland. That city has dealt with Airbnb or short-term rental by saying any unit can be rented, but only 60 days a year. And the rest of the time it can't be on the market, which effectively makes it a toss-up between long-term and short-term. So if you really, but it still allows someone who owns a home to say, well, I'm going to go on a 2-month trip and I'll just put my house on Airbnb. So that's one solution. It's not the only solution. There's others. We see this, and we are enabling this in the previous legislation and this legislation for this to be municipally regulated. And the demand to do that really goes, I was questioned this morning by a councillor from Digby Neck, Briar Island, Long Island, and this is a problem in their community. And where they see people from away coming in, buying 4, 5, 6 houses and making them Airbnbs, because even though from our point of view as Nova Scotians, these houses went way up in price, from their point of view, coming from Ontario maybe, or Western Canada, they're still very good buy and they can make money on them. So we see ourselves enabling the municipalities to deal with the problem in terms of their own circumstances. And that varies in every jurisdiction in the province, including, as the member for Halifax Needham mentioned, here in HRM and on the peninsula, where we know there is the highest density of Airbnbs in the province. And this legislation will allow us to make the registration fees reflective of the market in each area, so that this is something that doing this in regulation. So this is the purpose. So with that, I move to close reading, Madam Speaker, on Bill 320.
The motion is to close debate on third reading of Bill 320, the Tourist Accommodation Registration Act, and Act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay? Nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 320, an act to amend Chapter 9 of the Acts of 2019, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 339, Financial Measures Fall 2023 Act.
Bill number 329, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. 339, sorry about that. Number 339, the Financial Measures Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do rise to move third reading of Bill number 339, the Fall 2023 Financial Measures Act.
Good job.
And I would like to open the floor to my colleagues for their comments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I thought I had an hour to prepare, but I'll be fairly brief here, not as brief as the minister. This bill simply does 4 items. 3 of them are fairly straightforward, and the 4th is quite important. Moving the term for the gas distribution Municipal Taxation Act to extend that another 5 years, we can fully support that. The ability for new sectors to qualify for the capital investment tax credit, we can fully support that. And the ability for private employers and employees to transfer their pension plans into the public service superannuation plan. We're certainly fine with that. I think some of the issues raised by the union with respect to the issues around indexation, flag that concern that we are having problems with our pensions in terms of the ability to index those under the rules, and the minister has spoken on the importance of them being sound, fiscally sound, and I certainly agree with that. But it does raise the question, I guess, of how attractive our public service superannuation plan may be to the private sector if we are not able to continue with indexing. So anyway, certainly worth supporting. We are aware that pension plans from outside of the province are looking at activity in our province and getting the private sector to contribute to their plans that are out of province. So we can fully support what's the intent here. And then the real meat and potatoes of the bill, obviously, is the rebate on the HST for rental housing. And I want to applaud the government for following the lead of the federal Liberal government. It is a meaningful bill with respect to dealing with the real issues of the challenge of building housing, and the underlying thing that's preventing developers from building as many houses as they hope to is the current conditions with interest rates. So this change to the tax on HST should help with making projects more financially viable. So with those few words, I will take my seat. We'll be supporting the bill.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise and say a few words on this bill. And I think there are just a few things that have changed. My colleague covered those. But it is important to note that once again, we're opening up the Financial Measures Act in the middle of a year. The Financial Measures Act is the act that operates to enact the budget, of course. But now this government is in the habit of opening up the act to tinker mid-year. And I think that's a precedent that we should watch because along with the outstanding appropriations that we've seen with no oversight, this is another way that the government enacts pieces of legislation with massive financial consequences without going through that process. It's another sidestep. I mean, if we're opening up the Financial Measures Act, why don't we figure out a way to get legislative oversight on appropriations? We would like to see that. I think to the merits of the bill, in terms of the pension plan, I would share my colleagues' comments. I think generally this seems to be welcomed, but in addition to the issues around how attractive that plan will be, if we can't index and keep it in a place where it can provide appropriate benefits for the members of that plan, you know, I want to quote, and this has been tabled in Committee of the Whole, the submission from the public sector unions, and they said, we understand Minister McMaster stated the Public Sector Superannuation Plan Trustee Inc. is supportive of the PSPPTA overall. We are aware of the PSSPPTI has supported this idea generally, as have our unions. However, our support was a high level of principle and did not pertain to the specific proposals in the bill. The details of these transfers are incredibly complex, and the legislation enabling them requires serious and thoughtful study. This section of the FMA should not move forward until all stakeholders are able to conduct a proper review of the legislation and an opportunity to provide comments. And so here we see, again, a pattern. We have not given the core stakeholders an opportunity for thoughtful study and to provide comments, and surely that could have been done. This was a conversation that was happening. And so the one other thing I wanted to mention is that there is the removal of a provision for referendums that would be necessary to add provincial HST on to a number of goods from which it is exempted now. So those would include diapers, children's clothing, accessibility aids, etc. And that does concern us. I think it's a tiny little provision, but it's an important one, especially given the cost of living challenges that people are experiencing. And so we would like to see, we understand that there's also a clause, part of that clause operates to remove, which is why that change has been made, but we would have liked to see, or in a future date would like to see it reinstated, that there needs to be a referendum to add the provincial HST back, because those are things that people can't afford to pay that tax on often. As for the addition of the removal of HST to follow the lead of the federal Liberals, as my colleague in the Liberal Party mentioned, yes, I think it is likely that they will make construction somewhat more attractive from a financial perspective. I don't know that it will. In fact, I doubt that it will actually create more affordable housing. Developers are experiencing financial pressures, so it'll make it easier to go, but I don't know that it will make it more affordable. I don't think it will. And I'm also not sure it's going to create new units. And so, as with the other bills we've been talking about, we would actually have loved to hear a description of how that's going to work. And I think I heard the Premier say when this decision was made, well, we'll see. We're willing to try things. And that's okay, we support that. But we want to see more than willing to try things. We'd love to see a plan for how we're actually going to get the units we need. So in conclusion, we support the bill. We have the questions that I've put forward. And I'll end where I began, which is to say we need better oversight of legislative of spending. And we need to use the FMA for the purpose that it was intended, when it was intended, and we need oversight on appropriations. I suspect we're back in the billions already, and it makes a mockery of our budget process and of a lot of the work we do here. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, it will be to close on third reading of Bill number 339, Financial Measures Act, Fall 2023. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill number 339, the Financial Measures Act.
The motion is to close debate on third reading of Bill number 339, the Financial Measures Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 339, an act respecting certain financial measures.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I'd like to recognize the clerk.
Madam Speaker, I rise to quickly address and correct a small error that occurred earlier. After third reading of Bill 329, I read out the title of the bill. However, that bill was amended and its title was amended at Committee of the Whole House on Bills. So I would like to correctly state the title of the bill, which is relevant because, Madam Speaker, you of course ordered that the bill title be as read by the clerk. So the title of Bill 329 is an Act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, and Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act.
Thank you very much for that correction and clarification. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 332, Workers' Compensation Act?
I now call Bill number 332, the Workers' Compensation Act, and I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 332, an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, now be read a third time and do pass. So we have brought forward a bill that will allow gradual onset stress to become a compensable injury. And I just want to thank Madam Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle for their comments and for their general support for this bill. I look forward to hearing some closing remarks from my colleagues as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments. And as the Minister mentioned, this is a good piece of legislation that we support. I'm really happy to see that gradual onset stress will now be covered through workers' compensation. There's, as the Minister knows, and as we've talked about, I've spent a good deal of time working with workers' comp in various past professions, and it's an important organization that does really, really important work for the workers of our province. 2 points I just want to make quickly. It's wonderful that gradual onset stress is being covered. Of course, people who are affected by that will, in many cases, need mental health support, and so I know that's something that the government is interested in expanding as well. So having those two things move in tandem, I think, will be really important over the next few years as claims start to come in. And the second point I will make as well is we know that as a province, we are still far behind most other provinces when it comes to level of coverage for workers. Most other provinces are very close to 100% coverage. We are still in the 70 to 80% range, and our rates and benefits are still not where they need to be, and that's because workers' comp was heavily underfunded for a long period of time. They've worked really hard to get back close to a 100% coverage level, which is wonderful to see. So over time, I hope that we will see that coverage rate in our province move closer and closer to the national standard, which is close to 100%, because I know we all agree that when Nova Scotians go to work, we want them to be safe when they come home, and this piece of legislation is a big step forward in that regard, and so I'm happy that the Minister has introduced it and we support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to stand and make some comments on Bill 332. This bill has been a long time coming. We were initially optimistic upon seeing that this government would move forward on the file. Not only was our legislation lagging behind other provinces, it was also in direct violation of Nova Scotians' Charter of Rights. Our optimism turned to some disappointment when we read the language of this bill. And we heard from various stakeholders at law amendments. And then again, when this government failed to meaningfully listen or respond to the input by fixing the errors in this bill, there remain significant flaws in the wording of this bill, which, according to the President of Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, fails entirely to address the fundamental issues of discrimination. We have shared these concerns as marked by the amendments we put forward on this bill at Committee of the Whole. For one, the language of wholly or predominantly creates a more stringent test to prove an injury than there is for physical injuries. Simply put, this bill will make it more difficult to make a successful claim for psychological injury than for other types of physical injuries. Not only will this wholly or predominantly caused test be applied to gradual onset stress claims, it would also now apply to traumatic stress claims, which isn't currently the case. For people with a claim for traumatic stress, this bill will make it more challenging to meet the threshold than it is currently. This is a discriminatory practice, and it's not in the spirit of the 2019 decision or in line with the Charter of Rights. As we heard at law amendments, this language will perpetrate the very stigma and discrimination this bill was created to address. The other significant issue that was raised in law amendments surrounds the effective date of this legislation. Under this bill, claims that are submitted before September 1st, 2024 and were denied or not appealed will not be able to be refiled. We understand that some time may be needed to prepare the processes for this change. However, it is concerning that the legislation makes no effort to account for this delay. The appeal decision was released in 2019. Since 2019, it has been clear that the exclusion of gradual onset stress claims violated the Charter of Rights. It makes no sense to penalize workers who filed claims and were denied under the former legislation that was given to us by the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour. There should be some mechanisms, Madam Speaker, built into the legislation that would allow claims made after this date to be refiled and re-adjudicated, regardless of whether or not they were appealed. We brought forward an amendment that would have done this. Unfortunately, the government members voted it down. WCB should work for injured workers. There are too many cases, Madam Speaker, where it does not. We hear from many people who have been injured at work and then do not receive the support they deserve. People fall through the cracks and they get really stuck, and it is not fair and it must be addressed. Also, there are too many people who face psychological injury at work with no support. Nova Scotia is the only province without psychological protections in occupational health and safety law. This means that the employer is not responsible for mental health hazards at work. And neither government, from the Liberals to the Conservatives, have actually been interested in addressing these issues in WCB. And this is why we have spoken about the need for worker-centered review for the WCB system. I understand that is underway, and I hope it is fulsome. I hope it actually includes as many workers as possible that have been through this, the system, because it is much needed. This is also why we have urged for years that our occupational health and safety legislation be updated to clarify that employers have the responsibility to protect employees' mental health in the workplace. This is a significant gap, and I'm grateful that the minister has signaled openness to address this, but action needs to be taken, and it needs to be taken yesterday. It needed to be taken a year ago, so we're quite behind in that. And I don't want to diminish the fact that this legislation may very well help people who have suffered stress injuries in the workplace, and we support this. It is great news that we'll have legislation that will have legislative recognition of these injuries, but it is problematic that at the same time these claims will become more challenging for many people. We are glad to see the changes come forward, but these parts of the bill that are that there's flaws and there's parts of this bill that are unfair, and this government has yet to consider the legislation and how they would approach it. And it makes no sense how, after all this time, they brought forward a piece of legislation that has these flaws. The trend of the government stubbornly refusing to listen to the stakeholders at law amendments, refusing to entertain any of these amendments, is predictable. It's happened before. But with that, we are going to support this bill because it is a great step forward from our charter violating position previously, but with great regret that the government included these flaws and these oversights. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak in support of Bill 332, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act. In preparation for each session of this legislature, I keep a list of people who contact me, share their stories, and ask for changes that will make improvements for them and others who come after them who share similar experiences. Some changes require legislation, but not all. In the case of Workers' Compensation Board definition of trauma and stress, legislative changes were needed, and I thank the minister and her department today for bringing these forward. Many people in their work experience stressful situations that can bring lasting trauma. The trauma can take years too, or it can be visible upon sudden onset. The science and research on the topic of trauma is becoming more robust, and healthcare professionals especially are becoming more educated on trauma. Treatments are also being developed, and more victims of trauma are finding the help they need, thankfully. Nurses, paramedics, police officers, doctors, first responders, corrections officers are just some of the people that experience trauma on a regular basis, and it can manifest very differently in each person. So once again, I thank the minister for bringing this forward, and I support the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration, it will be to close debate on third reading. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Skills, I'm getting Labour, Skills and Immigration, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues across the aisle, of course, for their comments again. And this is important work, and we want to make sure that we're identifying psychological injuries in the same way that we identify physical injuries, and this is the first step. We're also doing consultation, as the member had mentioned, on the WCB systems, the whole entire system, because Nova Scotians deserve the best workers' compensation system, and that's what we want to strive for. So I encourage all Nova Scotians to make sure that they're sharing their stories. We know many people who've been impacted by an injury or a loved one who's had that experience, but we also have to listen to businesses as well. So I would encourage folks to pay attention to those consultations, be a part of them, and knowing that this is the first step to improve the system for everyone, Madam Speaker. So with that, I move to close debate on third reading on Bill 332.
Great job as usual.
The motion is to close on third reading of Bill number 332, Workmen's Compensation Act, an act to amend. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 332, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to call Bill number 323, Regulated Health Professions Act.
Bill number 323, Regulated Health Professions Act for third reading. I now do recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Speaker, I move that Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I've prepared several hours of remarks. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We made our views clear on this. We did feel that there should have been more consultation. We heard that in law amendments. It's clear that that's not going to happen before the bill is passed, but we are counting on the minister to ensure there will be consultation as the regulations are prepared. That's it. Thanks.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
What she said. No, just kidding. But yes, what she said. Yes, I'm happy to speak to this bill for a moment. I was very concerned about the lack of consultation with the regulators. But given that we've, been in the legislature for 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks, it feels like there has been a little bit of time for the regulators to have their views known. Yeah, we hope that the minister will consult well and that this bill will help with getting better health care faster. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act. As a physiotherapist and one of the regulated health professionals for more than 40 years, I am very excited to be a part of government that is bringing the changes and improvements that will benefit all 21 health professions in the province of Nova Scotia. The way we are delivering health care in our world and our province is changing, and the Regulated Health Professions Act will allow for faster, expanded scopes of practice, quicker decision-making, and more consistency and collaboration amongst all health professionals. This act, like the Access to Healthcare Act that we passed last session, puts Nova Scotians first by helping health professionals get the tools that they need to do their jobs. If there needs to be an adjustment for healthcare professionals to use new technology, training, or new care models, it will help faster. It will help it under this government, and I'm proud to be a part of a government that's bringing this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Similarly, what she said, I agree. So I just want to assure the members consultation has informed the bill, it informed the adoption of the amendments, and it absolutely will inform our regulations moving forward. So I move to close third reading on Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act.
The motion is to close third reading on Bill number 323, Regulated Health Professions Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 323, an act to provide a common legislative foundation for regulated health professions.
Order that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Order that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call, address, and reply? I'm joking. I'm joking.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business, and we'll just take a short recess.
There will be a short recess. Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor is without.
Let His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, be admitted.
His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, please rise. It is the wish of His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, that everyone present be seated.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the Province has, at its present session, passed certain bills to which, in the name and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
Bill number 119, an act to provide for the designation of Endometriosis Awareness Month. Bill number 319, an act respecting a Memorial Day to honor first responders. Bill number 320, an act to amend Chapter 9 of the Acts of 2019, the Tourist Accommodations Registration Act. Bill number 321, an act respecting the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, loi concernant le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial. Bill number 322, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2020, the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. Bill number 323, an act to provide a common legislative foundation for regulated health professions. Bill number 327, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act. Bill number 329, an act to amend Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, and Chapter 21 of the Acts of 2021, the Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, respecting housing. Bill number 332, an act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act. Bill number 334, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act. Bill number 337, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act. Bill number 339, an act respecting certain financial measures. Bill number 340, an act respecting municipal contributions and grants. Bill number 348, an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act. Bill number 351, an act to amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian Church Sydney Act. Bill number 369, an act to amend Chapter 149 of the Acts of 1920, the Riverport Electric Light Act for Polling District Number 2 in the County of Lunenburg. Bill number 396, an act to establish a Sickle Cell Awareness Day.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
Please rise.
Since you're all standing, I would ask that you remain standing and join me in the national anthem. And certainly those of you that have lovely voices, please sing as loud as you can.
Free.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I move to adjourn, and we ask that we all take a moment and pause and reflect on what will ring a historic session for all time. It was historic in many ways, Madam Speaker. The first black female cabinet minister in Nova Scotia took her seat. Madam Speaker, the first female Speaker of this House of Assembly. And I would say a fine job by both. I'd also like to take a moment to thank a number of people who are in the House and make sure this session moved along smoothly. Madam Speaker, on behalf of all members of this House, I'd like to acknowledge the pages for their incredible work. Thank you. Some of which told me they were doing their homework at lunchtime so they could be here in the evenings. The fine folks at Ledge TV, thank you for Ledge TV. The clerks of our House, James. I think James and David are going to miss seeing us in the evenings. I'm sure of it, Madam Speaker. The Legislative Council Office, who drafts the bills that we debate on the floor of this House. The team in the Legislative Library. I want to thank the library team. Thank you. The team at Hansard, who transcribe and make sure. Thank you, Hansard. House operations staff. Our Sergeant at Arms, David, thank you. Smile, Dave. He said. The commissioners, thank you. And of course, for the members, our constituency assistants back in our constituency offices. We work so hard to respond to the needs of our constituents while we're here. Thank our constituency assistants. The entire public service, the men and women who are in the public service are some of the most dedicated professionals in our province. I just want to thank them for public service. And of course, our families for supporting us while we're in the House, and when we're not in the House, you can't do this job without a supportive network. So thank you to our families. I want to wish all of the members and everyone here tonight a safe and happy holiday season. It'll be fast upon us for sure. But with those few words, Madam Speaker, I move that this General Assembly be adjourned to meet again at the call of the Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion is that the House now adjourn to meet again at the call of the Speaker. All those in favor? Contrary minded? The motion is carried. We stand adjourned.